Mr. Hyde, will you provide us with the invocation, please?
Father, we thank you for another beautiful day, and as we gather here today to conduct the business of this county, we pray for your guidance and direction in making good decisions for the people of Sumner County. We pray these things in thy name.
I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I'd like to make an addition if I could.
Go ahead.
It's, there's been a law change in, probation needs to make a budget amendment request, and, if we could put that after BFD.
After EMS.
After EMS.
Oh, EMS, yeah, whichever.
Okay, so this is, what was this for again?
Probation.
Probation, okay.
So, but if you do, they're at 2 o'clock, and volunteer fire department's at 2:15. Do you have a time for probation?
We'll just put it on there and we'll try to get it.
Has a fee?
We typically work.
He'll be here whenever y'all are ready to talk to him.
So moved.
Second.
Second, everybody, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I see no one here, unless our sheriff wants to speak. Okay. I have, no report other than to say, let's get after it. Mr. Martin.
The first item is up on the actual board, and it's on your packet on page number 2, actually. Everybody can open page 2. And what we're showing, if you notice, there's a rather large Excel sheet here. And what we're trying to show you is the difference between draft 2 and draft 3. What we have historically done on budgets to keep from skewing numbers is we've matched up revenues to expenditures on all your grants, but because of 2 things, encumbrances, which are POs or contracts, we don't pay until a later period, and because of modified accrual, which you don't recognize the revenue if it's more than 60 days out, those revenues and expenditures don't necessarily line up. So what we've done is we've actually lined them up to when we think we're going to receive those. So if you look, and these are the net impacts on your unassigned fund balance. This year it impacted you because of deferral 8.3, 3.9. We think in 26 it's going to pick up the 4.7 of the back and the other 7.4 here. So this does skew your numbers, and that's something we talked about earlier. So when we start comparing the differences between balanced and unbalanced budget, we've actually accounted for those. But remember, right now, if you look at your fund balance, you're going to show, it may even show a small downward turn, but that's because we expect some of that revenue to come back in 2027.
Okay.
If that helps everybody out. If you remember, I had a footnote on the first draft talking about that these amounts may significantly vary. We think this is probably closer to where they're actually going to be. And if you look on your budget and go to the general fund, they can probably see it.
David, will that affect any of our capital projects expenditures?
No, because you've got excess. I guess you just look at the general fund only. Because if you kind of look at your unassigned, what we're looking at now, 40, 41, 40, and 41 now. Because we think you are going to catch up a whole bunch of money in 20. So we've even got your fund balance pretty well. We've got your fund balance pretty well budgeted to be flat right now. That's probably a better presentation, but because of all your grants in here, it's a bit confusing. Before ARPA, we tried to push those into capital projects, but because of ARPA had operational and capital, and the SWIG, it's got a lot of skewing. Just try to keep everybody clear. Item number 2 is ClearGov, and if everybody can look at this, let me explain. There should be a purchase sheet here. Let me explain what you actually want. And this is what I would recommend because I think there's been a lot of concern over time from me and this committee about these Excel sheets. About being issues, multiple errors, the amount of time. What this is I think the committee here needs to have a presentation from this group sooner than later, especially before you bring in a new person to look at this. But what they did was they offered us certain terms, but if you go to page number 2, there is a signed purchase, but it's contingent upon 2 things. Number 1, the county commission has to approve this or it dies. If the county committee, you guys do agree to this and send it on to the county commission and you do take it, then after September 1st, you have 90 more days if you go into implementation and you look at the project and you don't like it, then you drop back 2. So that means you have all the way to December 1st, even after, I'm sorry, you have this sheet, everybody?
I was looking in the wrong packet.
Oh, I got you. Did I go too fast?
No, I went to the wrong packet.
So basically, look at it's a purchase agreement. It would be $78,000, I know that's a fair amount of money per year to maintain the system, and $33,000 some odd dollars up front. What this says is the county commission, if you guys as a committee don't want this, then what it says, if it's not approved by the county commission, sent forward by you guys on August 2025 meeting, then this basically dies. If you do want it, then you can send it forward and budget it today, and if you start implementation and you don't like it, then you have 90 days from September 1 all the way to December 1st to cancel it and get all your money back. So the question is, if you don't want to take it, then you're going to have next year's raise. But it's really up to you guys today. If you want to add it to the budget and send it forward, or do you want to kill it? I think a presentation works very similar to this, maybe even better. They're using it down in Wilson County. My thought is, leave this on the table and we invite the ClearGov guy down to one of your budget committee meetings and let him show it to you as a committee.
That's probably a good idea. In this. This just gets up to, I would like your successor to have some input in this, and I know there's some timing issue here, which I know I missed the last budget. I really wish we would have moved forward with that 50,000, but, I'll probably bring that up this next month, but, this does at least give us some window. What, Ms. Boyd?
So speaking to the time, one of the things that I've discussed with Mr. Long and looking at this, it takes them 3 months to implement. If they come in August, we'll have it by January when finance should be starting budget. If we don't, then we're going to get it later in budget for the start, so we're going to be in the middle of, we're going to have
So, yeah, that's true.
You're starting with Excel, you're starting with this. Right now, thought process is, you guys can see the product. You've got till December 1st to cancel, so thought process number one, we invite them to the July meeting to actually do the presentation. They did an hour long one with me.
We don't need a vote on that. I'm just going to let's just add that to the budget. Let's do that.
Okay. Do you want to add it under finance or IT? That's one of my own.
I would put it under finance.
Okay. So it'd be a total of $78,075 and 33 cents.
Yeah.
And then we could remove the $1 million out of capital.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to have.
Yeah. That's what I would suggest.
And this is the reason I'm not.
This is an.
First target, it's $80,000 a year. But
yeah.
This is a.
Honestly,
difficult issue.
We were going to pay. That doesn't sound nuts to me for this kind of accounting software.
All these brochures are in here too in your packet. But what I recommend is when you have a meeting, a couple of weeks, to see if he can come down and do a very short presentation. What he gave me was an hour to just kind of show you what it looks like being part of.
We don't need a vote on it. I'll do that, but I don't think there's any issue on it. Let's go ahead.
You make a note, have him come down. Yeah. And then we'll put this in the packet too, and decide to keep it or kill it. Okay.
Let's go to the budget here.
Yes, ma'am, but you need to have the other ones in. The next item is the budget publication. I'm just mentioning that at the end of the day, we need to make sure that if you're ready to move forward, that you do approve a budget publication, because there's 10 calendar days after publication before it can be considered by the commission to meet your July. And before you go, when's your first meeting, your first person?
General sessions
10:45.
We can go ahead and get the sheriff's office.
Or do you want to look at revenues?
Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and look at get updated revenues.
So we've updated revenues, but there were 2 revenues that had a significant question. And let's look at sales tax first. Let me tell you what you got, okay? This is when we originally did your budget projections. And what I did was, I took year-to-date, and I took these at 0 because these are the county portions. With 0 growth, and I took these with 2% the last year and came up with these numbers. I added another 2%. The commission gave the schools exactly $6 million, so I took the difference out here, and this is what we came up with. There was a concern whether we over budgeted, so we came back over here, and I have these all the way to these are actual positions, okay? So I took the actual here, and took last year's with 0, and come up with what we think we're going to conservatively come up with, okay? This is the number you have in the budget. The county one is 99.81% of what we think we bring, and they're only 101 on schools. That doesn't really mean a whole lot to you other than where we think we're going to be at. We're up these percents, but let's go down and compare them to actual percentages. These are your, here's the numbers I need to see. The last recession we don't look at, but these are your actual changes over the last several years. So those numbers could be either way, keep going down. These are skewed because of sales tax changes. So if you really look, your average has been 6 or 7. But in total, what we're estimating this year, this is kind of a weird trend right here. Take out the skew here and the recession. This is more your normal, but last year you only had 4.03. Remember, I've included that last month this year at 0 growth, so if we put 4%, you're probably looking at 4.30. So currently, I think you're about 4.30. Most of the estimates that I've read is we're expecting the economy to,
Which is what it's saying? Which is
1.78.
1.78.
So all the estimates are that the economy is going to be down next year. They're thinking GDP, some of the estimates is around 1.9%. Some are somewhat parallel with GDP, except slightly higher. So unless we go into a recession, we follow up and thinking that number is probably undershot. So my recommendation right now would be to leave your sales tax alone. I think you're plenty conservative, but we can go into the property taxes, which will see why I think we're more than conservative there.
All right, I mean, I wouldn't, that's, you're 2% different there at the end of the day with the trend, but given what we saw, I mean, I just read a report that.
Well, my concern is if you look at the trend, we're down 2% on these last.
No, that's what I'm saying, like, I wouldn't want to change it.
See, I would change it up.
Because April was bad.
I don't think I'd change it that well. You've had some good months. Now, go down to month over month, Bill. We have these few bad months, but you're back up month over month. Just keep it way down. It's just a very big sheet. Yeah, these are actuals here. Go on there. Go over to the bottom. This percentage up, stop. You go to the very bottom. The very bottom, just go down, you see this last percentage. You see this last one. Just whoop. Keep going up. And so we have some bad ones, though. 2, 2, 2, 4, 4, 12, 94 to 1, but here, 105 and 107, we got back. I think this is probably, as I'm saying, is a big possibility. There's some variance in when these vendors pay. If you look at the.
Yeah, no, I remember you saying that. All right.
So I think we are potentially slowing down, but not any more than what we're showing.
All right.
So let's go, that's your one big revenue we got to concern, and your other one, your other biggest revenue is your property taxes.
All right, let's go.
Let's go ahead and property taxes then. And there are several moving pieces. This is when we originally budgeted your property taxes. This is the summary assessment from the assessor's office on January 17, 2025, okay? This is your most recent report. If you notice, I pulled it up here, and this is the difference on that. These are your differences in your assessment, and these are the gross dollar differences, not counting uncollectability. It's about $2 more million. Okay, so go on down. This is very important. You guys keep going on down. This is your estimated revenue. I use 2.5% uncollectible. Okay, we show that $2 million in your first thing. Let's grab the $2.2 million, Mike. But I wouldn't recommend, especially with your sales tax equation. And this right here is where. Let's look at the 2.5. Go down here, Bev, and I have uncollectability by year. These are your actual percentages of uncollectability. If you look, they keep going down. Here we go. Yes. This is the amount each year that's collected. I use 2.5. If you look down here, we're 2.09, 1.7, 2.42. Looks very like it should be less, but if you look up here, 2016, we were 2.63 and 2.56, and going all the way to the last recession. In the last recession, we were 4.56. But at that same time, the trustee's office has done some things to make collectability better. But by saying that if we pay that whole $2 million, we're going to have to make a really good assumption on that 2.5%. We're going to be at least this good, and with them talking about economic downturn, we may be up into these ranges. So by leaving that $2 million, for better reason, on the table, if these collectabilities do go south because of a small economic downturn, they'll offset each other. So right now, I would recommend not picking up those additional property tax dollars. Just leave them where you got them.
So, hot on the table this week was single residential rental units.
Yeah.
So can you address how that?
Go back up here.
Because Mr. Hurt mentioned 1.6.
Go back up here into my revenue. Right here is the amount I have budgeted for appeals next year. So I took your average appeals over the highest appeal you've had over several years, average you actually lost. And then I added everything that was appealed when we did this budget here, originally back in January, which was like 1.4, multiplied out, came out to $1.87 million. Mr. Hurt's seen 1.6, so we're far short above that number. Because you've got that, but there's also concerns on other ones out there that may come through on the residential. So I think this number is significantly high, so I think you're hedged. We could go even higher, but I think Julie just leaving dollars on the table. I think with all the dust settles, I think tops you're going to be looking at about 350 there and two on the other. I think tops are looking at 5, but we got 1.8 just to be cautious. I think all you have.
What's this 1.8?
Okay, and if you have an amount you lose or gain each year after the tax roll, is that correct? So usually, Paul, the highest year we have is around negative $259,000. We had that, plus we had the amount that was appealed at January 17th of the state, and we don't expect to lose all those, but I added those two together, and I think it actually had we wanted to go back to my notes. Because of the discussion on the residential appeals. So you've got the 1.4 to state, the maximum we get lost about 259, plus there's a discussion there'd be another 200 plus on residential appeals still coming through. So I think the highest number, I think this number is excessively high, so I think they're more than covered.
So does the revenue numbers up top incorporate?
It does right here, it takes out here. So what you do is go on up and let you know.
No, I mean, but the revenue up top, it incorporates the change in the single.
But those assessments, I showed you at the very top, no. Those are your raw assessment numbers, they include all those people. That's why we minus them out. So let's just go up a little bit, maybe we can show, okay? So you take, go right here. This is tax rate last year, and where we got the budget. If you take your summary assessment up top, okay, which has all your assessed values, divide by 100 times your tax rate, it'll come back into that. We're estimating your collectible is probably going to be somewhere below that, so we take that out and come with this. There's a small tip you have for TSC, so we've got to minus that out. Because this has all these appeal numbers in it, we come down here, and it also has tax freeze. We take out the tax freeze numbers, because they're still built up in the gross assessment. And then we take out for any appeals or errors we think we're going to get, and that's their budgeted amount. So the amount that's there includes all those appeals that we minus them out before the revenue comes out. Because the appeal amount I have is actual dollars, not a decimal amount, right? It's true tax dollars. Does that make sense, Mr. Baker? Mr. Baker?
So if you don't get paid, that's a surplus.
Yes. Yep, these are the hedge your bets for all these appeals. And what happens is, and number two, if your sales tax or some of the other revenues become the policy economic downturn a little bit.
So you have subtracted out the mean of the worst case over the last 5 years.
I think 2009.
Got it. Sorry, the mean of the worst 5 over the last.
The worst that you've had.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Then I've added in every appeal that you've got out.
Got it. And you multiplied those two together and you subtracted.
Well, I'm good. Yep, got this number right.
Got it.
So that is a very.
So that is a very, it's a high number, it is a high number that you have subtracted out, but.
But we've been informed by several of these big taxpayers.
Yeah.
They're appealing 24 and 25, so they are appealing it. I think we've got.
So it is probably prudent to leave that number alone for now.
Right.
Although it is likely to come out on our, it is likely to come out in our favor.
Yes, sir. And this number here, go back to your uncollectible. Based on history, unless we go into full-blown recession, we're likely to be better than this, but we can't guarantee that because there is an economic downturn. But if you look between January and that June, you picked up $2 million with the taxes, but before the tax roll, some of that may come back out.
So before we get, if there are any other questions here, because I could summarize this as saying that
if
you add these up, we're very conservative, and we're possibly talking about somewhere around likely 2 million, 2.5, maybe more across the county surplus above what is projected, but it doesn't make sense for us to assume that if we were to bring that in.
Same summary on sales tax.
But we'll probably come out in the black.
Same summary on sales tax. You're likely to be more than I've got in there, but there's no guarantee, and they're estimating a possible economic downturn. So those two together work, like the school, for instance.
Yeah.
If sales tax is short, you're more likely to make it up in property tax. And you're likely not to be short in sales tax, very likely.
Mr. point.
So I think you've hedged your bets pretty well. We can bring those revenues up, but it's gonna take away some of your
Let's leave
savings.
them alone. Let's do our thing.
So, you're not gonna like my comment, but I promised Commissioner Smith I would bring it up later.
Okay.
When the state allowed us to raise the amount of poverty for the tax freeze, Mr. Smith wanted to raise it to the max, and I said, oh gosh, we can't, but we'll look at it later. If we come in, can we possibly, when we decide if we come in, with a surplus,
It'd be too late.
actually, it will be too late, but I'm just saying in the next cycle, if we could ask finance to start looking at just incrementally a little bit, because I did promise Commissioner Smith we would look at
I
something.
mean, that's fine.
It would be looking at income levels and.
Yeah, no, I know.
What is our top income level right now?
I can't recall off the top of my head, but the problem you've got is these amounts, you think they go up every time, but because people are passing away.
Yeah.
It's historically not changed a lot. The problem is when we start estimating those, if you're not careful, you think by changing, I don't know, the rate 10%, you're gonna pick up 10%, but not necessarily.
Not
That makes 10%, maybe 80% of your people covered.
And I
It's
have
probably
no
gonna
idea.
exponentially
I think it bears out an analysis, and like I said, I promised him I would make sure not forget.
I
They
get
change
scared.
those with, it's gonna be
I just
hard
want to put
get
it out there that
That's fine.
we should, and, you know, they need a little inflation rate.
I would just say cautiously do it by small increments because
Yes.
the problem is you change it's an exponential change, but at the same time, there's a lot of, they're requalified every year, so people passing away, coming in and moving all the time.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a very hard number to lock down. I would say caution. I'm not saying it's.
Is there any sort,
but I'd be cautious.
is there any reason, so just because I want to kind of move us on here, I think the thrust of this is that we leave this alone. Anybody got any objection to that?
I like
We'll
it.
tax is a similar situation. It's super high, but I say conservative.
So-
We don't know what's gonna happen.
We have, the sheriff here, so you wanna do yours?
Yeah. Let's do it. I don't know if you just heard that, but we have no more money.
That's not what I heard.
If we have a downturn, we're going to. So how do you want to pay it?
I always bet.
He's like, I bet on Sumner.
I'm risk adverse, so I've been.
that's good.
That's me too.
I'm sure you guys can see from the email in your, well, good morning, first of all.
Good morning.
I'm sure you can see from the email in your package, there are 5 things that I asked to be added back to the budget or to be modified in the budget. The 6th thing is the EVP grant that I talked with, Steph about this morning, and I will get final numbers on that. That grant has already been approved by the county commission, it's a multi-year grant, we just need to tell finance which lines to put FY '26 funding into. First, I would like to request all the steps above COLA be added back. The total for the entire sheriff's office is $243,033. Step raises in law enforcement are paramount when you talk about retaining your qualified employees. It's the standard across the board if you look at places like Lebanon, Gallatin, Hendersonville, THP, all of your law enforcement agencies have step raises. That $243,000 allows us to add that back in and retain our good employees. It also helps recruit. Several years ago, when Commissioner Boyd, Director Long, and I sat down and did the 2.5-day project to talk about the step raises, recruitment was abysmal. After the step raises came in, recruitment went up significantly. We had been planning to ask for the 8 additional positions. We went ahead and did a civil service test and are prepared. We have people prior certified that want to come work at the sheriff's office. Step raises are one of their concerns. We did interviews, we talked to these guys, they want to come work, they're qualified applicants. I would just implore you guys to have the step raises back as in the law enforcement community. On the sheriff's budget, we had 2 additional clerical staff. I would like to remove those 2 additional clerical staff. They were budgeted at $194,602 total, and add back in the corrections sergeant, which was budgeted at $105,690. After sitting down with my staff, the correctional sergeant is a much greater need.
What was a little bit, the subtracting out was, so you removed 2?
I removed 2 clericals from the sheriff's side at $194,602.
Okay.
And add back in the correctional sergeant, which is $105,690. And that puts $88,912 back.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? question on that?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want it to sound ugly, so just for clarification. So I know you have an MOU on employee numbers. Are you giving up one of your employee numbers?
No, these were, the 2 clerical staff were additional new requests this year.
Oh, I see. I didn't think you, I just wanted.
Right. Next, in the captain lines under the sheriff, there's a disparity in the captains. I'm of the opinion those guys are appointed. They work all the time. I would like parity for the captains across the board. And that would add $4,982 for one of the captain's salaries.
Is this
It
page
seems like,
33?
it seems like we're missing the
Yeah.
number.
What page?
Yeah, I think what happened was the front and back. Because that happened on one of the other things that we had.
You want me to run that copy of this for everybody?
No, I can.
Yeah, we don't have page
We're
2,
missing it.
4, 6.
Oh, the way you do.
Hey, Jessica,
Why
Yes,
don't you?
hey, if you want to just hand it to Lynn and say, hey, can you make me 10 copies or whatever?
Yeah.
She'll bring it back in here.
Following Commissioner Boyd, do you have MOE on clerical?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you do?
The whole, their rule is you cannot shrink the amount or the number without the sheriff's consent from the prior year. State statute.
Thank you. So if you reduce your clerical by 2, will that increase over time?
No, because these were 2 new clerical positions that I'm replacing.
Okay.
I took those out.
And the step amount was 253.
She took it away. I think it was
243.
243.
Is that inclusive of benefit?
That was the total of the requested additional column that was on the
That
original.
don't pay Social Security, Medicare, retirement.
That, I don't know.
So let's assume it doesn't, let's just add 2%, because we've got 280.
You'd have to put in a 7.65 and 12.
Yeah, I always put in a 1.2 modifier.
Yeah, a little bit, about 20%.
1.2.
No.
Yes, sir.
That's all right.
This is exactly the kind of stuff.
0.2, not 0.0.
This feedback,
One point.
for me anyway, is phenomenal. Like,
Yeah,
hey,
0.2.
Yeah.
I appreciate what you're trying to do,
20%,
but you know, this staff is what I really need, so thank you. No, thank you for that.
Just as a refresher, and I'm sorry, I don't recall, how many new, employees do you have this year?
8 patrol deputies, and the 2 clerical are what was the outcome of the last budget meeting. I would like to drop those 2 clerical and add back to corrections.
So I'm gonna, first, let me make sure I've got everything here. And if I haven't, I know you're gonna print something out. So you're asking step raises. I went ahead and bumped this up. You had 243,000. I did a 1.2 modifier, put it to about 285,000. That sounds about, in or about that. Remove clerical minus 194. Add in the correction sergeant, 105, 698, and then, just shy of 5,000 for, the captains.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's, a difference of about 175, 180,000.
I'm not done just yet.
Okay.
There's a few more things on that list.
Okay, yeah.
One of those puts money back in, and I don't, from memorization, I don't.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure I was caught up, because we were missing sheets, and I'm jotting it down as we go.
Yeah, I'm having
I
her
don't
make,
think you could net future requests against other requests.
Well, if it was
If
a
he
future,
to request 5 every
But it was
weekend, then we'd have a net nothing.
but if it was a future request that's already baked in, then we can net it. If it's
Well, we're
future,
not baked in into what they.
well, no, but if it's baked into this budget, then you can. You know what I mean? If it's baked into this, it is baked into this published budget.
I hear you.
The
Yeah.
steps in here. No, it's not.
No, it's not for MOE.
I didn't think.
You're right there. I'm just trying to I'm just working off of this. I'm taking this as go ahead. Oh, let's go ahead and complete.
The number 4 is I would like to have the building improvements made, put back into the capital lines for the remodel of the old General Sessions Courthouse. I understand there was $100,000 left to have it designed. I just think if the space is already allocated, we're gonna have it designed. The sheriff's office needs the space. I don't think anybody could walk around the sheriff's office and say that we don't need the space. Why would we wait to appropriate the money when we have it in? I think last time Mr. Long said if we gave, or maybe it was Commissioner Show said, if we gave every capital request, we'd still have 14 million left. So if we have the money, we know we need the space, let's go ahead and do it. That's my opinion. I'd really like to get it done. These guys, we need the space for the sheriff's office.
Didn't we approve at least, I think $100,000 to get started on that? Has the process been started at all?
We can't until we approve the budget.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, got it.
Question is $100 enough to start it, I don't know, we'll have to look.
So we're talking about adding back in 4.4 million?
Yes, ma'am, and that estimate came from the county engineer, who came over and walked, we kind of talked through what we need, what we want. He called around to some other places that done recent construction.
And I get this, right, like you realize that, you're realizing that, hey, we've got a little bit of a surplus of capital this year, and you don't want that 4.4 to go away.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, so I get that. And I don't either. I would personally be fine with this, but I also realize that there are gonna be some different opinions. The most important thing in my mind is that we have enough in there to at least get it started. So I would probably support this. I don't know how far it'll go, but anyway, I get it.
And then number 5, in the uniform line of the sheriff's budget, it should be at 100,000. When I look at the budget spreadsheet, it's at 190,000. So take 90,000 out of that, put it back into the general fund.
Okay.
And then obviously I will get the EVP grant lines today.
So for the amounts, I'm gonna take that 4.4 to the side, because that's a one-time thing. For the recurring amounts, I have 243, and I added 45,000 to that for benefit wrap. Remove the clericals, that's subtract out 194,000, correction starts at 105,690.
Any benefit need to be?
Yeah, we probably need to add that in. So let's call that 125.
Did you take it on the far side?
I did take that on the far side.
He took it on the far side of the
Those should be wrapped costs.
Oh, so it should be wrapped.
Yeah, we can verify.
Okay.
Even number 1, even going back to the,
Number 1 is not wrapped.
Okay.
I just totaled that column.
Okay.
Number 2 should be wrapped costs.
Got it.
That from the far right.
okay.
So the captions, so the 107, so if we were to net all this out, so it's, let's call it 295, minus 195.
So before we go there, I have a discussion.
I just want to try to get a number. Plus 105, 106, and then plus 5. So $211 difference if we did everything. Okay.
What about line, the 90,000 and line 5? Is that,
Oh yes, subtract out the 90,000. So
as well?
This makes
Getting
no
that back.
sense, netting back and forth, but I do have a question.
all right, go ahead.
So if we're gonna go step, are we gonna make a policy to step
Well,
up department?
so this is.
I mean, we're gonna have to.
I get it. So I wanted to actually address this. I was just trying to get to a number first before I went down this path, because I have a thought here.
Yeah, I just didn't think netting.
So, and I'm not saying we want to do it. I'm just trying to get it to a bottom line. Here's my thought on the step raises. I would like to, and whether we do it this year or whatever, this is my opinion. I would like to get to a spot where instead of us trying to track every single step raise amount, I mean, this is what you do in business. You would basically give a department head a certain raw amount each year. So you would do COLA, and the COLA is a percentage, and then there would be a flat amount which we could give. As I know, David, you don't like this idea.
No, I'll count these numbers, I can't.
Yeah, so you can basically give a flat amount for the department head to distribute as they see fit.
For merit.
For merit, step, how they can, I don't care what they do.
I actually think that's a good idea.
Like, this is what we need to do. Now, it saves us a lot of time, it gives you a little bit of flexibility.
Actually doing that anyway, because limited to win the line items, he can do whatever he wants to in his line items. He'd have to get you to do line items. I can do that. The mayor can do that.
Yeah, that's right. So,
Any of them can do
so
that.
we're doing a lot, you're exactly right. So we're doing a lot of work here that, like, he can move around anyway. So I'm fine with, if we're going to do a little bit of work, I think we could probably figure this out today. We can give, I'm not saying it's going to be everything you asked for, but we can give you an amount, And I think we could probably go through each of the other budgets and give them a small amount and do the same, and I bet it wouldn't throw the budget out, and it would basically solve the problem you're worried about, because, hey, we're giving steps here, we're not giving steps there. We're like, hey, we got rid of HR because we cannot dictate to these departments. Oh, let me finish.
No, I like it.
So,
I'm with you.
so we can't do that anyway. Let's acknowledge that we can't do it. Let's give a little bit to each department and say, hey, your departments can do this with this small amount, however they see fit, and that's the policy. We at the county level, we give a percentage-based COLA, then we give each department head a small amount that they can structure as a step raise or as bonus, merit bonus, however they see fit, and then we're done. And I think, Mr. Hyde, this gets closer to what you said that you wanted to do for a long time. Just give them an amount.
Okay, so you're saying, I apologize, you're saying, okay, so now we're gonna do a 3% COLA, and then we're gonna give each department another set amount?
Some small amount, a flat amount, a dollar amount. And those
That's the part I
it
don't
won't be
like.
an equal amount. It'll be.
Why don't we make it a percentage?
Make an amount per employee.
We can come up with a formula for that.
Flat percentage would be.
A percentage would be easy to do.
My concern is you've had hearings, you're changing budgets,
Yeah.
already been through hearings, and they reopen the hearings process.
Do it at this point in the ballgame.
If it was just a flat, like, point some percentage, I'm sure everybody'd be glad to take the money.
Yeah, but then we'd have to go through this again.
We gotta go.
Why would we have, we're giving them extra.
Because the
I
Eric's
don't
on
think
his last,
they're
so
gonna
whatever
oppose
you give him,
Well, they won't do that, they'll have to give it 10 days.
Yeah,
Oppose
yeah, we
giving
got.
them
So
money.
you're really going to, technically, though, you made a proposal, you took the proposal, you didn't take the proposal. If you didn't take it, they got a right to a hearing. If you change it here, you didn't take the proposal, we're back in
That's
here.
right. That's.
So we're changing the rules though, right here, because we're changing the
Well,
rules. Whether you say it's, we're gonna
you're
give
right.
a little bit of money, or
You're-
a percentage, you're still changing.
You're right.
It's the same.
I think there's another way to handle it.
I'm open.
Here you got Eric here, okay, we some of these lines, put whatever flat amount you give him. The other one that's got hearings today, that agree with you, you put their flat amount in here. You prove your budget, you find out what the amount you have left, you do a resolution by each department putting an amount in the line item.
You
As
have
soon as you approve the budget, you say, are you agreeable
a
to the
percentage
extra
might be
money?
more than that.
I have a big responsibility.
You have a
I
big
need-
budget, this
People are
may
calling, I
bring
think they're
you,
gonna be late here.
this may
If
bring
you're
you
like saying you
more
can do a
money if you
resolution
apply.
for a major, you might get back into hearings.
But what if it brings less? As we write, and so here's my pushback on that. I know that this number meets the steps that we sat down and studied 2 years ago. So, inflation has only risen, right? Cost of living has only risen. So I know that the steps aren't gonna be less than this. So that's why I'm asking for
But
that.
I know that we budgeted your new hires at 75,000, we budget you at the top of the scale.
I budgeted them at
Yeah.
step 10, that way I can
So
hire
you
a guy
can
with 10 years
hire.
long experience. to
Right,
come and
so we're
provide
budgeting
certain
kinda, I see it in there, that it's quite a spread.
I
And
know,
I'm happy for it, I haven't opposed it at all.
I think it's important.
Yeah, I saw that and I liked it.
I'm happy with a percentage, as long as I'm able to give the steps to the employees.
you know, your solution next year may be that you come into all the departments and give like what the lower CPI is, then find out you got an excess and then divide it systematically 4 steps in merits and give it to the department head. But right now you went into the 3%, you're top, and you're coming back for the steps, so that's kind of what you're doing.
I like to get the flex number.
Oh, I love it, I just want it to be fair.
And I think that way,
If I was a department head, I mean, like, I think Matt said, like, at my job, that's what I'm given, like a pool of money, and then I can distribute it and say, hey, Terry's killing it, so I wanna give her, you know, as much money as I can, but Mark sucks, and I don't wanna give him any of that. So you could distribute that, and you're a constitutionally elected officer, so you should have the authority to do that. I should not be telling you, you have to give this guy a $5,000 raise, while you can't give this guy a $10,000.
I think you're doing good, Mark.
This is why I outrank you.
And if I
Hey,
can
Mark, I think you're doing good.
About- once David steps away from the spreadsheet, we're not gonna be able to do that. Because we're not gonna have it broken down. Am I correct on that?
Most counties aren't this, but
We're not gonna
all
have that now.
you, your
We're not
guys,
gonna be able
that
to
other
do
system,
that.
you have, ClearCut's done a lot of stuff you still got.
Just ClearGov integrated with units.
That's one place to pull stuff over on the payroll.
I've done some research with other sheriffs around who have ClearGov. One is going away integrate with their system.
You know what, can we
So,
do?
That was the number one question.
And just let everyone,
They actually can import and export between the
I don't
systems.
think it's good.
Here's,
Carolyn does a
So-
great job over there.
So we,
Just provide department heads. Why would we not just provide department heads guidance going into next year that we're looking at this and let them know ahead of that? Because
Yeah, I agree.
We're fixing to beat up against them.
yeah,
we've already pushed this back.
Yeah, I agree with
We
you.
don't need to do it again.
so, all right,
We've been talking about this for years, and I don't remember, recall off the top of my head, what the major pushback. I mean,
Money?
I think some departments, they don't wanna make those decisions.
well,
I think it makes it easy,
Part of being a
it makes it
manager.
easy, hey, this is it.
I mean, that's what we get paid more for. I mean, I'm not being mean.
No, I get it, I know, I'm right, we've been talking about this for
Well, we
years.
also,
That's why you get.
we also don't have a systematic way of evaluating employees for merit raises.
but, and I get that, but
That ain't my problem.
That is
exactly right. We're the board of directors,
That's why you have an HR department.
but we, so I'm,
Hey, man,
Systematic.
wait a minute, so, but an HR department at the county level could tell Mr. Craddock, we want you to do this, and Mr. Craddock could say pound sand, and there is, and so the HR department has no power. It's true.
it's an old
Hey, man, here's a possible solution. You determine what you wanna give to the ones that's got the hearing. You got a place that says other county benefits or other. You determine how much you guys are willing to give up for the remaining departments in total, and you stick it as a miscellaneous line item. You come back in August,
In a
and you
minute,
debate it, figure out.
that's how I think we should.
That way you don't have all the hearings done, you don't delay the
That
budget,
is how I was just.
and you're still not draining your fund balance.
This is what I just said to Mr. Harrison, that's how I think we ought to go here, and I think we should consider this one of its, own accord, we know what we're gonna do, we can amend the budget after we get it passed, and on top of that, give guidance for next year. And we did something similar to this last year, right, like we passed the budget, and Mr. Craddock, we got the budget passed, and we gave some guidance that, you know, we had a little bit of cushion, and we could, and this was to zero out the ARPA raises, right? So we gave some guidance and then came back and amended the budget. We've done this before, it worked fine. I think that we should do that same approach this year. So here's what I'd like to do. I'm gonna make this motion. Do you have anything else, Mr. Craddock? Oh, go ahead.
I have a question.
Go ahead, and then I'll.
Are any of our other departments that are coming also wanting increase in their pay?
Yes.
And if
And
we, I'm just saying, if we do this now, are we setting the thing, we're gonna go all day and everybody gets all their money? And
No, I'm not saying everybody's gonna get all their money, but, I mean, yeah, we're gonna do,
Can we look at everybody's money together?
we could,
I don't know, I don't know
mean,
how
it's not-
big it is.
I mean, we could do that.
I didn't hear that question, what was that
I
question?
said, of the other departments that are coming today, can we get a total of how much everybody wants?
And
before
then
we
discuss
start
it in
That's fine.
workshop,
That's
and
fine.
discuss it in workshop?
That's fine.
I think that way we know what the
That
whole is.
makes sense. That makes sense.
When your employees find out that we may go this instead of a step, to me, I see that, as Commissioner Lambert said, it's a carrot. He didn't say carrot, I'm saying a carrot, because I like merit, private sector works on merit, and will that be better for your employees in the long run? Will that increase productivity
I don't think
and,
so. I don't think so, for several different reasons. I think the step system is what is the norm in law enforcement. It may not be the norm in banking, it may not be the norm in whatever other industry, that is the norm. And if you go to Hendersonville's finance right now, they have a step system, THB, everyone has a step system, right, that's the norm. Number two, I have a little bit of a moral dilemma, talking about merit and law enforcement, right? Are you now rewarding them for going out and making 100 traffic stops in a month, or service to the public? You know what I mean? I think there is some debate to be had there, and some critical thinking that I would have to apply to that. I think the step system, for just those two reasons, is the best way to do it.
because it's
it's equal, you're paying them for their experience and their institutional knowledge. If I had a 10-year deputy today, hire a year one deputy, yes, he's there, he's in the car, he's doing it, but he doesn't have the experience and the know-how of Sumner County and how we do things, how the court system operates. There is just an intangible amount of stuff that comes with your experience.
I definitely do not want to, sorry, did I cut you off? I definitely do not want a scenario. What I do want is a scenario where we can get a little bit out of, I think it was important for us to get into the weeds after the last couple of years because we had so much variance vis-a-vis other, but I want to get to the point where we're out of that and if you want to give step raises, you give step raises. If somebody else wants to give merit, you give merit. We don't care. We give you a certain amount. I mean, it's basically kind of how we did with the schools. This year it worked just fine. We noticed we haven't had all this hope. We said, hit this number, they come back, you hit the number, and we're fine. That's kind of where I want to get to with this. What I don't want is and I 100% agree with you that we don't want a scenario where we're rewarding people for giving tickets. You know, like that. And I'm not saying they would do that, but like, you know,
there's a perception there.
Yeah, that would be a
He could take their money and split it out into his own steps.
Yeah, so all right, anything else on this? I think I like your idea of putting it together. Ms. Pratt, if you have anything else, sir?
Can I just ask one question back to the thing, and I've talked to you about this before, that bothers me about investing in that building over there. And tell me again how long we're going to be in that building over there?
Well, that depends.
It's a big investment, and we've got the recovery part we're investing.
I think about 2040 is when that jail's going to have either a major rehab or a new jail. That can be prolonged with some ideas that I've had that I've discussed with some various commissioners. I'm not ready to talk about here today.
You think 15 more years?
Yes, I think that's a pretty conservative estimate. A jail, I mean, you call TCI today and they'll tell you a jail age is 3 to 1.
I'm sorry, 3 to 1.
So the average building, 1 year lifespan is 3 years in a jail. And that makes sense, right? There's 800 people in there today that don't want to be in there. So, don't take care of it.
I got you. Accelerate. Got it now.
Jail's working dog years. Yeah, that's the truth. And the mayor
But
said
that
we're all
worries me more.
Well,
Do you want to build another jail?
Well, when we, no,
it's
it's not me, it's the sheriff. When the sheriff wants to build a new jail, we're gonna build a new jail. And if we've just dumped $10 million in to rehab it, and
Commissioner Boyd just wants it on the long-term capital plan. That's what
yes,
she
I
wants.
would like to have
Yes.
a long-term capital plan before investing $4.5 million.
Oh, there you go, see,
So the $4.5 million is for the sheriff's office. So.
Right. And then recovery courts want more money too to rehab their side. It's just investment in the building.
Right.
And I'm all for you building a new building,
I do not want a sheriff's office administration building away from the jail.
so we would move it when it comes time.
Well, there are statutory things that say that the jail's got to be in the county seat, I believe, the law says that. So it can't move far. I think it's in a good place. It's close to the courthouse, and I want to go.
You got plenty of
there. I think there's room there for us to expand. I think it makes sense for us to expand. I think I like that.
So we'll work on the capital plan.
Work on the
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Boyd?
No, sir.
Thank you, Sheriff Braddock. Okay, perfect timing. Mr. Blanton, Judge Blanton.
I'm not ready for another jail.
I'll get it out.
What happened? Alligator?
Excuse me, my tardiness, I had a courtroom full of people, I was trying to get through some of the documents. I did and ran out the courtroom, so we just have to hold on till I get there. I'm here asking for an addition. I hired, as you know, who were at the commission meeting Monday night, Wanda Bryant retired after 29 years, and I hired her replacement out of the clerk's office. And I'm just asking for additional $2,000 for her pay. That's what I told her I would start her out, and it's $2,000 more than I had originally asked for in that budget. And because I wanted it to be a promotion for her out of the clerk's office, and I'm just asking under General Sessions Division 1 that we just add $2,000 to my payroll. It's still going to be a lot less, obviously, from last year. And I didn't spend anywhere near my budget last year, so I'm asking for this extra $2,000.
You hired this person from where?
Clerk's office.
Is this gonna be a domino effect? Or? them coming to us for more, they backfill that one so well
Fill that role.
with external.
I'm sure they did external.
He cut his budget last year based on what he said.
Okay.
We just asked him for the 2,000
Back, basically, okay. That should, I mean, I know we said we'd consider it all at once, but this is pretty minor.
I think it's.
I'm fine with adding that right back. Anybody objection? Yeah, we can add that one right back.
I'm also, I'm not on, it's not on here, but I also oversee the judicial commissioners. I can't come back.
It is on here, it's F.
It's on, yeah.
Yeah,
And they're gonna have a representative here, but it's under my, responsibility. And, I'm just asking this, the budget committee reconsider, as I told you, we eliminated, I think, 2 part-time positions, and they're just trying to have 1 full-time position. And that's what I'm asking for, is to go back to what we were at in 2018 as far as full-time positions. I think we'll only have 1 part-time position instead of 3. So we're just taking those 2 to part-time and making it 1 full-time position.
what's the difference in the,
It's according to how much their health benefits, you're gonna have the 12.22% for retirement, and then whatever the cost of the health is, it can be up to $20,000 a year, so we're talking
$20,000?
25, what's going on.
We'll add,
You can ask, the representative's gonna be here from the commissioner's office, but since it's under my responsibility, I thought that while I was here, I would at least address you all and let you know what they're asking for, and just ask you to consider that.
I think we put that one into workshop. Okay, and then recovery, did you have a question, Ms. Boyd?
That's the,
I was gonna say, since we're talking about department heads and everything, but we can do that.
Yeah, if you want, go ahead, Judge Plant. She's gonna hold her question until you're done. Did you guys have
Recovery
the
court.
recovery court?
There's an email from you on
Okay,
June
there's-
6th.
The email about the recovery court is, after the last, during this entire process, there's been confusion, probably my confusion, probably everybody else knows what's going on, but my confusion about the build out down at the old courthouse. Whether or not there was gonna be opioid money used for that, whether we needed additional fundings, and just to kind of update you all what's taken place since the last time we were here. We met with an architect at the site and walked through the site, and we really, the original site that was developed had adding, I think it was 4 bathrooms, 5 bathrooms, that we walked through it. I told him, we don't need those many bathrooms, we've got enough bathrooms. We just need to build walls for offices, paint, carpet. There's some demo that has to be done, and cut out a door and a wall so they can use one of the bathrooms that are still existent, still building. They originally came back, Mayor was with us in that walkthrough, Mr. Klein was with us through the walkthrough. And when we went through it, we got shortly thereafter a bid back from the architect for $1.3 million. And I was asked to add this to the budget, so as soon as I got that, I added it to the budget that was out of David's office. I did that, and then we started scrutinizing the bid, and I was like, the mayor has already said he'll take care of the parking lot and the outside. I'm just looking at the inside. So I asked him to look at their estimate again to see the differentiate between the two. Well, they came back with my bid at roughly $640,000, which is what we originally thought it was going to cost to start with. Now, granted, that hasn't been budgeted out yet or sent out for bid yet, but it's a whole lot less than me coming back to ask you for $500,000 more. And quite frankly, I was embarrassed that I had to even send that email to you because I don't want to spend any more dollars than I have to spend to get this renovated. And so when that came in, we already had money appropriated. David's office, Jessica called me, and I think they went to the opioid abatement committee and said, show me the money that is actually here. The money's there. The $500,000 that I requested, as well as the the $132,000 from Recovery Court Foundation for the $632. You all had previously at the last budget authorized $150, and And so with all of that money, I don't need any more.
Okay.
All right? Now, I did, after talking to David, ask that it be just for the capital long-term to leave that original amount in there, because I'm sure there's going to be a point in time that we'll, you asked us to plan. I'm trying to plan into the future so it's not a shock. I don't see any immediate use for that money, but I at least wanted to put that out there for a 10-year plan that we've got this money set aside.
Got it.
So that's the request that I made.
We got the 500 from the with 132. We got a 640 estimate. There's about 30,000 for the outside of that.
Right, but that's not me.
Well, that's what you got about 6.
So,
Right.
so bottom line here, we're good on this, and
Well, there's architectural fees too, so we think we're close.
yeah.
We'll go bid it. We're gonna go bid it.
So, there's no blocker here. Your 2,000, we're adding back, nobody had a problem with that, and then the 25,000 for the judicial commissioners, we're gonna hear that out, and then we're gonna handle that during the, workshop.
Right now, we don't know where we're exactly at. We don't think it's significantly off. When we bid it through architectural.
Yeah, but that's normal, that's normal stuff.
Yeah,
Okay,
I told you I don't want to nickel and dime you, so I'm
Any-
feeling
I
bad
just wanna
about
ask
putting
you-
everything in.
go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're looking at giving a little bit more money.
Okay.
I'll start with that. So, it has been approached that maybe a small percentage or flat rate for merit raises for a department to, incentivize their employees or reward. And I'd like to know if you could speak for yourself or from the judicial as a department, how would that work for you? Do you see that as
I see that as a wonderful, most companies and most governmental agencies, departments, have some type of, what they call a step raise. That after you've been there and you've successfully done your job for maybe every second year, you get a X amount of dollar raise. And 2 more years if you've done, and then there's an actual cap out that after 20 years, this is the maximum amount that you can make, and then you just get cost of living on top of that. I know that in the state system, all the administrative and all the assistants, we were on you can go look at what anybody's salary is, and we start out at a certain amount, and ours was every year, we got, I think we got a $2,500 raise every year for 20 years, and then we were topped out, and all we got after that was cost of living. Now, we got the step raise and cost of living at the same time, and it's the same way for our administrative staff. They got a salary, and then they got bumped up either $1,000 every year plus cost of living, and that went up to 20 years, and they were topped out at that. That's the maximum amount they could make. They could just get cost of living increases over that.
So Judge Blanton, here's the context of this is, and I'm sorry I cut you off, sir.
That's okay.
The context of this is, we just had this basic discussion with Chair Craig, and it's been an ongoing discussion, and he was kind of just looking at me with a grin when you mentioned the phrase step raise. But, the idea here is that we would not try to set step raises for anybody. Like, we don't want to, one, by law, you could disregard it anyway, and two, it's not, I think, our role to try to go in and dictate what, like a step system. Instead, the way this would work is that we would give, just like you said, each department would get guidance every year with cost of living, which we've done since I've been here, at least since it's gone. And then on top of that, each department, we're going to have to figure out a formula. And this will be either an amendment to this budget this coming year or guidance for next year, a flat amount or some additional percentage, some amount that would be at your discretion. So it would not be so what I guess what I'm driving at here is that there would be, I think, extra work for each department head to have to kind of figure out how they're going to handle that their own. And that would be the trade-off for us not getting into department's business and a little extra. So that's.
I guess I'm of the difference of opinion there, because if you take that away from me, I can't abuse it. If I'm a department head, I can see, if I have a favorite within my department, I can give that whole 10% or whatever it is to somebody. And if not, everybody knows what they're gonna make. And quite frankly, the commission would know each year what your payroll is gonna be for the following year, if as long as you have to factor in any turnover, but you would have this, everybody's getting the same amount. So you don't have this, so-and-so in my office is making this, and I'm only making that. And so that's the beauty of it.
The answer, I think, if I may, is that we ask them to put it in their policy. Before we hold the money, everybody come back with your policy and spell it out. That way, we save you from having everybody say your plain favorite.
I don't wanna cause any more trouble than what I've said, but the fact of the matter
But
is,
we
the
ask
sheriff's
them,
department
we
has
hold
their
the
own
money.
policy, the clerks have their own policy.
Exactly, everybody has their own.
We don't. I don't have a policy. My
We-
policy is what the county's policy.
That needs working on.
Well, we can go, this is its own kind of monster. We're trying to solve a problem systemically, and I know this board was just kind of asking your thoughts on it.
But that's why I wanted to say what I mean.
I agree with him.
From a business person's perspective, it's a lot easier for me if I know everybody's gonna, for the morale in my office, they all know what they're gonna get each year. So there's no grappling with, well, you gave this person 5%, and I only got 3.5%.
There is, what we could do.
But what makes somebody want to work? I guess that's where I'm.
But this is government, you know.
The thing about this is,
Everybody works hard to go.
Well, I'm just saying that, what I'm saying is, what I'm getting at is this, when I am building if I'm building a widget, I want the number of widgets, the people who build the most widgets get the most dollars, right? Like, you want that kind of incentive. But to Sheriff Stratton's point is the perfect amount. Many things in government are not designed to like produce more and more and more. In fact, sometimes you don't want to incentivize somebody. You don't want to incentivize somebody to write more tickets. For example, you don't want to incentivize. We've actually had in the United States several, not here, but we've had instances where judges have, and I know this would not happen here, where judges have gotten in trouble because there have been instances of it appear to be impropriety for giving people longer sentences based on. Sure. That's it. My point here is that if you start adding incentive for certain government entities, particularly in the judicial system, you don't want any view of impropriety. So I get where y'all are coming
if I can address Dylan's question, Ms. Lambert, your question is, in my department, there is no place to go up. Okay?
Yeah.
In the sheriff's department, you have an incentive to do well because you could be promoted. You can't be promoted in my office. And there's a lot of departments falls underneath county government where there are no promotions unless you run for that office. That's your job. Unless, I'm sure the mayor's office is the same way. You have administrative people, the only way they get promoted is if they run for an election or they do something like that. So there's not that. The incentive is do your job and keep your job. And so, in a private sector where you're trying to work harder in order to get the next promotion, it's a little different incentive than when you go to work in government, I would say. It's not that they don't work any harder. It's just when they accept a job, they know this is my job and this is what I'm going to do.
So, and this is just a question, so as a government county employee, do they get, you could step, longevity, and COLA?
If you end up doing that.
So here's
I'm just trying to learn.
This isn't set up. And I know we could, actually no one else is here, but we could let Judge Blank go. I know he's.
Mayor's office isn't here.
Okay. But in any case, here's what we could do, and I kind of want to set this aside going forward, just because I don't know that we're going to tackle it in this budget. But what we could do is this: we could put together a kind of a county-based system, and the department heads could choose that. Say, hey, Judge Bland, you want to choose that? You choose it. It's published. It's known. And our department heads could say, no, we decline it. Like Sheriff Craddock could say, hey, we decline it and we have our own policy. But the policy would be, you must have a policy, and you can adopt the county's step system, or you can have your own policy. And I think that solves the problem, but I don't think it's something that we can do with this
I can
budget.
tell you now that you have that with office policy, because each department head, I could write my own policy for General Sessions Division 1 and it'd be different than General Sessions Division 3. Or if we don't have our own policy, we follow all the general policies of the county. That's already in effect.
Right.
So, just so that you're aware of that. Thank you all. I need to get back. I got to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you all very much. Sorry for being late.
What you're talking about, I think, Mr. Long, didn't we see that from Rutherford County when we did that?
They have
Rutherford, that's what I'm asking, Rutherford. I liked it. Did you like that?
They have a countywide step system, but dare say they probably have to agree to that because several of your officers, and not the judge, have a right to petition the court.
As long as they, I like it.
But that's why I was saying what I was saying. You can here's the county policy. You don't want it, that's fine, and then the sheriff, if the county policy is more generous than the sheriff's policy, and his employees gripe about it, then he's the one who opted out of it. Ms. Burglar.
Right, and you said Hendersonville has it, the step, and they have it for the entire municipality, for all their government, not just, because they have rankings on all their employees, but we can't do that because of the constitutional officers. The municipalities don't really have
Rutherford
that.
does.
But
We looked at it.
They showed us.
But that's why I was saying.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying you have this base.
I don't mean can't, but
You have this base
can run
plan.
into problems with that.
Yeah, we can do great discussion.
Yeah, you're right. Mr. Mayor.
A special call, Mr. Chairman, a special call.
Can you bring us the Rutherford steps that we looked at?
Will.
And we can do it one shot.
Well,
Maybe.
let's just do this one, and then, look, this is a big, we're gonna solve this problem, but I don't know that we're gonna solve it for this today. Mr. Mayor, I think you are up.
Yeah, let me tell you what, he needed money because of comfort group to add on the Central Heat and Air Unit maintenance contract for one of the libraries.
Oh, okay.
We do not have a maintenance agreement for the libraries, we're just adding it on to Comfort Group.
How much is it?
I believe it's 23,000, is that correct?
I think so.
So one copy is,
It's per year.
per year.
Yeah.
It's
It's just,
It all five of them.
no, it's just Hendersonville.
It is.
The rest of them are covered. We just didn't have one.
It's for Hendersonville.
I like it.
And we need.
Oh, I see it. And this is,
There's no HVAC maintenance.
all right, that's fine. Any objection to adding that? Okay.
Can we just start voting on it and be done?
What?
We can just, we don't have to vote on all of them. Is there any objection to adding the 23,000 for the Hendersonville Library maintenance to add them into Comfort Air? Any objection?
No.
Okay. All right, so we can add that back in, Mr. Mayor, is that it? Okay, that was easy.
If everybody else gets money, you want something?
If everybody gets step raise, I want one too.
We don't have,
We haven't got step raises.
We'll put it
Well,
in consent.
more than,
You need to mention
30.
Ben said 94.
94.
94.
We want to take a break for this time.
yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
I just want you to look at the Rutherford step chart. It's just beautiful.
Okay, so we are at the Highway Department.
Can we do that one time first, Mike?
Oh, yeah, so I'll go ahead and notice real quick here, can everybody pay attention, just bring us back to order. So, Sheriff Craddock just mentioned, if you recall, our last, budget meeting, we had pulled a little bit over $400,000 out of our budget because of the new FCC guidance regarding how much, jails can, charge for phone services. The FCC has suspended that for a year, at least. I just spoke with Sheriff Craddock about it, so we can net that back into our budget. So that's going back in, $400,000.
But it goes into courthouse and jail maintenance fund, so not go into general.
Still. All right, just wanted to put that out there. Any questions on that? If not, Mr. Ellis, your show.
Hey, thank you for seeing me. I had an issue with getting my, budget turned in on time. It's totally my fault. It was something that, had a discrepancy and so it's late. So understanding, me and David talked about that at length and, wanted to make sure, because of that, the whole budget didn't really get downloaded into the system. And so in looking at this going forward, we have some just small numbers, something there's things in it that was 200 last year, needs to be 300 this year, different things like that. And then there's things I was gonna talk to you today. But I just wanted to start the meeting out and talk about that, and hopefully the whole budget, all the items, because there's some things that are so small that you wouldn't even recognize. And then we have the normal increases on the insurance and the bills and stuff like that, where we just kind of, went up 10%. Just because I talked to David, he felt like that would be a good amount to go up, just try to cover ourselves, because you just don't know, because sometimes the prices change throughout the year. We had, a couple of things I had talked about was I was wanting to add 2 positions in the budget, one clerical and one truck driver. What we have found on the clerical side, it's hard to get somebody, the person that's kind of the face of the department when you walk in is it's the position we're talking about. It's hard to find. I haven't been able to find. I'm sure the person's out there part-time that would love to do it, but I haven't found that person to get the kind of person we need that can answer the questions and do everything. Because it's a lot of information, but I need getting somebody full-time with benefits gets me in a better position to hire somebody that is a little more qualified, that can handle that pressure and answer the questions in certain situations. I feel like when we're trying new people out, it's just people call and they're about as confused after they've talked to them as they were when they called, before they called. So we're trying to correct that, and that's one thing that I want to do. Jamie and Christy so vital to the everyday things that we deal with to keep everything moving. They need that person to know how to do things so they can keep the bills paid and everything moving in the right direction. And what we found is we just have to keep on stopping and correcting issues and answering questions and doing things. So that's one item. And then the truck driver, it's just that throughout the last 3 years, I'm robbing Peter to pay Paul. I'm having to move my truck drivers around, and somebody is always short a truck driver. And so it's really going to help me with my production for my asphalt and my other crews, because I'm having to rob them all the time. So that really creates something for me to where it makes me more production oriented on a daily basis and helps me keep everybody efficient and instead of just making somebody shorthanded all the time. And I would love 3 new drivers, but I always try to look at these numbers in the light that trying to keep everything down at bare minimum as possible. So that's the way I look at it. So right now, that's why I'm saying 1 driver, 1 clerical person.
Were these in your original ask?
Yes.
They were, okay.
They were. And it's something that,
His original ask was carried over from last year, or is that because he missed the deadline?
Oh,
He missed the
yeah,
deadline, so we
got
went
it.
back to last year and
You
made
said that.
some adjustments.
Yeah, I just wanted,
What's
because I know I can see your.
what's the total amount?
He was wanting to go to his original request, which would be the 2 employees and then some other minor adjustments.
How much, what's the difference, do we know?
We'll have to go back and look.
All right, well, at the end of the day, I feel like this is one we consider during workshop, right? Like, if we're considering we pushed off the others. Anything that was above like a minor, $2,000 here or there, we pushed to workshop.
If we could only do one or the other, the truck driver or the office, which one would you rank higher and need?
well, they're both important for different reasons, but I have to have the truck driver. But if I say the clerical is less important, it's barely. That person is vital as well. But I have to have the truck driver to keep my production and my jobs moving in the right direction. Because like I said, I feel like I'm always robbing personnel from I'm just moving around
sheriffs. But we removed one position, and he came back today and wanted to swap it out, so I just wanted to see if we, you know, ahead of time.
I've got 2 full-time people in my office. I think the last administration had more than that, but we've got the one, right now I've got a lady that comes in and she works part-time, but it's just I just really need somebody that's a little better suited.
Would that do away with the part-time need?
Yes, that would go away. It's just really be making that part-time job full-time.
So it's 1.5 FTEs, is what you're asking for, plus the benefit.
Gotcha, okay.
Ms. Boyd?
I had a couple of questions. One I wanted to ask you, I'm trying to understand, the insurance, because I thought we had everybody, and maybe Mr. Lloyd can help, I thought we had everybody's vehicle insurance under the insurance, the self-insurance. Do we have another policy?
The way the insurance works is the highway and the county, the county general pays over a certain amount for claims, for on-the-job injury or liability.
And you can explain it to me later,
Right,
for the reason.
but
It's
for-
okay. I just wanted,
The reinsurance gets paid also from the funds over there, but I think, and we need to verify that today, but I think we did adjust those in, that was some of the things we did pick up. So we picked up part of Mr. Ellis's stuff, such as the insurance.
but like
health
with the
stuff,
sheriff's
the
office, like his insurance, his vehicles are somewhere else, not in his budget.
Yes, but they're in the general fund.
In the general fund, but
Right.
because we have the highway.
Toby's got his own tax levy, so his.
It's over there, I understand that. The other thing I wanted to ask, and it's just been a few months, with Kronos, you're not on Kronos yet. And I know one of the things we passed the other night is new employees are gonna have the whole bag, but your employees now, and we've discussed this before in financial management, if we could get you Kronos in, I believe it's gonna have, your clerks will be relieved of some of that pressure of having to accrue, like, tell finance who's gonna be here, so we pay them before they work and so.
He's already agreed to do Kronos.
Right, so
He's waiting
once we
on
get,
those.
are we gonna get Kronos to Toby to take some, I wanna take some of your,
Yeah, I've already
help
got a whole
some.
bag.
He's already got a whole
You
bag.
got the whole bag?
We've already.
We just need to get you Kronos, and then I think that's gonna relieve some of your clerical time.
And what well,
Is it not, how much time do you spend with the payroll?
Jamie does the payroll, and.
I just mean, if we could move you up to the top of the schedule, would that help?
He's
Yeah.
right
With this clerical
It's-
need?
Okay.
He's right after Sheriff and EMS. He is next on the.
Will it happen this year?
Well, the sheriff for reconfiguring for his changes, and then EMS.
And I just saying, if we could get you that, maybe
Well,
it would help you, and then we
That's
get you truck
not,
driver and
that's
get
not
yourself
all
the
the problem.
money.
We get hundreds of calls a day, literally. And so even with that clerical person, they're still having to stop and call. And then we do permits and people walking on the street, just.
Okay.
I mean, different.
I'm sorry, I just
But
wanted to see if we could
Yeah, I
get
get
you
what
some
you're
more
saying,
time
but
there.
it still does not, the position still would be much needed. But the Kronos, me and David talked, I've not ever wavered from that, is that I know there were some people that, Catherine, Carol, Sheriff, we'd all talked about it, and I said, you get some of these people in line, I want to fall in line too.
And I'm not saying that, I'm just trying to get some of your workload over to finance, so that you'll have more hours.
Well, let me be clear. Right now, the sheriff's department's on Kronos. We're trying to move them more to Pacer schedule and where you can.
Oh, I know all that, we don't need.
EMS
Yeah.
working on time keeping. Toby's next in the line, so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into that, I just wanted to say, if we could get you moved up, we might find you more time and get you the truck driver, that's all I want to ask.
There's one more item that does need to be talked about. It's on page number 22. Mr. Ellis received some FEMA money that equates to $193,156. He received it in May of this year, so it dropped into his fund balance. He's requesting to have it budgeted next year, the way he can use the money. He didn't have enough time to see it.
Any reason not to do that one? I don't think we need to worry about
Well, put it in there and see what happens.
Yeah, I'll move that over.
On his appropriations there. So there's, I've been, my 93 this year.
Sheriff, we're never gonna get EMS and sheriff. Well, I could think we get it tonight.
What do you do now? So call it now. That's what we do, give me balance estimated.
yeah, so I think we're all good with that one. Anything else for Mr. Ellis?
I just wanted to go over, you said $2,000 is like it's
I just admit that.
I know,
It was.
but I want to give you just a few big ticket items that's in here. If you download the whole thing, you're going to say, well, what's he doing this? I just want to answer. I went on the crushed stone item from 320 to 340, 340,000, and that being because when we got here, we had a fair amount of recycled material that we're using in place of base stone for shoulders and different applications. That has ran out, and what we're doing, we're having to buy, because of the state aid projects, one thing that's really good is when you get the state aid money and you're getting paid 98 cents for every dollar I'm spending on that, I have to go back in and shoulder the road, where some roads I don't have to shoulder. So when you're doing that on these state aid roads, wherever feasible, I have to come back and do the shoulders, and we do that on other roads as well. But that has made me go up to where because I don't have that secondary item to use anymore, I'm having to spend more money on crush and run, and that's the reason I added 20,000 to that. I also had talked to Commissioner Shove about my salt back last year. The last 2 years with the snow and the ice that we've had, I have totally depleted our resources twice and got down to where, if you have a light year and you just kind of add to it, you kind of build up the inventory. And so what's happened is, over last year versus the year before, is I didn't get to build up. I just had enough, and I ran out again. And I had enough money to get through the winter, but I added 30,000 to that item on top of what I normally get to try to offset that trend.
You guys already took that one. They took that last time.
Okay.
Is that this brine took?
No, this is salt.
Salt.
Yeah, but we use that salt to make our brine, because we make our own. And I'm trying to think if this other big, let's see, that I've added that, the liquid AC. Last year we were at 185,000. I've moved that up $50,000 to 235,000, and that's because we're doing more paving this year. Because going forward, it's going to take more liquid AC because we're getting to do more paving. And then we also have the patch truck that's going in. It uses the oil as well, and so the good thing about that is it'll probably be a total wash, because when we're using it, we use the liquid AC with the chip to fill in the potholes, and it makes it as you shoot it, so we don't have to buy asphalt for that. And so it will probably save the 50,000 that we're having to spend for the AC, but
He's asking for 20 more in the crushed stone and 50 more in liquid AC.
What's our, we have that in real quick.
Big crushed stone also. Put that in. And then that is 50.
These aren't salaries, so I think
There's
it's not a big deal.
a lot of us big pushing out here. Say 82.
the rest of the items are things that Mr. Shove was taught, they're under $2,000.
I mean, what's the total amount of the changes of that small ones?
It's
30,000.
Yeah. It's not much.
I don't see a problem here. It's not materially changing it. That's not gonna mess us up with the, 20% that we require?
Well, they want him to have a minimum of, but he's not there anyway, but he's better than he has been.
Yeah.
2 divided by 12.
But I mean, it's not, it's
16.6 is what they want him to have, but we're estimating 13.6.
So we gotta come up with another, $300,000?
We're a lot better than last year.
Yeah.
Last year.
All right. Well, but what we haven't done that I'm more worried about, and I don't wanna deal with this right now, but is to eat off some of to burn in some of what we're using for, the capital, but I hate doing it, we're gonna kick that can.
Does that have separators?
No. And I mean, we can, yeah, it does not. Okay.
And then, of course, we have the capital that we had discussed about, for the asphalt.
Yeah, that's just pulling off of our,
Yeah.
that should all be in there.
And just to give y'all, this is just information only, but the $1 million that I got this year has really helped me. I've paid several roads, that Rogers Group has been able to do for me while we're paving elsewhere. And so it's making a huge increase and improvement in the production and the roads that we're getting repaired and paved in a timely manner.
Awesome. Anything else? All right, thank you, Mr. Rhodes. All right, thank you all. Amen. Okay. I don't know that we have anybody.
I think that if we move up to Chronos implementation for highway, we can relieve his staff of their resources.
He's the next, isn't he?
We have highway.
We'll never get to the sheriff's part because, well, we will. Eric and I have been talking about it.
Another consultant we're working with him.
Are they doing that?
We've already got a consultant.
Oh, good.
We're running your last.
So I've got a question. Do we want to try to crack off? You don't want to do workshop because you want to have all these in before we.
It's not just me.
I know, I mean, but I kind of agree with it. So I typically would try to work, but I don't know that there's much we can do. Is there anything we?
What's the difference? What's the difference on the highway of what they're requesting versus what we already have in there?
That's what I was trying to do.
We had to go back and forth, we haven't put it in.
I mean, you just did some of it though. Oh, you mean the employees?
You talking about the employees?
Can you just take this time, we'll break, and you take that time to get that information?
You can put those two employees in there.
All right, 10-minute break.
You're talking about just the two employees again.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just want to talk to you a little bit about what's going on with our budget. I know that there were some corrections made, adjustments made, reductions. We were given 10 days to resubmit, and we resubmitted our original budget without any changes. So I wanted to, if you'll indulge me just a minute, I wanted to go through a couple of things. The first item that was communications for 1019, that was part of a deal that Comcast made up as an additional line that we didn't necessarily need, but it reduced the overall contract price. So that's not an addition, that was just part of their billing. The general construction.
Jessica, what paper page are we on?
36.
Oh, in the big one.
In the big budget.
Hang on, I'll let you know.
The general construction materials for $1,000, that has nothing to do with 1019, just so you all know. That includes things like UV lights, to look at our absentee ballots, blue tape, wrench, pliers, fasteners, paint, and that's the classification account, David, if I'm correct, that we were able to put those items in. That's nothing to do with 1019. Just want to make that point of clarification.
Which one was that?
It's called general construction materials. It was $1,000, but that has nothing to do with 1019.
Okay, got it.
There's some I don't believe.
All right, got it.
So I just wanted to make that point. Office supplies, pretty significant reduction. We just based it on the prior years. We can move things around. We'll talk about the CDC in just a second, the move, overtime, deputies. So, when I was here last time, I kind of went over with you guys the statutory requirements in regards to the number of voters per machine, which is 1,000, number of voters per precinct, which is 6,000. We go to convenient vote centers, 10,000. These are all statutory numbers. These aren't just things that I prefer. This is what is required. If you'll also remember, I told you that because of our population growth, in order to come in compliance with the 6,000 per precinct, we would have to add 9 precincts to the county. Because the former county commission went from 12 districts to 24, that means we would have to have a precinct by law within each of those lines of those districts. The problem is, we have 3 districts where we have nowhere to hold elections. We don't have churches, we don't have schools, we don't have community centers. We literally have nowhere to hold the elections. So based on that information, the election commission decided to go ahead and implement convenient vote centers. If you recall, we were approved back in 2020. COVID hit. Redistricting. We touched over 7,000 streets in the county. So we did not implement them then. Then the new machinery, new voting machines came into play. And of course the move. So there were a lot of factors that have kept us from implementing the convenient vote centers today. Now we have no choice. I attended, and that's the reason the election commission made that decision. I attended the annual state training last Monday, and we talked about a lot of different scenarios. The administrators had a breakout session. And they talked about some things that happened that counties aren't expecting. Some of the examples, of course, we know about tornadoes. I think this is the first time that I remember we actually had a hurricane that hit Tennessee, East Tennessee. We had one county, these were real case scenarios that we were asked, what would you do? There was a county that had a bomb threat in one of the precincts because the poll worker who wasn't allowed to work was disgruntled and called in a bomb threat. There was another county that someone brought in lunch. All the poll workers got food poisoning and had to go home. Had no one to work at the precinct. These are real case scenarios that happened in other counties. So we went through the exercise. In Sumner, before I was administrator, if you all remember, Sideview, I know Merrill remembers, flooded during an election. The road superintendent had to bring gravel out. We had voters in the precinct, roads on the road was gone in the precinct. Road superintendent had to bring gravel, sheriff's department had to come, EMS was there, got the people out, rebuilt the road, got the people in. That was before me. 2024, not near as severe. We were voting in August. We had several of our precincts, our voting locations, didn't have air conditioning. It was over 100 degrees. So we had to run out and get temporary air conditioning units with ductwork spread across the floor to make it work. Director of schools sent his maintenance people over with those huge fans. You know, those are things that are unexpected, unanticipated expenses that we can't plan for. The reason I say all of that is to let you know that I'm giving you the convenient vote center numbers so that you can plan for it. This is something that the election commission has decided to implement. We don't really have any choice. We do not have the location for the precinct. So that's all I wanted to give you. The purpose of the budget is so that you guys can plan accordingly for expenses that you know are going to come up.
So, just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us which districts you're referring to that don't have?
District 11 and 14. Two that we, yeah, two. Two main ones.
There's two.
Well,
Kevin and James.
but out of the 9, we still don't know the churches. We
Right.
had several, actually back out recently, the churches.
Well, what happened in the last election cycle? We just didn't have precincts?
The law allows you, it gives the election commission the discretion to go over that 6,000 number. So, you know, if you're at 6,200, 6,500, a little bit, when you get to 9,000, it's a different story.
But they didn't have a precinct in their district, which you said is.
11 specifically.
Right.
But you said it was required, but they didn't have one.
It was right over the line at Station Camp 5.
Right.
But is that okay? I mean.
Yeah, we have to get it approved through the coordinator elections, but we can go half a mile beyond.
Oh.
1/2 a mile, we have to approve that.
So from that standpoint, there is a precinct that's
No,
close
not in
enough.
those districts,
That's close enough. I mean,
not
close.
within a half mile, no.
But you just said there was.
District 11, which was confusing because we had Station Camp High School, which was representing 11, but it was in 12, and then we had Station Camp Middle right around the corner, and we had people going back and forth, but 11 does not have a school specifically.
So where did 11 vote last
at Station Camp High School, which is right over the line.
Okay, so that's within half
When you
mile.
say left, right over the line, we think it's within a half mile.
Within a half
Okay.
mile, yes. We just still have to get the approval, and I've shared that with you all before, that's a very confusing location because people are going.
Oh, a lot of them are very confusing locations, for sure.
So-
The way the lines are drawn.
Wait, I want to just get us, because we're kind of off.
Yeah.
So,
That's,
okay, go ahead.
that's
In
true.
14, yeah.
We would have one in 14, so there's just one district.
But they've not been used in the past.
So, but that's not a,
We have 9 that we have to deal with.
that was a good point.
Yeah, it is. Go ahead, Ms. Boyd.
So, just so I understand better to help clarify my mind, you say this is because we went to 12. If we had stayed at 24,
No,
We went to-
24, we were at 12.
yeah, if we stayed there with the, I'm just trying to understand the 6,000 per precinct. It would have been 12 per precinct if we'd stayed at 12 districts? You said there's 6,000, that because we went to 12, we can only have 6, we went to 24, we can only have 6,000.
So you cut them in half, right?
So, if we had stayed at
We would have been okay.
24, we'd been okay.
We just stayed at 12. We're
If
at
we
24
stayed,
now.
if we
Right.
stayed like we were, we'd be fine,
That's correct. But we didn't.
but we
And that
didn't.
wasn't anything you all did, that was before most of you.
But we would have been, let me tag on there. We would have been fine from a standpoint of, there would have been an easier or a better located precinct within each of the 12 districts.
Correct, we would have more.
But not the,
Correct.
but not necessarily the number of voters per precinct.
Correct. The number of voters per precinct would still be
Would still be,
6,
yeah.
Could
if
we-
my understanding's right.
Right.
But
you could
but
move
the
around.
locations of those precincts
more
can move
places.
around, because you
Correct.
got
Could we not
double
move
of
back?
knowledge.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, really, there's a lot of things going on.
We could also, we can redraw the lines.
I mean,
I don't
and
know
then,
that you can do that before the 2026 election cycle, we've already started.
well, I mean, we did last time, we redistricted December before election.
That would be totally your choice. But after.
I mean,
I'm just throwing it out there, I just want to understand this, if that was,
I mean, not here. This is a legislative.
But we could redraw the lines.
yeah, we could.
And get rid of that silly Henderson High School being carved out.
Yeah.
Of course, that's a precinct, so I guess it got carved out for that reason, but.
Mr. Hyde.
Is this, 6,000 voters or residents? Voters.
Yes, sir.
That's the limit.
And,
That's the limit, that includes both voters, active and inactive, because inactive voters can show up and vote.
That's 6,000 registered
Yes, sir.
voters, but I heard you say something about 9,000, we could go up to 9,000.
No, it would not be a good idea. The law gives the election commission a little bit of leeway, so this, to Mr. Becker's
Is
point.
that up to 9,000?
No,
You chose 9,000 as a proprietary.
I was just saying that would be half, again, added, that probably would not be reasonable if we were 6,500. I don't think that would be a problem, but if it continues to grow, then there's a point that the election commission has to say that's well beyond the limit.
And my final question is, with all of the early voting going on, how on earth would convenience voting help this situation that much? Because I personally, I am totally opposed to convenience voting, because many places across the United States that have adopted these very liberal open voting laws, such as convenience laws, are now trying to get rid of them because they're just rampant with all kinds of,
Well, I would vehemently disagree. It changes nothing. Convenient vote centers is exactly like early voting that operates identically.
well, then we just go with early voting.
Well, that's not the law, sir.
So we have
I
to
think we
have
need to read the law.
that's
No,
required.
no.
Well, that's
We have
not
to
the
have
law.
early voting. We have to have election day voting and early voting.
What does this do with, what does this have to do with convenience voting? I don't.
Because it raises the amount of voters per location to 10,000. Now, we have a voting population of 142,000, which means we only have to have 15 convenient vote centers. We're proposing 26 because of the configuration of our county.
And it looks to me like the smart thing, the really smart thing to do would be do away with early voting and go
can't do away with early voting. That's the law
Well,
also.
do away with most of that.
Well, and I want to address that.
Yeah, you can cut that.
Several of you have made public statements on many occasions, it's recorded, it's documented, that you haven't even thought about doing away with early voting. It's important that you understand that 50% of the voters in Sumner County vote in early voting. If you propose to take away early voting, each of you are going to have to explain to your constituents why you are taking away their opportunity, availability, and the convenience of them to go and vote.
I'd like to speak to that.
So are you saying that you are documenting what we're saying to
No,
use
sir.
our voters?
No, sir. No, sir. It's on the camera.
Well, I realize that, and I don't mind saying anything and repeating what I say on camera, and I am an early voter, and I like early voting.
Yes, sir.
But I don't know that we have to do as much early voting as we do
Well,
by law.
We don't.
Yeah, we've done that.
that's a good segue into early voting. The reason that the county commission and elected officials do not have a say-so in early voting, locations, dates, times, locations, there's a separation of powers, and there's a reason. There's a separation at the federal level, there's a separation of powers at the state level, and there's a separation of powers at the county level. Having elected officials, incumbents, making decisions about early voting, where, when, hours, and so forth, could be very much perceived as self-serving for people to get in on.
Who provides the funding for that, though?
I'm sorry,
Who provides the funding for that?
for voting,
Yes, who covers the funding for all this early voting?
the county commission.
Okay, so then we absolutely have a say. That's easy, that's an easy argument.
You absolutely do.
You're really stretching
You
there.
absolutely do not.
All right, so I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we
bring,
absolutely do.
I'm gonna bring this, so here's the thing. Look, we've had this argument, and, you know, at the end of the day, we wanna have this argument in a different way. There are ways that which we can settle it. The purpose of this meeting is to allow, our election commission to present their rationale for their changes, which, and for us to question, and then we will take it under consideration in workshop, so.
So I'm just respectfully asking that you reinstate the convenience vote centers in the amount of $394,896. We cut the poll workers, which is fine if we go to the convenient vote centers, because the number of poll workers will go down. We kind of put both in the budget. Yes, sir.
Is there I know there's statutory limit, or statutory stuff for everything. Is there one for poll workers or just voters? Like, does it say you have to have X number of poll workers minimum?
Well, you can, one machine operator can operate two machines, which is fine in a slower election. In a presidential, that's not a good idea.
I'm not talking about ideas,
So
bad ideas.
well,
I'm
that's
saying, like,
for
is there
machines.
statutory, the only statutory thing is
Well, you have to have an
voter
officer of election.
per machine.
You have to have an officer of election, you have to have registrars to sign the people in, you have to have machine operators. You know, we have to have poll workers. It doesn't matter, we can have all the equipment in the world, and if we don't have anyone to operate it,
But is there, I think your question is there a statutory,
My question is,
just efficiently run the election.
is there a statutory
There's not a
ratio? There's not a
There's
statutory.
some
With the machine.
you have to have all those operating positions.
What's that?
Registrars and inspectors.
What is that ratio of?
I feel like you're trying to fight a battle with me, and I'm not trying to.
No, I don't.
All I'm
I don't
asking
understand. No,
is,
it's a simple
is
question,
there-
other than machine operators, there's a limit of, they can operate two machines.
Do you have to have someone to hand out an outvoting sticker, is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, that's what I'm really just asking.
It does not, it is not that specific.
Okay.
Okay. So there, what you had mentioned that there was a ratio of some sort of.
There's machine operators.
Yeah, machine operators, you have to have registrars, you have to have an officer,
So-
inspector.
Those are statutory.
So you have to have, so there is a, I clearly need to invest time to understand this better. So there is a ratio of machines per precinct. Is that a ratio that exists? Per vote, excuse me. Per vote. And then there is a ratio of personnel per machine. So by, mathematical law here, there is, you can derive a ratio of personnel per vote, even if it's not calculated by it. So, all right, I think, does that answer your question? All right, got it. Ms. Bergdorf and then Ms. Boyd.
Yeah, I don't really have a question. I just have a statement because I've done this. I just want, because when we go to workshop, but I want to say this because I've done it. One machine operator for two machines is not a good idea because people only vote when they vote, and they don't vote every day, so they have questions. They'll ask you, I'm not sure if I'm doing this right or whatever. Anyway, I wanted to make that statement.
It's not ideal, and we try not to do that.
And if the state says that we only have to have 15 convenience voting centers, and you have determined, or you all in your board have determined 26, then the staffing for those locations is still based on machines, specifically. And I know the officer of elections that needs to research that. Okay.
And let me just make this comment. There are 95 counties in the state of Tennessee. There are 95 election commissions. Every county in the state of Tennessee is sovereign. Just like Tennessee is a sovereign state in the United States. The reason being is because every county is unique. We have counties that have 3,000 voters. We have a county that has 1 million voters. It's from A to Z on the gauntlet. Shelby. So, the reason there are 95 independent election commissions is because they have to make decisions based on what's best for their county. Sumner, for example, the topography, the density, the demographics. My commission makes those decisions on those locations. We could just leave Westmoreland out. I don't think they would like that. We have to provide coverage all over the county. We have a large county that's configured very differently than, say, Trousdale or Shelby or Davidson. That's why the election commission looks at the map, looks at the population, looks at the percentage, and determines where those locations need to be to best serve the voters.
Ms. Boyd.
And I'm sorry, I have a couple of different items. So just to clarify back, we do have Liberty Creek in District 14, you just hadn't considered it.
It wasn't available, you know.
I mean, we have their elementary, their middle, and their high school.
We're considering it, yeah.
You're considering it.
And the school for convenience.
And it actually is right there at
Long Hollow.
Yeah, and we have a volunteer fire department out there, you might talk to them too, I think.
Right now we have two, we have Beach, and we have Birdwell in 14.
That's true, I'm just wanting to know.
14.
I'm wondering if we can get a copy of the voter roll today, last week, because when I look at it, I know that we're basing all this on registered voters, but when I look at that, voter rolls, I see people that haven't voted in over a decade, and we're counting them in.
Yeah, you gotta count.
I want to know, my question is how, I know that there's restrictions on when we can remove people, but how many people are you actually working the rolls and removing these people that have moved away? Because my neighbor, she moved like 8 years ago, she's still on there, and we're still providing money for her to come vote. So I want to know what we're doing.
After a voter is not voted for 2 November generals, okay, they're sent a confirmation notice. Now, this process just changed. It was this way many years ago. There was a lawsuit. It changed. We could not make that voter inactive. It just changed back as of May 5th of this year. So after, this has just started. So after no activity for 2 November generals, we make that voter inactive. We mail them a confirmation notice. One of a couple of things happens. It gets returned mail. Okay, then we deal with that. Does it have a forwarding address? Is it just no longer return to sender? Then we send a non-forwardable piece of mail to that same address. All that's scanned to the voter record. After 2 more November generals of no activity, we purge that voter. So that's basically 9 years.
So in May
5th, it changed.
did you go back and look at them, or you just started?
We are now. We just went to the
thing?
seminar last Monday, so we are now.
So now we're going to go back, and these people that haven't voted in a decade, or maybe 2, we're going to take care of those.
we've already heard, we had already done our, it's list maintenance.
2017,
Right.
the law changed.
So we've already done it.
And now it's effective.
May 5th, so we're gonna go back, we've already done it for this year, that's what we do in our off year.
So how many people are we removing?
With 15,000 additional people, we can.
We have to make them in active if they have not, if we have no.
So it's a
activity
process.
in November general.
So when I
It's
just look
gonna
at
be
it, I
8
see a couple of 10, 20,000 people that haven't voted in a long while. So I'm just wondering if they're gonna move off now that you're gonna work it.
We've been working, we do it every off
Okay,
year.
I understand.
And then, or they could respond to the confirmation, even though
But
they
that
haven't
number
voted,
might
say,
go
I wanna
down.
stay.
That's all, I just want to say it might go down.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I want to ask, the other night we voted to, appropriate $92,000 more for election workers.
Mhm.
And I know that we've talked before about the weight of machines and needing extra people. And I went back and I put in some records requests and I pulled up some documentation for when we got the microvote bid. And so I have here the reason that we picked microvote over ES and S. And part of that was that microvote machines, and I'm reading the documentation from them, that came from your office, microvote machines are manageable and can be transported by officers of elections with or without assistance. So I know that part of that the explanation for that 92,000 that you went over budget was related to, you said the machines were heavy and our election workers couldn't handle it. It also goes on to say that microvote machines weigh approximately 40 pounds with a portable case with swivel wheels and can be moved, managed by officers and poll workers.
That does not include the VVPAT, that does not include the printer.
The printer.
So that's 52 pounds with the printer.
That printer weighs another 12 pounds.
With, and then you've got the case.
So I just wanted to say, it seemed that we bought a machine that was over $200,000 more because it was more manageable. I just want to say, I understand now you said the printer.
I'll explain this about the ES and S machine. They have to be moved by movers.
That's fine, I don't want to talk about them. I just
Okay,
wanted to
that's why
understand.
we didn't go.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Boyd?
Thank you.
This reminded me, I just watched the movie The Accountant, and it's a great movie, and you just, I mean,
Am I an accountant?
you and Ben Affleck, man, you should really get into like a different line.
I got a question.
I
Well, hold on,
understand
we had,
One quick question. We got 140,000 registered voters. How many voted in the November 2024 election?
Almost 71% have voted.
71%. Really?
okay, any other questions, Mr. Klein?
That's it.
Mr. Hyde, then Mr. Becker.
This is just a statement, not a question, but, I was one of the people who have to be very, very vocal several years ago when we made this effort. The election commission made an effort to shut down precincts all over this county. You remember that? And it really hurt the rural areas more than it did like my area. And, now here we are again, where we're gonna open up precincts.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And another, we're in the county. It's not a mistake, and the voters, we had precincts. I disagree, we have precincts.
All right, so I'm just bringing this back here, we're here to talk about
So,
Mr. Becker, go ahead.
So, I just want to understand how the budgeting versus expenses occurs. Maybe it's from a state statute or whatnot, but given I'll use an extreme example. I mean, are you, because it seems like no matter what the budget is for your area, you continually just do, I'll say ignore it, but you end up spending whatever you feel that you need to, and then we have to come back in it. So my question is there a state law that says that you can spend whatever you want to spend regardless of what we budget you?
My election commissioners make the decision and approve the budget, and that is submitted to you, and by law, 2/12/109, you're required to fund it.
No matter what it is.
I don't think it is required.
It says we are required, I can read it, but I myself got into a bit of an argument here a couple months ago, but, with a different gentleman, but, what it states is that we must fund something to the effect of sufficiently for operations, but that is, of course, a wide, made the comment earlier of how this can be decided, I was not trying to be smart, but these are the types of questions that when the law is ambiguous and your organization has your opinion and we can have our opinion, there are avenues in which we can approach to do that. I hope we don't have to go down that path, but I'm sure we'll all be willing to if we need to. So anyway, bring us back, go ahead.
So you're operating under the assumption that your election commission put together a budget and we are required to fund it.
Unless there's something in there, we're not driving Ferraris and fur coats and jewelry. I mean, these are necessary functions to run elections. We have to have elections.
According to one opinion
We
was the
have
other.
to have elections. And it would be considered voter suppression if funding was denied to try to manipulate voters.
So nobody is, so
Yeah,
I'm going to bring us back here. Once again, hold up just a second. I've mostly been quiet here, and I'm just trying to keep this simple. This is a difference of opinion. There is no attempt at voter suppression. This is a budgeting committee. The only purpose of this is to look at dollars and cents and try to understand what is reasonable for the needs of this operation. There is no attempt we are making no decisions on where or when or how a precinct might be placed. All we are doing is assessing what is the request, and we are making a judgment on what we believe your operations can be funded at, and then making sure that we can fund them according to our revenues. That's all this is. This is not.
You cut the convenient vote centers. This committee cuts the convenient vote centers out of my budget and the additional power for the other.
I'm gonna. Is there any? Go ahead.
I'm just trying to learn. In your opinion, would it be for budgeting going forward? What would be the best practice? So where the budget committee doesn't feel like, I think this is what you're saying, you feel like it's a waste of time that we're doing this because they're going to do.
Yeah.
She is saying, hey, my boss, the election commission, has made this decision. My job is to carry this out. So how do we, I guess my question is, how do we bridge that gap? Like, and this is just I'm not trying to point fingers or make any kind of arguments. My question is, so we're not having these tense discussions next year, should it be, because we don't have the authority to make some of these calls.
We're not trying to make operational calls here. We're not.
Also, the election commission is doing unfunded mandate. I mean, you've got.
I agree. So I agree.
In your opinion, would it be the election commission says, hey, this is how much we're going to need for this next year, and then we budget around that?
Well, if you all will recall, there's going to be a lot of expenses in this 394 that will not be returned. Once we get all of the infrastructure into all of our locations, that doesn't come back, and that's where you start to see the conversation.
I will.
Well, I'm not even talking about money.
You're talking philosophically.
Yes, like
any budget.
I don't want to have this discussion next year. I don't want you to be subject to this next year. So, so my question is like I said, would it be, hey, the election commission says they're going to need $500,000, build your budget around that, like we do with the schools almost. Like,
well, but that's not how we do it in schools. We gave them guidance, and they stayed within the guidance.
Yes, exactly.
So that would be not a good.
And that's
pretty much what we've done with every department. Every department.
Everybody did.
So let's do this. Here's the thing. I think let's let Miss Ashley finish. And just for the record, I actually came after our last meeting. I actually came into this meeting prepared to maybe. I was beginning to get swayed by the convenience voting model. I think maybe I'm less swayed now, but I'm not. I just want to say I'm not necessarily for or against convenience voting. Like I just want to do what is optimal. I will state that, and I'm very willing to go to court over this, just to be frank, that I do not buy. I know, but I philosophically do not believe that any department can unilaterally dictate a budget? If so, there's no purpose of this committee. And just let me finish real quick. I'm not saying that what is being asked for is irrational. Like I said, I might be in support of the convenience voting. I'm not here to tell you what to do over there. I reject the notion that any department has unilateral ability to dictate funds for itself, because then there's no check on it. That's all.
That was my question.
Yeah, I know.
When we go into this workshop this afternoon,
Right.
do we need to say, hey, we're gonna have to go with.
No, well,
that's what I'm.
and they have their opinion, and we have our opinion, and
building on what you're saying, and I hope this concludes anything that I have to say. Some of us have researched and found that the Sumner County Election Commission is one of the best funded in the state of Tennessee. One of the best funded.
I don't know what you're, what.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Miss Ashley,
Please give me the source, because that's absolutely incorrect statement.
Miss Ashley, let's do this. Let's just, if you want to, if we have any other questions, that's fine, but I would like to give you time to complete your request as is.
Okay, so as I stated, I would like to formally request that the convenience vote center money of $394,896 be placed back in the budget. We did ask, I wanted to go over just a couple, just population growth. We all know how Tennessee is growing. In this seminar, they gave us some statistics. Sumner County overall has grown by 8% from 20 to 24. White House, in particular, the city, is the third largest growing city in the state. So we've added 15,000 voters in just 4 years. Hendersonville is the 10th largest city in the state. So Sumner is growing. Rutherford is growing. They've grown about 30% in that same time. They're just booming. So they were the convenience center pilot county. They've had to add 4 convenient vote centers since they implemented because of their growth. So we took that into consideration as well as the logistics around the county of making it convenient for the voters and getting them access. It doesn't make any sense for someone from Westmoreland to have to drive to Hendersonville, so we're placing them strategically around the county. And again, I'd be happy to show you all those maps.
Well, did you have anything else?
The only other thing was the move that was removed. Of course, that matter, I moved to 1019 or back to the archives or whatever has not been resolved. Whether we move up there or we're moved back, there'll have to be money in the budget for the move. Either way.
Okay, I'll go to Ms. Boyd and then Mr. Becker.
My earlier question, I was requesting, could you give us a USB with the voter roll on it? And what I'd like to see, what I'd like to understand on early voting, is I'd like to see absentee and early separate, so I can clearly get. And I apologize, some of the voter rolls I've looked at, it has not been separate.
Oh,
Could you give us a current one?
Sure.
Just ship us over a USB to Mr. Lawrence's office.
Mr. Sibley, do I have to have a public records request for that?
That's up to you. But as commissioners fulfilling their duties, they don't have to submit one.
Yeah, just so that I can see how much is early and how much is absentee. That would help a lot. And then I can see it'll be like above your right.
On our website too, we have election results.
Right, it's
Every
broken
election.
down.
Yeah.
And on the first page, it says the exact numbers and percentages.
I understand,
It's a
but if you could
one-page
give us that, I appreciate it, thank you.
Do we give it to you?
You can just send it to Mr. Lawrence's office.
Mr. Becker.
Okay.
And then I'll get you. Mr. Becker.
Okay. I believe, so definitely correct me if I'm wrong here. I think you had said that you had included the convenient vote center, full amount, but then you also included the increase in poll workers.
Correct.
But then you said
If that out, that's fine. I mean, if we go to the convenient vote centers, the reduction that you put forth is absolutely fine.
Just make sure I understand. So the poll worker reduction of 108,400 is fine to take out.
Absolutely, if we go to the convenient vote centers.
Okay, so then, I guess I don't understand why you would have included both of those.
At that time, we
If you
weren't
submit
sure
it.
about, we were doing the research on the see if we could find the precinct locations. We weren't sure of the numbers and how many we're actually gonna have to add, and it ended up being 9, and then we started researching where we could locate those.
So convenience is 26 site, standard is,
We're 29 now, and we have to add 9 more.
so it would be 38 versus 26.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why we have a reduction in the poll numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
Any more, Mr. All right, Mr. Klein?
Okay, so in this next year's budget, we have one election in May.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, and that will be a very low turnout.
Yes, sir, and just for the record, and I don't really know why they did it, but the state is gonna reimburse us for that election.
Okay, so there's no costs of
Just this
election.
year?
Just this year so far.
We
You know, there's been discussion for years
So
about
that's
doing,
addition to your budget.
you know, that'll just come back into your general fund.
Do we know about how much?
Get more.
Probably around 100,000.
Okay, but Mr.
Would you
Klein,
give us
and-
your statement? There has been
Okay, go
discussion.
ahead.
Oh, there's been discussion about, for years, about doing the West and May primaries. And then just going with one office primary and one, and then the November
It's
general.
probably 2030 before it gets implemented.
Okay, all
So
right.
I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but they have, because, you know, we always get reimbursed for the March PPP, the President's primary. So that's every 4 years, but they announced this year that, they are gonna reimburse the county. So whatever we spend on May, we'll get back. Now, that doesn't include the hardwiring and things like that, for the community service centers, but all of the ballots and the paper and all of the poll worker expenditures, all of that we're gonna get, it'll come right back into your general fund.
Oh, wow.
But now, David, it usually takes them, it may be in the next budget year before we get it back. How does it normally take, David, about 5 months?
Yeah,
5
so
or 6
we would
months?
probably defer the money when you show up until 20.
Right. It'll be in the next budget, but it always works that way, it just comes in the next.
Yeah.
It'll be one of the, it'll be late 26 or early 27.
Right.
Any other questions for Ms. Ashley? Ms. Ashley, any other notes?
No, sir, that's all you want to know.
All right.
And I'll be happy, if any of y'all want to meet one-on-one or come and look at the maps, or I'll be happy to set up appointments, with any of you. I don't know, as long as there's not 2 of you together, and we're not breaking the sunshine law, I'd be happy to do that.
Saturday up for me.
I'll do it. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, judicial commissioners. Okay.
Was that what Mr. Judge Blanton?
Yeah, he
talked about?
just said they were gonna be here,
Okay.
so we'll skip
That's
them.
what they're here for.
Yeah, what are they? Millersville? Okay, well, come on up. All right.
I'm not asking for any additional funding. I am just simply requesting, the committee has already approved a full-time staff member to be added to my budget. That was done in May. And I am simply asking that instead of it being a full-time cataloger, it be title changed to a full-time clerk, because that'll better meet the needs of the library and the community, because we can, I don't want to use the word farm out
That's not even
catalog
a-
duties, but with the amount of books coming in versus the people coming in, it makes more sense for us to have a
You're just
full-time
approving,
clerk position.
Go
they're
ahead.
just approving your line items anyway, you can.
I was just told I needed to come and ask, so
You're-
here I am.
So your dollar amount doesn't change, just the title?
Just the title. So we just need to tell him to do that? Yes.
These are just worksheets, so they don't really,
Okay, well, I just,
send us an email with.
I just told him to come and ask, so I just came to
Thank you, ma'am.
That was very convincing.
That was the easiest one we had today. Okay, consolidated dispatch.
We got enough for that.
Yeah. Do it.
Waiting on the rest of my,
Okay.
they're coming in back.
All right.
They chose the other one.
That's okay. You're the last one before lunch, so. Yeah, that's fine.
If it's on the road, right?
Y'all ready?
It's already out?
Yes, yes, ma'am. All right, Mr. Guthrie, it's your show.
I will
Okay, go ahead.
Any handout? So, thank you all for, allowing me to speak on behalf of the EDC and our budget. I know that your job is not easy when you're trying to weigh the priorities of every agency across the county. That being said, I would like to respectfully request that we add back in the 3 positions of the 7 that we had requested. These positions are not only justified, but they're absolutely necessary. And so I'd like to walk you through why that is. So our budget is about 95% salary, and 5% remaining goes is about $300,000, and that goes towards other operational costs of our budget. Those things are generator maintenance, uniforms, our NCIC access, radio system upkeep. Those are items that keep us running, that are not optional. We have to have those, and those cannot be cut. It's also important to recognize the contributions that the ECD, the University Communications District, makes on behalf of the ECC and our operations costs. So in FY 23-24, the ECD contributed a little over $700,000 just to the operations of the ECD. It went towards software, hardware, maintenance, and as of their budget for FY 26, that's increasing significantly to a little over $945,000. We wouldn't be able to operate without those contributions. Director Guthrie had previously provided you with the reasoning for the need for these for all of these positions that we're requesting. And that is due to increased staffing at our partner agencies, all the law, fire, EMS, EMA increases. Also population growth and resident call volume due to the growth of our population. So let me revisit that information with a little bit of data. And so I've provided you with these handouts. And that represents our total calls for service and phone calls that we receive at the ECC for 2024 and 2025. In just the last 6 months, we have seen that we have increased our just the calls for service volumes or dispatch calls by 13.1% from the same time period last year. Now that's a huge increase in just a short amount of time. It's not just a blip. It's not just due to seasonal fluctuations. That growth aligns with other things that are occurring within Sumner County. So the University of Tennessee Boyd Center for Business and Economics did a study for population and growth. And our population in Sumner County in 2024 was a little over 208,000 residents. According to their study, we're looking at that increasing to over 220,000 residents by 2028. So that's 6% over the last 4 years, or about 1.5, 1.6% yearly, or 4,000 to 5,000 new residents, all of which are raising the demand for 911 services. Most of our citizens are never going to fully understand what our telecommunicators experience with the stress, demands on their mental health during their 12-hour shift. They could be giving a mother CPR instructions for her child on the phone while taking information from an officer on the radio of a foot pursuit, or working a structure fire that collapses while firefighters are inside. new positions would offer our telecommunicators the support that they need, in addition to the support that our responders and our citizens need for our 911 services. Our employees are under a relentless amount of pressure every day, and we need to give them what they need so they can continue to do their job effectively for our community. The last thing I wanted you guys to consider is, so I mentioned that our budget is 95% salary and benefits, and then 5% additional operations costs. With our budget, including the ECD's contributions, the total cost of running the ECC is about $7.15 billion, excuse me. And at that cost, that comes out to be about 81 to 82% salary and benefits. So if you look at, I believe EMS is about 85%, the sheriff's office is about 89% salary and benefits. So two things stand out to me there. Are we staffing the ECC appropriately? And also, are we paying our folks enough? So those are just two things to consider. We've already trimmed our budget as much as possible. Everything other than our salary and our benefits, goes toward what it costs us to run the center effectively. I know that there's no easy way to reduce our budget without cutting positions, but when you look at the growth trends, it is we just don't need to fall any more behind it than we already have. So with that, I respectfully request that you add back the 3 positions that were cut.
Thank you, ma'am. First off, I just want to thank you and your team for always being professional in your asks and never dictatorial in your asks. And I'm serious about that. Like, you guys are always respectful, and I appreciate that. Are there any questions?
When we first came in 22, you were always needing call takers. So are you consistently staying on target now?
Yes, ma'am. We were actually fully staffed up until about, just a couple weeks ago. Really just 2.5 weeks ago. We had one leave for a better job opportunity, and then another one is just moving out of the area.
You're not in the 7 or 8 range, which is what you all were in 22.
Yes, we have retained our staff.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Any other questions? We're going to go ahead with this one. And then
what is the normal average time you can expect the call receiver to work before they move on?
On one phone call?
No, I mean, you've got a group of.
What's your retention time?
Retention,
your average.
I see what you're saying. I think up to a few years ago, it was about 10 years of lifespan for dispatchers, but it decreased since then to about, I think, 5 to 7 years is the last number that I got.
So that might be indicative that we're a little squeezed. Okay, that's a good question. Anything else?
Probably if they're short-handed, it makes it that much worse.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Klein? That was a good.
No, that's good.
Ms. Boyd?
I was just wondering, I'm sure, I've probably asked Mr. Guthrie at times, but if we could just have a little field trip out there sometime, I'd love to see what it looks like. And I wish I'd asked that before we had to make this decision so we could see, but,
Yeah, you're welcome anytime.
thank you.
Remind me the total. I know your request was for 7 new, and we had cut 3 of those. So we cut 4. We had cut 3.
Yeah.
What's like the grand total?
The difference. What's for those 3? Let's assume they got added in. What's the difference?
Like what is it right now?
What's the amount for those?
For those 3 positions, I think it's 240.
I'm asking personnel so your ask was for 58.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead. So 39.
39 telecommunicators.
Currently or with this?
Currently.
Currently.
So 39 currently. So your request was to go to 46, and we had said 43.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, hold on,
Thank you.
I think there was there another? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Ford.
And was there like, it seems like I recall there was different positions. There was like a supervision position, or a trainer position, and a staffing position, and we cut specifically pieces of those. If we could only give you back one more, not give you back, but add another person to you. I don't recall, do you recall that? There was like,
Yeah,
and
similar to Mr. Becker's question. So these are all this.
They're all dispatch.
So they're all dispatches.
Okay.
Okay.
Because he chose to get the trainer.
All right.
Yeah.
Two of them received the additional for their training.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll put it in the workshop. We will be considering these in workshop, just so y'all are aware. We put other than a few minor things that were like very small, budgetary items, we're putting it all in the workshop. So you're welcome to stay for that, but we're going to break for lunch soon. I think it's actually time for the lunch break. Any other notes before we break for lunch?
We start back at 2.
Is that?
Totally outlined here. Are the magistrates on the?
Oh, yes, they are. Sorry, because I'm so sorry we skipped y'all. But nope, come on up. Apologize. And thank you for being outlined about that.
But they're not. She didn't hear us. She's from the commissioners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah, I can say.
No.
We haven't taken comments.
We're a lot nicer than we might have been earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'll let you know.
Go ahead.
I'm just here to answer questions if you have any. I am not the money person, I am, but.
So you guys, I think the request was to move from get rid of two part-time, one full-time, one full-time. Magistrate, is that correct?
I know we asked for an additional, position.
Yeah, it was one position, but I think, at least from what Judge Glenn had said earlier, that you would reduce two part-time roles and add one full-time role.
That's what he said.
Okay. Any other questions?
It looks like.
And we can look at that later.
Yeah, the net add around 28,000.
That's what we said, from 25.
We just take whatever you can give us.
Are you one of the magistrates?
I am.
Excellent. We fund this position, and I have no idea what we're funding. Can you give me like a 2-sentence, do you know? I don't know what it's
Only because I asked.
Yeah,
I asked that some of the judges.
If y'all don't
Forgive
mind.
me, I worked all night, so I'm sorry.
No.
But what does that entail when you work?
What's the day in the life of a
Let's
magistrate?
do it as quickly and that way you can get
How
the
to do
rest,
it.
ma'am.
I will be glad to do it like that. We are responsible for all the agencies in Sumner County, including the CWRA, the THP, a lot of the bonding, not bonding,
TROs.
for everything, anything that requires a warrant to be signed for an arrest, we are there. A site, every site that's signed, every warrant that's signed, minus, a direct presentment to the judges.
Can I summarize it this way, I'm going to make sure I understand, and I think there's a lot of everyone. You are acting almost in lieu of the judge for all of those types of, or acting in the judge's capacity for all of those types of orders which would need a judge's signature, but which do not require a full hearing at a court. Is that a statement that is correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
It allows the judges to do their thing and us to process people in and out more quickly.
You have to have a law degree.
We do not at this point. We are not of the size. Yes, ma'am.
What are your shifts like?
Hold on, she was answering my question.
I just heard her say, I'm sorry, excuse me for interrupting, Vice Chairman Lambert.
We do not require a law degree.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms.
She
Bergdorf.
said that. Okay, so what are your shifts like?
Depends on who you're talking to.
Oh, okay.
No shift, just whenever they need me. So I
Okay.
show up all the time.
You're
I'm
on call.
Tommy's assistant.
Okay.
Recently, I moved to, I've been here almost 10 years with the department. I moved to administrative position, which is required to work just a small amount of time. I personally like my job, so I want to be involved. Maybe not as much as I am right now, but.
Right now.
Yeah. But we're 24/7, 365.
And so,
Somebody is there. If someone doesn't show up, myself or Thomas.
so are you on the clock right now?
I'm on the clock.
And we can get you off the clock. Any other questions?
It's
Who
okay.
did that today?
Go
I
ahead.
was back there using the phone. I'm salary, it doesn't matter.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just curious.
And I knew,
But thank you.
I worked for the school system for many years. You give your heart's not in it, then you get out of it. And my heart's in it. So, I really.
4 years ago, when we changed the system from, we had a lot of teachers that would fill in at night, signing warrants and things like that. It was pretty inexpensive, and we were told by the law director that this was required. We must do this. We must change the system. But then I found out other counties have not changed, that there are still people who are just filling in at night, doing the warrants and so forth. What's the advantage? Can you tell me the advantage?
Well, first of all, I've been to the JPAC conferences, which is the judicial commissioners. When they find out what we do, they're going, do you have to do that? By statute, we do. Not be there specifically. I mean, I could go home and come in every time that I make it. But last night, I was supposed to get off at 9 o'clock. I left at 3:30 this morning. So it's the flow. There are nights that I go in and I may have time to do my admin work. You know, I go to the other office, I do admin work and stuff like that. Our county is not such where we can just be on call. Because my phone rings, I sleep, seriously, I'm not kidding, with my judicial book in the bed with me. Because I'm called at all hours of the night by law enforcement, by district attorney's office, by my people. And sometimes it's not to make a huge decision, it's to say, this is what I'm thinking, this is where my heart is, work with me here, let's talk about it. And we're dealing with people's lives.
I think what you're telling me, I understand, and I understand the need, but, to answer what I first asked, this is not an absolute requirement, is it?
I do not know that it's a requirement. I know like Memphis and the big cities, Nashville, everybody has full-time people. And we are reaching that level. Plus, I also know that the places that do not have full-time people are not following statute. So, and they have been sued.
Ms. Boyd? Oh, sorry, Ms. Edwards, I didn't. Ms. Boyd.
Who do you report to?
My immediate boss is Thomas Akers, and then his boss is Judge Warrington. They would report to under Cam2.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Get some good sleep. All right. Any other notes before we break?
We're back at 2 o'clock, is that what it's?
Yeah, 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it's not here yet.
Oh, we'll still break.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess we could. Do we want to go ahead and try to do the volunteer fire department?
No, because they had some public comments that they wanted to speak in that.
All right, Mr. Foss, your show, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, you.
And by the way, before you get started, just so you know, how we've been operating, just so you're aware, is you'll make the presentation. We'll take, there'll be any questions here, but any changes, the changes that you've asked, we're going to be considering them all together. If you're doing the workshop, you're free to stay for that later, but we probably won't be making many changes right now. I just want you to to be fair. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so, we requested, that we reconsider the step pay plan. My fund of this would be the most important thing that this commissioner will do to, help us with our retention. As you know, a couple years ago, we were 19 employees down. We've restaffed our department. We're right in the middle of the market in the mid-state area, and we want to retain our employees. So, I asked her to, add money back in for that. We've asked for an additional 4 paramedics. That would be the minimum staffing that we could use to add an additional ambulance to the county, to improve our response times. Whenever I started this job back in 2000, we ran 10 ALS ambulances. Today, in 2025, we run 14. So, the growth in the county certainly, supports, increasing the resources for us to do our jobs. So, that's all I ask for this committee.
Any questions for Mr. Boss?
Do you have a report on your response times now?
So I do, check response times often. There are months, that I look at it, and I look at it as a county as a whole, right, and we're creeping over the 8-minute mark.
Can you send that report at some point? Does Health and Emergency Management look at that, or have they, so what are they saying? What do they say?
There's been no discussion about that.
They don't discuss that?
We reported to them, it's not been discussed.
Just wondering, thank you. I do have another question. In the capital budget, we have we're discussing a new EMS station up at White House. Did Robertson County put on a new ambulance, or are they planning a new crew up there?
I've not talked to him recently. Don't hold me to this because I haven't talked to him since his last budget meeting, but he did not feel that it was going to pass that ambulance in that area.
I spoke to Commissioner Hogan over there, and he also, I was hoping you had the answer. He also told me it's in their commission, he didn't know how they voted either. But they were looking at a new crew and a new ambulance within White House.
It was proposed, and I do believe it was put in their early discussions. I'm not sure how it progressed. So.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Boss? What's the total, like, what's the net add? Do you have that, David, if we were to?
No.
We can probably figure it out. Or we can figure it out there.
Go ahead. 193, roughly 193 for the raises.
Is that with, is that to include differences that would come with, I mean, I guess it's a little hard to calculate, differences that would come with benefits, et cetera?
I believe that's what we're at, but I would defer to.
So what was that number?
193.
What about, that's just for the step raises?
That's for the step raises.
What about with additional personnel?
Yours completely wrapped, 4 times 15, so 460.
460, okay.
The 4 lines we discussed with the sheriff, Judge Blanton, I believe, I don't recall, but we discussed it with the PCC. If we were to give you extra money for the step raises, do you want us to determine an amount and a formula, or do you want to do that?
We've already got a formula, and it's one that we've used in past years. Even when it hasn't been funded, we've kept up with that step plan.
Okay.
Step pay plan. So we have that in place, and that's how we were able to come up with that number for the budget.
Okay.
Got it.
Thank you.
That was helpful. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Okay, probation.
They fall under me, if I may, Chairman.
Go ahead.
What's happened here is, effective July 1, there's a new law coming into effect that says that every single class, is it Class A misdemeanor?
Every Class A misdemeanor.
Every Class A misdemeanor has to go through a specific type of training. We've gotten Judge Blanton to morph one of our current training programs into satisfying this statutory requirement. However, that now requires us to provide both on-site and online classes to achieve this. There is a silver lining to this. It could be income generating. However, there will be an expense on us getting compliant with this. If you want to go through the total numbers, so we're looking at doing how many?
150 for $20,000.
similar?
Yes, so we're basically looking at creating a new line item for this, statutory class that we have to do, and as part of that, I believe about $25,000 will get us both printed material and the subscription fees that we need to do this. Now, the statute does allow for the recovery of $100 per person that takes the class, and we're talking about doing about 200, I believe was the number we came at, 150 to 200 a month, and that's very manageable within the numbers we're seeing. So with being able to charge $100, we should be able to offset that and create some sort of income at the end of the fiscal year on that.
What's a class A misdemeanor?
Yeah, thank you, that's what I was asking.
Class A misdemeanor is anything punishable by 11 months, 29 days in the Sumner County Jail. It could be split confinement, technically some jail time.
Give them some examples of a typical one.
DUI first, theft, possession of marijuana, domestic assault, simple assault, DUI seconds. Those are also class A misdemeanors, and those are the ones that we encounter the most.
So it's DUI, a DUI up to like aggravated, DUI or TUI?
DUI.
Driving.
I thought they changed it to driving.
As far as I know, it's still driving.
You would be the expert.
As far as I know, it's
Really?
driving under the influence.
I thought he was saying.
What is it?
Yeah, I thought
Traveling
you
under
said
the.
T too.
Yeah.
Driving, my bad.
No.
Go ahead, Mr.
I'm a little nervous. I've never done it.
And what's the name of the metrics we have to meet? This class is called what?
It is cognitive behavior training course.
Yes, that's where it's the cognitive rehabilitation the state has mandated that we have to
State
provide this.
mandated, does this cover, does this replace anger management and things like that?
Those could be separately adjudicated by the judge,
And how
but
much are you
no,
thinking you're gonna charge for this course?
$100 is our max.
Oh, that's the max mandatory.
Per person.
Okay, and is it?
Okay.
So that's the ask is that line be created, and the ask is for an additional 25, and there's,
All right. Any other discussion on this one? Any other questions? Okay.
yeah.
Thank you for your time. And Mr. Sidler, thank you, such that it is, I know you're here regardless. All right, volunteer fire department, go ahead.
One point of clarification, that would add $180,000 in revenue with only 25 expenses. So it should net you on.
I mean,
Where does that money go? Does it
Yeah,
go,
cover their existing costs. Yeah.
but is it
maybe I
like
think-
a lot of the other fines from jail and the state, does it go to specific funds?
They do not indicate the
Just go to
statute,
the
they
gal-
just
it just
give us a
comes
max. So I would say this, however, any other assessments that go through the clerk's office, it would be funded the same way. It would go into the same fund, I should say.
all right,
Oh,
any other questions?
and then we get it.
Thank y'all.
Are y'all good
Yeah,
with
we're
that?
good with that. Volunteer fire department.
All right. Good afternoon, my name is Chris Edgerton, I'm the chief of the #1 fire department that serves the unincorporated areas between the cities of Gallatin and Hendersonville. I spoke to you last time. I wasn't able to attend a meeting a couple weeks ago with the county fire chiefs because of baseball, so that was a good time for them to decide I didn't want to address y'all from now on. So, congratulate him, he's the state champion.
Oh.
There you go. So, got a couple quick asks of everyone today. My colleague Brad went through and printed out all this paperwork. So if you have any specific questions about any of it, please let us know. If you have any questions as far as metrics of the fire department, whether it's response times on average or how long you like to call it, we can always provide that information to you. States about budget, so I wanted to address that. Couple notes. Mr. Chief Foss was talking about, you had asked about response times, the commissioner from the city of Gallatin. Under normal circumstances, in our experience in the #1 community, pretty solid. They're usually there right on top of us, and we can do combined patient care. However, with the growth in this county,
any given weekday around rush hour, it is not uncommon for us to have a 25-minute wait for an ambulance, because you get a couple wrecks on the bypass, or on 65, or any other number of incidents going on, and all the ambulances are committed. So we have to wait for one from Portland, or in the middle of Gallatin, who has to fight traffic all the way out to get to us. So just kind of gives you an example, an idea of the changing dynamics as we go throughout day parts, and the different things we encounter. So luckily, our department and a lot of other departments, we have paramedics on staff, we have the necessary equipment to provide ALS support. So if we have to wait a little longer, we can do that. How many of you are aware that there's a plane crash actively happening in the county right now? Single engine airplane, one occupant. I'm probably not supposed to say, but I presume it's not a good outcome for that occupant. But that happened within Cotton County's fire zone. A couple weeks ago, we had some severe flash flooding late at night in White House's zone, and 3 cars were caught in flash floods, and White House volunteer was able to get there quickly and effect a rescue before any other resources arrived. So if there's any questions about what we do, what kind of calls we encounter and things like that, it's pretty much the same thing the cities see, just in different parts of the county. So we're not immune from any number of things. So I mentioned the ask. The first page I have in your stack, we have the state champ co-lay fees. We've got our basic cost. This isn't our entire budget, but this is, truck payments, rent, utilities, critical equipment such as turnout gear, things like that, and the big one, insurance, which that costs almost as much as my engine payment every year, because we carry enough insurance to provide workman's comp support to our firemen should they get hurt and not be able to work. So these numbers on this first page correspond to the second page, which is the proposed funding level that was discussed last meeting. 500,000 split between all the different volunteer agencies in the county. So this page, that on the second sheet, this little red spot way at the end, that's where our current budget sits in the deficit between the funding level and what we have to make up, what each department would have to make up to get to current funding. That doesn't, anticipate rising cost of literally everything that we do all the time.
That's also to anticipate, that is to meet last year's Sumner County funding. That's how much we'll lose if we just go down from what we got last year.
So, looking at the $500,000 bulk amount divided evenly between the different agencies, it is technically a rise in what was usually the base of $24,000 a year, but it's a net decrease when you take away the added funding that's been given to us in the past that we split up for capital expenditures, such as turnout gear and other things like that. So we would go down. So there's that. That explains the deficit. So the ask, the last page, this is funding. Oh, I got my pages messed up. So this funding number, $1,170,000. This is based off what Commissioner Mansfield has suggested at one point. So we've got the breakdown here of how that would look for each of us based off of, taking that lump sum, distributing it out evenly amongst stations. Some agencies have more than one station, and then taking the rest and letting us figure out where the capital expenditures would happen like that. I can't speak for every agency, but I can tell you I am in desperate need to buy a fire engine. We've been looking at some. The cheapest new one we found is they start at $500. We could obviously do a used fire engine, but there's a lot of risk and cost associated with that. Just the other day, I had to spend $7,000 to get my older engine back on the road because of a repair that was needed. In order for it to be able to pump water. So that's the one. It's 24 years old. I've got to get it replaced. That's my biggest funding challenge. I know everybody else is in a similar situation. So that number, that's just a suggestion that was thrown out there. Brad has calculations made up for other funding levels, such as $800,000 and the $500,000. Gives you a good idea of what we're looking at. So our overall ask is we need more than what was proposed at the last budget meeting. That's going to severely base contribution. So wherever that number lands, 24, 48, wherever it lands, we'd like to go back to line item budget for each agency, and then if there's anything extra, that can go under another line item. The reason is because if it's approved as a line item, by our understanding of it, and you probably could, correct me if I'm wrong, if it's approved as a line item, once the budget's passed, we get our money. If it's approved as a lump sum, the budget has to be passed, then we have to wait a month to come back up and request after we've joined together to discuss and understand who's going to get what. So that would put us out to September, August, maybe later. Yeah. So there's a couple agencies who have expressed to me, if that's the way it goes down, they will run out of funding before that time comes. They run on shoestring budgets, and that's going to affect their response capabilities because they will lose money in the long run. So those are the two big asks. That's what we're hoping to accomplish today. Any questions for me about the funding or anything else you got?
I guess I think Ms. Boyd asked this question last time, or a similar one. Is there I want to say guarantee is not the right word, but is there some sort of correlative to funding levels versus ISO ratings that you can accomplish? And so, well, so there's two parts to this. Let me ask the question. So that's one, and the other is, would you be open to a scenario where you could get additional funding in order to bring you to an ISO rating, and then if you hit that, then you could maintain that.
Yeah.
And if you don't hit it, then it doesn't. You don't get it.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. So let's address the first question, which was funding based off ISO ratings. So in the past, we presented a contract, which I know that's a dirty word. I know that was not liked when we used that word last time, but the contract that Robertson County Fire Service uses with that county commission incorporates a funding code for ISO ratings. My department's a 4. The national average for volunteer agencies is a 7. The lower the number, the better, and the more savings to the individual homeowner on their home insurance bills. So Brad had actually calculated that into funding of, hey, if you have a better ISO rating, you get more money. It's a kind of incentivizing us to get a better ISO rating. Now, there's two major factors that contribute to ISO ratings. That one's out of our control, and the other is out of our control when it comes to finances. So the first is hydrants. The more hydrants you got, the better your ISO rating is going to be, especially if you have anything deemed a commercial structure. At 3 churches in my zone, each one of them has a hydrant or fairly close to it. So that looks good on us for ISO. My zone's pretty heavily populated with hydrants just in the last 15, 20 years of me being there, just because of the development and everything else. We're lucky enough to get a lot of new hydrants. Other zones in the county, they depend on tanker shuttles because they don't have the hydrant network. So that's going to be really hard on them from an ISO standpoint. The other piece, apparatus. So that's kind of the main piece ISO looks at is, training hours. I'm not even going to mention that because all of us have training hours. Many of the departments are staffed by paid professional firefighters that are volunteering on their days off. So we've got training covered up. But the apparatus piece is tough because I have two commercial structures in my zone. The 2 churches, one of them is a really, really small community church, so that doesn't count. They deem that I should have a ladder truck. I don't have a ladder truck. Probably never will. Can't fit in the building. They cost about $1.5 million nowadays. So that dings us on that. But the way we do that is by having 2 Class A fire engines. Class A is just your normal size fire engine, and that's what keeps us from going in different directions with apparatus, because we don't want to hurt our ISO rating. Because one of my residents, her husband's a attorney in Hendersonville. You've probably seen his billboards. She had told me once before she pays more for insurance on a small forest farm property they have in Cross Plains than they do on their, 9,000 square foot house in our zone because of the ISO rating. So it makes a big impact. So I like the idea of incentivizing us via that, but it's important
ISO rating, like, you know, set aside the needs. I'm just, I mean, my opinion here, just to put it out there, is that this is because of the growth, the number of buildings that you have to service in the county are outstripping what a typical volunteer fire department is designed to do, right? Like, we're in this kind of transition period. So, to really do this right, I actually liked the subscription model. I didn't really go very far, but I think unless we do something like that, all of this is a stopgap. At the end of the day, all of it is a stopgap. So I'm just trying to figure out the best way the most efficient way to do it. Go ahead.
I know you said there's not a direct correlation, but if you did not have if there's not a station in an area, that does affect the ISO.
Right. Yeah, that's one of those areas.
So while there's not a direct correlation, if you don't have enough money to run, you have to shut the station down, then that does affect.
Yeah, that's what we can affect and what we can't affect. So if somebody decides, hey, we need to add a second station for zone coverage, like the Highland Fire Department has done over the years, they're up to 3 stations for zone coverage because they have the largest geographical zone out of all of us. That enhances their ISO rating. Charlie?
Real quick, there's really a third one there that affects growth, is you got to have a station within 5 road miles of the residents. 2/3 of residents in Oak Grove Fire Department, we have a 7-9. 2/3 of the 9, because we don't have stations within 5 miles of their residents. And saying getting it lower, we can get it lower until we get a station with equipment in it within 5 miles of all residents.
I have a quick question. And this is, are you not done?
Well,
I'm sorry.
I had a general question for y'all. I was at a conference in October, and they were talking about the ISO, and there was a gentleman speaking. He said he used to be the person that would go around and check the ISOs, and he announced to us that we were behind, that the ISO inspectors, setters, I don't know what you call them, and he anticipated that in the next 5 years they'd get caught up and we'd all be in for shock. Can you address that?
It's roughly a 5-year rotation that they visit areas. They saw us roughly 4 years ago. So, this is something we think about all the time and plan for. And really all it is keeping our record straight and being able to answer the questions they have. And we've been through it many times, so we can anticipate what they're going to ask and have the information ready for them. Yeah, it's typically a 5-year rotation. I think the last time they came was because a certain fire department asked for them to come, because they were trying to affect their rating in a positive way. So they're like, well, we're coming, we're seeing all of you. So, okay, get all our records out, make sure it's all there. They look around the station, they look at the apparatus, they look at your hydrant network, they ask about water supply plans, things like that, and then they go and you get your rating a little while after that.
But you anticipate positive, that
we're not going to grow past a 4 or positively without, adding a
4 is great.
Yeah, 4 is great.
If everybody was 4, we'd be happy.
Without
I'd be
adding
happy.
another apparatus or some or a ladder truck, there's not a whole lot we can do to get past where we're at. But yeah, I do anticipate seeing ISO again within the next 2 years.
And I understand that you have 9, but I got that from.
Well, it's a 2-part rating, so there's
Right.
the lead number, which is what everybody advertises, and then there's the secondary number, so I think
It would be 7 within 5 road miles and a hydrant within 1,000 feet of the house. If there's no hydrant, it's a 9. Anything beyond 5 road miles is unprotected.
Thank you. That was nice. I just
Any other, Mr. Becker.
Yeah. This is sort of just looking at this data and understanding. You may not know because it's a question about White House, but I am curious why their insurance is so much higher and their fuel cost is so much higher, and maybe just those two. Do you happen to have any info on that?
I do.
Brad does.
That's my volunteer department.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Well, one thing to note about White House, everything is a lot higher. One thing that affects them is the Robertson County funding, because that's a department that splits
lion's share of their funding does come from, Robertson County. That's why if you look at the apparatus payments, it's $130,000. That's figured on $1.3 million in loans for, 2 trucks. That's what they had to spend. That, fuel cost, or they use an apparatus a lot, they have a larger zone. Again, that is split between 2 counties, but they get 2/3 of their funding from, Robertson County, versus Sumner. So, but if you, one thing too, you look there, is those numbers are more true to what it takes to run a fire department, because that figures in apparatus payments, it figures in, I was a full-time staff member there last year, so we burned more fuel because I was in an apparatus daily. Insurance rates are higher because there's 2 stations and 9 apparatuses in Sumner County, just on that one side that we serve. So insurance rates are high because that's what it costs. So to look at what it's going to cost to run a fully funded fire department, White House is probably your closest to actual costs versus some of the others that are running on that shoestring. There's a lot of stuff in those other departments that don't include hose testing that's supposed to be done annually. Some hydrant tests that are not done annually. Ladder testing that are not done annually because they can't afford it. A lot of maintenance that doesn't get done, we put duct tape on stuff because they can't afford it.
All right, now my last question. Does anyone know where Commissioner Mansfield came up with his 1.17?
He figured it on 90,000 per station, is what he requested in the budget committee. And I just took that 90,000 and times it by 13, which is what the stations y'all have always funded, was 13 stations. You may notice that on that form I gave you, it actually includes 14 stations. Your number wouldn't change. It's the same funding you would have given us based on 13, but we've made a conscious effort between the chiefs to split that amongst 14, which Gallatin Community has had a second station for 10 years now. They've never had it funded before, and they're also one of the more underprivileged fire departments. And so we've all kind of taken the decision that we would take a loss per department to give them a little bit of an increase to help their second station.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question. I was trying to look, I'm looking at your 990 for White House, and it seems like I remember looking last year, it seems like I believe that White House gets more grants than the others.
Depends on the year. We do, we used to have a grant writer who worked for us, who was our assistant chief. Pardon me, he was very good at that.
How much did he get?
Well, it just depends on the year. Like in 2002, we got a $300,000 fire simulator. I think in 2016 we got to $120,000 a year. Those are a lot of FEMA grants, and if y'all are not aware, FEMA grants are about done because FEMA's about shut down with the Trump administration.
When I look at the 2024, your 990, let me make sure I get this right. Your revenue, your contributions grant was $459,000. But when I'm trying to reconcile that back to this for the $405,000, that's $160,000 difference.
Yes, and that does not include everything, our total funding, our total expenditures. That is just picking off some of the bigger items.
Right.
So there's a
I
lot
thought
of
maybe your grant writer, if we, the county, can offer some grant services to take care of some of it, if it's $160,000, we could offer that.
Absolutely, and that would be a wonderful thing to have. Grants are, the biggest grants that are out there are SAFER grants, which allows you to get funding for personnel. That one is still available. The AFG grant is the second biggest one that allows you to get equipment, turnout gear, and other specialized equipment. I think that is returning this year. But most of the other grants that are out there available are like state grants, and they're $10,000.
So you have somebody doing that, or do all of y'all have somebody doing that?
Yeah. We're all trying. Not all of us get it though. Like last year, I think all of us applied for the state grants, and I think 2 of us got it, and we got half of the amount that we asked for. So it's just one of those things that's not guaranteed. If we get it, it's great. It takes a burden off of us. But if we don't get it, it's still the same we need.
Thank you. I was just wondering on the numbers.
Any other questions? Okay.
All right,
Thanks
for your time.
Okay. I think that's it. I think we can roll into workshop now. Here's what I would suggest. We spoke earlier. I don't know that we're going to make any changes to revenue.
right, we're gonna leave
Leave that
it
alone, revenue estimates. I would suggest that we move into, any recurring, in particular salary changes that we've, added up here, and then tackle the capital. I think the one will be the latter will be easier than the former. I think probably the right way to do this is to go with, I'm open to suggestions. We could go line by line and just tackle each of these guys, but I would like to lead with the following. Going back to what we talked about earlier today regarding this step thing. Here's what I'd like, because I don't think we're going to try to fix this here. What were you about to say?
This is the one Mr. Boyd went past that week to see.
You can see what Wilson does.
Okay.
To get an idea what.
Here's what I'd like to do, because I don't think we're going to have time, and we shouldn't try to actually bake all that into this budget. What I would like to do is tackle the ones that we have here. And the biggest ones, I think, are EMS and the Sheriff's Department. To tackle those, and then we do, by that I mean the steps, then we will do the new hires. Then, once we get all of that completed, let's look at where we're at and see if we can't potentially set, maybe it makes sense to set aside another quarter penny or something like that, similar to what we did last year. Hear me out. Into the general fund and give Mr. Long some directive to derive a per department amount that we could give, that we could use to equalize. It's kind of a stopgap this year, right? Here's what I'm trying to avoid. Here's what I'm trying to avoid. At least I have been convinced that you need some level of step increase here. I don't know about the exact amount, but I don't want to be accused of giving the Sheriff's Department, basically all the people who came back, they get theirs, and then the people who stayed within their budget, their folks didn't get anything. So I would like to try to take care of those guys, but to do it as a budget amendment after this budget gets passed.
I think you could stick it under miscellaneous. That's what I'm saying, you could do theirs, and then if you go to page 80, you've got like other expense, you could stick an amount in there to be in that later.
Yeah, and that way we don't have to publish again, right? We don't have to.
Well, you come back later and break it up.
That's exactly what I'm.
And you're not taking it out.
Does this make sense as a way to kind of solve this?
On page 80.
And so when we're doing these steps, we're not going to try to go in line by line by line. We're just going to see what they asked for, give them some percentage of that, and let the department heads deal with it as they see fit. And then we recognize that some of the other parts that didn't get it, we'll set aside some in miscellaneous in order to amend into the budget later. Mr. Hyde?
I am definitely for helping them with steps, because I'm very used to that in education. But I'm wondering, I'm wrestling with it in my mind, if we shouldn't do a standard county-wide step plan, because if you don't, the problem I see is that one department could drive others to do something different, or more, or less, or whatever. And I think that countywide, if we do it at all, I think it should be countywide, and you could do something as simple. I shared this with Ms. Boyd, and I've been sitting here playing with it, and this is just hypothetical, but you could do something like whatever your salary starts out to be, say $50,000, then you could do a step of 2% each year, hypothetical, and then a COLA on top of that. And then if you even wanted to do longevity, looking at each other, wondering why employees here get this and these don't. And so I think we need to do a comprehensive look at a county-wide, step.
So, Mr. Hyde, that's actually what I'm suggesting. I'm just suggesting that we wouldn't be able to do it with this budget because we're kind of.
I understand that. I just wanted to say how I felt, about it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I actually,
I think what you're saying is good.
so we would do, the idea that I'm thinking of here is we would actually do exactly that. We would have some amount set aside in miscellaneous and then amend, once we figure out that policy, amend that in the mid part of next year.
I'm with you on that.
Ms. Boyd?
I like that, but I think that it all needs to go that way. Then we need to put the sheriff to put it all there and we work on a comprehensive plan. And then if you take a look, I know if you take a look at what, Rutherford's doing, they have the job titled out and the steps just across. If we set it aside and put it in miscellaneous and then work on it for a couple of months, we could come up with a way to.
How much effort would this be to draw out and build this into a policy? This would be a thing, I think.
It would be a thing.
Probably need to do it in September because July and August we're gonna be closing the books.
Yeah.
I think all our staff.
So.
Done August 31st, my statute.
Well, I mean, that's kind of, I think that's what,
We can start.
I think that's what we're circling on here.
And then I'd rather.
And then it's mid-year for everybody.
Right.
We could start September 1, and we could probably have it worked mid-October.
Now, here's the thing, so what you're talking about, let me make sure I understand, is that we would come up with some amount right now to put all of it into the miscellaneous, and then we would back into a policy, and then use what's in miscellaneous to affect that mid-year for everybody. One note, I mean, I still think because particular constitutional officers, they might have, we heard Mr. Paul said that he's not a constitutional officer, but the sheriff who is, they both have policies of their own. So I think in that case, what an individual, the department heads could choose to go with or without the standard policy. They could opt out of it, but if they opt out to hear me out. No, hear me out. But that doesn't change the amount that department would get. You see what I mean? So they can monkey around with it however they want, but the raw amount that they would get would still be based on this.
Yeah, I get
that. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
100%. That's right. And I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that you appoint an ad hoc committee, with me being the first member.
Okay.
To look at coming back with more specific information on this. And there's some really qualified people here.
I think I'm looking at two who would like to be on it. Okay, is that a motion?
Yes.
All right, we have a second.
Yeah, I can make a motion.
All in favor? Aye. And that's directed to me to appoint this. I will take that directive. And Mr. Wright, I can tell you, I've looked at both of you guys, if you're happy to be on it, put you both on. I may also put one or two members of the departments on there, just because they have some experience in it. I'll figure it out. So now, what's that?
Why don't you speak up?
You seconded it.
All right, let's do, what do we think, 5 people?
5.
Okay. Mr. Hyde, Ms. Boyd, Sheriff Craddock, would you be on that? Yes, sir. Okay, and Mr. Poss, would you be on it, and the county mayor? I need one more commissioner. Actually, I'm gonna do 3 to 2. So let's do Mr. Hyde, Ms. Boyd, Sheriff Craddock. I'll put you, Mr. Mayor, because you can represent also the EMS and a little bit broader. And Mr. Harrison.
Mr. Harrison, second.
You good with it? We all good with this? I mean, I can just appoint.
Well, wait, I do have.
Hey, thank you. You're gonna be filling out, working to fill out this step.
I do have last time when we worked on the sheriff's numbers, Mr. Long was instrumental in.
Well, he'll be as part of it anyway.
Well, we made him part of the whole. Yeah. That's not good.
on it, and you are a non-voting member, number
And you
6.
can't quit until it's done.
You are number 6, you are a non-voting member. There we go. All right. We good with that?
Oh, but I have Mr. Haas notes, I'm good. All I got is copy, yeah, he's put that.
I want to say that, I agree with what's been said here, that these constitutional officers, we like to think sometimes we have more authority than we have, but we don't have any authority over what they specifically want to do. But this will help the county in planning, because you can say, as has been stated here, this is X amount of money, and this is what our county schedule is. If you draw up your own, that's fine, but we know what we're giving the department, and this is what you should be getting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it gives us the ability to do more or less what we just did with the schools, which is now working fine. Because they do step raises, but we don't tell them what steps to do, we just give them an amount. Excuse me. Okay, so we have that. I think now in order to solve this problem, we need to figure out what we need to put into that miscellaneous bucket. So we would need, we can pick them out. Let me ask you this: what do we have right now as our surplus estimate?
You mean available?
Available.
Really, because they're so skewed,
We're
with those
short.
grants.
Are we still short?
That's
We're
what I
short.
think last time, when you were finished, you were pretty much break even.
What if
So
we
in
say-
order to do this, we'd have to either change something or we have to move something.
Pretty much. Or, assume you've got more revenue, so you have more turnover.
Y'all bring the leads for the money tree, and another one?
What are we shooting for, one figure?
Well, if we, we're trying to figure that out.
What
What they asked for, just for the steps, would be, Sheriff Craddock's, I think, was around
296,
296. Oh, yeah, that's right.
I have a
With the,
suggestion.
let's figure, I'm gonna get it just a second. And then, Mr. Foster's was 193. 190, so it was about half,
I don't think it was wrapped, though, so it's probably not half.
like 220, so.
Was it wrapped on the other two bids? I didn't think I thought it said wrapped on employees, is that wrapped on your steps?
The step,
I'll have it too, then.
Where did you get them from? Did you get them
Y'all
from that
have
yellow
it too?
center column? It's not wrapped.
Okay, so it's 230, 240.
Yeah, 220, 230.
So between, you're talking about $500,000 right there, just for those two, if we did everything that they asked for. I'm not saying we should. What we need to figure out is how much can we put in this? How much are we willing to put into this miscellaneous?
Well, them two together is the majority.
I mean, that's, we have to. Go ahead.
Should we not go through everything and then decide how much?
Well, if we change too much, we're gonna have to publish another budget. You see what I mean?
We need new publication today, is what he's saying.
The reason we got to this spot is that the request for more money than we had. And that's just it, we're just reaching into the future taxes to pay for this ad. So if we're looking at coming up with a step and stuff, we could recast revenues and make a budget amendment. Because then we might know we're getting more money instead of paying more money that we don't have right now.
You're saying look at revenues in January, and if we're coming in.
We project revenues when we get a schedule. We can reproject revenues in advance.
That's true.
For the money that we have,
You wait till
besides
January.
reaching into the future to tax.
That's true. We'd have a better idea of what those, since we think we're gonna be coming in better than we are.
We think we're gonna be coming in better. and
Well,
then-
all that's gonna go to schools too, with that $2 million.
Yeah, I know.
If you're talking $1 million.
Maybe but I mean, we're talking about $500,000 change, so like.
Remember something else, the
That's
sheriff's
okay.
department and the EMS is the majority of your employees also. They're
I
over
understand.
50%.
No, I understand that.
And we're not where we were last year. I mean, everybody.
Here's the thing, unless somebody's willing to move, I'm fine with this unless somebody's
It's just an idea.
wants to move a penny, because we're half a penny. Otherwise, we would have to go and make such changes that we have to publish. We have to go take from somebody else.
How do we do cash program, we'll do it all in January and help them out, guide them somehow. We're gonna hire now.
Well,
They got power. They got people. Oh, you mean?
yeah, I mean, they're asking for, well, we're not talking about the new employees, I'm just talking about steps. We're just talking about steps. We're doing steps for the new employees,
So the idea here is that we make no changes now. We publish this, at least as with respect to STEP, because we do expect additional revenue, that we think we're under projecting. We see where we're at in December. And then by that time, you should have, that committee should have this in place, and we assume that we'll have half a penny extra to play with mid-year that we could implement. Is that what the motion is? Is that a motion?
That's my idea, I'm just throwing it out there. I don't take any future time.
I think a lot of the concern with first responders is the volatility of the market and us trying to keep up because, just like voting with your feet, first responders go with their feet. I know it's playing leapfrog and catch up. We hate to get caught up in that, but the reality is if we get in that same situation with EMS, where we're down 19, we're talking about shutting stations down because somebody else went higher. I think it's something that I agree looking at everything mid-year is good, but I think taking care of the first responders, we really ought to take a look at that now.
If we want to do that, then somebody's going to have to move a penny or a half a penny. Does anybody want to make that motion to move a half a penny?
I mean, we're already looking at increasing taxes when we say that. How many pennies do we move?
So we moved 4. We had 13, 14, I think, to play with. So you divide that out of, over 4 years. Because you will continue to pick up more on sales tax. We might not be able to go to the schools, but we'll get some of it. So I think we're safely still 4 years out. The reason I want to keep it to 3 pennies is because that put us at a 5-year window so that we could get to the next reappraisal. I really wanted to get us to the next reappraisal. But, you go from 3 to 4. No, but if you get to the next reappraisal, let's be honest about this. Like, we are at flat dollars, right? So if we were to stay at flat dollars in order for us to not raise taxes, we'd be at year 2100 using $2010. Does anybody argue that we should be using $1910 right now? So at some point, we're going to have to increase the tax levy. It is my opinion, and I've just looked at the numbers, that I think that we can get to the next reappraisal if we're very conservative about it. And I think if we get to the next reappraisal, we will likely be one of the bottom 5, if not lowest tax rate in the state, even if we were to bump up a few pennies. So at that point, I think you can make an argument that, hey, we've changed, it's okay to change a levy at this point. I would even be willing to say that. But I just wanted to try to get us there. What I'm saying is we went from 3 to 4 pennies. That moved that horizon from 5 years out to 4 years out. You move another penny, it goes from 4, you start getting into 3. Right? So that's where we're at. And so I'm just saying, if you want to do this now, we can take care of people now, absolutely. But when the tax, when it starts getting tight in 2029, we voted for a year. That's all.
You really have got a couple of choices. Unless you get a zero inflation, in the long run, you're going to cut services and increase taxes.
That's it.
Question is when.
Mr. Hyde, go ahead. Go ahead.
I couldn't go for no. I did that. No, I couldn't. But, and I feel like last year we gave tons of raises everywhere.
We caught up.
And we caught up, but some people saw 11 and 15% raises, some even more. And this year we were very generous with the COLA, when other places weren't near as much as that. So if we're just talking about looking to see if we're going to gain some more revenue so that we can pay more, then I don't think that the time period we're talking about is that significant. Because we have invested last year heavily. We've invested this year in catching up with inflation and everything. I think we're in dire need. they can't wait to see what the revenues are, and then we want to.
What COLA is built into the 3%?
And the only problem is changing it right now, is you're gonna have to.
You have to republish.
Well, not really, you have to rehearings of the ones.
Yeah, that's what I mean, because you changed everybody, like, what I was getting at is that basically, I thought we actually had about $250,000 movement, but I guess we didn't.
You could probably move $250,000, but same thing, we're estimating we're gonna get a break-even point. You were close last time, we always pretty much, there was some discussion whether you needed more cuts or your break-even, and by all my analysis right now, you're break-even.
So when it comes to steps and steps only, I think we're all on board that we will likely be able to and want to put in place some steps, but it'll be a mid-year thing. Assuming that we will catch some additional revenue that we are purposely underestimating right now, or being conservative with. I think everybody's on board with that. Is anybody, I was for 3, I'm happy to support 4. I'm not gonna be the person that moves another half, but if somebody else wanna do it, because otherwise we kind of stuck where we are on the steps.
What was your comment, 3 or 4, what was that?
3 to 4 pennies. 3 to 4 pennies moved over from, an additional 3 to 4 pennies moved into general.
Have we done?
What's that?
How many have we moved already?
I moved 4.
There's your funds, this is, current years, and then that's your budget. Four cents, and then there was a little bit taken out here, and then we got I did the count.
For a total of 7.
I don't know what it is. Are we saying we don't know if we estimated 3 or we estimated 4? You keep going 3, 4, 4.
We moved
We moved.
You moved
4,
and
and you want to move
Correct.
He's asking if anyone wants to.
Anybody wants to go above.
4.
What,
I
above
thought
4?
you said 3 more.
No, above 4, sorry.
Okay,
I might have said that, but if I did, I didn't.
no, that's okay, I'm
Yeah.
thinking we're
Yeah, I
not,
proposed
we only have 14,
That's right.
okay.
We already reached any.
So if there's any, all right, so if not, then I think what we will do is we have a, committee formed. We will readdress this to see what additional revenue we've kept, into the year, and we stay where we're at. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, now let's talk about new personnel. So if we're gonna, it's a similar thing here, although, so total new personnel that we're being asked for, I guess it's a little different, because, let's go to the sheriff's department, it was almost net, or maybe there was like a $90,000 difference.
This is actually a decrease of about
90,000, 89,000.
So,
There's a decrease if you did the changes in one. You wanted the 2 clerical removed and add a correction sergeant. It's actually a net decrease.
well, so I think we do that, and don't decrease him, if there's,
No,
I think he makes
it's a trade.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, no, he's getting rid of 2, he wanted 2 clerical gone, but he wanted a correction sergeant,
Right.
and he wanted enough to make his captains make all the same amount.
I think that's easy to do. We do
Is
that.
it? Do we got room to do that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
because
actually,
it was,
Oh,
it's still a decrease in the budget.
All right,
And he also, there's also 400,000 that we got back.
now that's true.
right now he just came up with part of it,
So,
but you haven't got.
but that's, does that go to, does that have to go to the jail?
What have to go to the jail?
The $400,000 for the difference in the, because the SEC rule?
No, that's in your courthouse and jail maintenance, it's for use maintenance and construction, renovation.
So that doesn't,
We can't.
we
touch
can't
it.
use
We
that.
can't touch it.
Okay. All right, so that we can take care of that ask pretty easily.
Can you restate which?
This is for, he'd asked to remove 2 clerical staff and add a, corrections supervisor, sergeant?
Sergeant,
Yeah.
and you correct where he, one of his captains made less than.
Yeah, there's a $5,000 difference for them, so I think that one actually nets out in his favor, so I don't think there's any reason not to do that one. Okay,
What do you want to do about his uniform, because it was a decrease.
Can we talk about the captain?
Yeah, we talked about that, because that was, it was small now, it's still that, still that,
And then he mentioned the uniforms also. There's a decrease in the uniforms also.
that's fine.
Anybody have a second for that?
We don't, I mean, I don't, is there any objection to that? We can just do it. We don't.
Which one was that?
That was for the uniforms.
Oh,
Yeah.
that gives 90,000 back.
That gets 90,000 back. Okay. So now I think we're to,
You realize I cut about $165,000 right there.
Are you keeping up with it?
Well, that's just an estimate, that's pretty close.
well, I mean, but look, let's put that into miscellaneous. Let's see if as we're going through here, we can find enough to put into miscellaneous to give guys at least something to start with the steps. So let's put that into miscellaneous.
You're gonna start giving it.
No, I'm just putting it to the side.
Is that an estimate good enough? I just gave it.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I'm not saying where they start
We need
moving
to
it now.
estimate higher and lower.
$50
You did
a
the right thing, yeah.
We can just select this.
We have a miscellaneous line item in the general fund. And
For
that is what we're
the-
using as a catch. That's what we're using as a catch that we're going to use in order to affect the step raises. That's the idea. And so anything that we can find, like we just found, 165,000 from what the sheriff's office did, so.
Well, where I got that was the 90 and the 88 minus the amount.
So.
The captain said,
Cut his out.
Yeah, there you go. All right, highway department.
You've already got all.
Yeah, highway, election, let's do election commission
What did we
last.
do with the highlights? Remind me?
Put in the 2 employees, and then put 20 in the Ross, and then 50 in the,
Did we actually do that with the employees? Did we
Yeah,
make
you want to go
that
back and look at it? We got it, Henry said to go ahead and do it.
I think we wanted to do the equipment. I don't know that we wanted to
Yeah,
do
you said to go ahead and
personnel.
put the 40.
Did we?
But you got to go ahead and do it. but
I don't remember that we said we were going to do, we asked, and so he said he preferred the truck driver.
It's all right. Well, let's just go through it.
Because I was asking which one you.
Let's just flip over there, we can.
Yeah, let's go ahead and knock it out.
So, yeah.
Let's go back to.
Yeah, we'll look at it. Now, we do, just the salaries. We're good with the changes to the material.
It was Saul and Ross and Mix, I believe.
Yeah. And we were fine with those.
They're all stuffy, niggas like that. There's the truck driver, and good.
Oh, I don't know what, so I asked, okay, this is a miscommunication. I asked you to do that just to get the number for Dylan. But they went ahead and added it in. Sorry, we didn't necessarily want to add it in. We just wanted
Let's get rid of the total 51. Let's go to the right. so
We
you
said it
can
was
tell.
117,000 total, but I just wanted the number.
But go to the right and show how much we want. 1,70,940 with benefits for the, clerk.
And then 15.
And the purple.
It's right here with all the, how much was the part-time? It's about 14,000 increase on salary. Let's pull up how much the part-time was. Part-time was 31, 39 was 45.
It was more than that, 35.
But that didn't include the benefits. Right, I'll go for it, it's right here on the sheet. Just take a second, we'll tell you the exact amount.
Who said that?
I did.
Oh.
Well, yeah.
Hey, I think where everybody's gonna go here probably is like we go with the truck driver, but not the clerk this time around.
But do you want to add his part-time back in?
Well,
Well, you got a part-time.
part-time's already there.
Yeah,
Part-time, so.
I think that the part-time, if we get Carlos in and move those functions over.
Well, that's, I mean, so you're
Oh, I see.
agreeing, they're just going with the truck driver, and you're gonna try to operationally help them.
But I thought he
Okay, the
could
question
have
is-
somebody, I thought he said he couldn't find any part-time that actually do it.
No, he's got one now.
He's got one now, and he's gonna give them up, but I think.
He would want,
he's
ideally want someone a little more qualified to go, but they won't do it because it gets the benefits.
The part-time,
with benefits right now, it's 34, 549.
Part-time.
Moving
Yeah,
to
it is.
7940, so that's what, about 30, a little over $35,000, 35,000.
So make a motion, we add the truck driver, the part-time back in, but not the.
Anybody object to that?
I'll second that.
Without objection, I think just go ahead and do it.
Keep them
Now, just part-time stays the way it is.
part-time and truck
And the
driver.
truck driver, we do add one truck driver, what we do not add is they had a request for one full-time clerical, we're not doing that. Okay, judicial commissioners, I think, did we already make a decision on that one? They wanted to go from, what's the net?
Part-time to full-time.
Two part-times to one.
What's the net, what's the difference there?
20-something.
20,000?
It was 20,
Yeah, that's,
25.
that's,
So, say it again, they went from
They-
part-time to full-time?
they're trying to take two part-time judicial commissioners, combine them into one full-time.
So we're gonna have to add.
You'll have to add benefits, and it's about $20,000.
At 34, so 34,000 is not enough for.
No, I didn't think about it. No, I read it.
Where they get the $30,000, they don't have $34,000 part-time money.
What I was thinking.
If they're only got $34,000 worth
He's
of
not saying
salary.
it could be a blue.
It's more than that.
It could be a blue.
So that would be 34, so we're talking difference between 37 and 84.
So $50,000.
More than 50,000.
That's two wives only one.
Because it's all rolled into one.
They just parsed out, they just parsed out. Yeah, they just parsed out.
Are there any further up?
Oh, so that.
It's just all one lump sum.
One line, that's Jerry in there.
So full-time is separate, okay.
Yeah, they never had it right there. Questioning and then.
I mean, here's, I would like to, before we make a position on this, I'd like to, if I had to choose, I would rather get one more, this is me, one more person on consolidated dispatch than one more, full-time judicial commissioner. Like, that's my opinion. Like, doesn't mean that they're both not needed, but, you know, I don't know that, I would rather get one more person on consolidated dispatch than one more judicial commissioner, right? I mean, like, I'm not saying they aren't all needed.
No, at the end of the day, you've only got so
You've only got so much. You know, if we're gonna do, I would rather try to do, yeah.
And I'm with you completely. The judicial commissioner, let's say we're short, so whoever came in, they can just sit in the jail until somebody gets there, right? And I'm okay with that.
No.
Better than
I hope not you to go
911.
to jail.
Better than,
No, you're minimizing what they do there. That
But
they
I'm just
issue
saying, they
quite a
can do
bit
that.
more
I
paperwork.
know, but if we're talking about Matt's point, somebody picking up the phone when 911 calls,
Yeah, but that 911 call could be somebody getting beat up because they need a TRO and.
Okay, well, we're getting into somebody.
You want to go down the rabbit
Yeah,
hole.
you're right, but here's the thing, it's just look, all of these are important, right? Nobody's saying like, this lady was working till 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Nobody's denying that she, it's just a matter of, once again, unless we wanna get to, unless we wanna start going toward that window of when the tax increase happens, then we kinda have to choose. And if I'm gonna choose, that one more, I would like to, I don't know that we're gonna be able to get 3, but I would like to try to get y'all one more, person on the consolidated dispatch. I would like to do that. And that's a pretty similar number to what we're looking at here.
how many new employees did we add? Like last year, we added 22 new employees to the county. How many did we add this year?
Not that many.
Not as,
Not that many,
But
I'll
how
have to go count, but not that many.
because we didn't give them all what they asked for.
I know, I'm just wondering if there's
All right,
anybody else Matt doesn't want.
I know,
I want them all.
so does anybody have a problem with me trying to are we good with this, leaving this one, just leaving this alone? I mean, you would be denying the request for the,
Leaving it at 2 full-time instead of
leaving
1
it 2
full-time.
part-time.
2 part-time.
But what we can ask them is if the part-time might not want to stay there, they might not have 2 part-time, and might go back and part-time because they, one of them wanted full-time benefits and the other one.
Do you want,
I'm just saying they might
What do
not be
you-
able to.
what do you want to do?
I wish we'd asked for that.
That's what we should have asked, how many hours are covered by the two part-times?
I don't know.
I can
say two
part-time,
maybe say leave the money.
Just leave it to, yeah.
They
That's
can-
what I'm saying, I mean, does anybody want, we need to make a decision. Does anybody want to accept, modify, or change their request?
I mean, Mr. Sittler, you seem to be more involved with them. If we leave it alone, are they okay? Are you involved enough with what they're doing?
It got handed over to Judge Blanton because of the conflict, and I had to take over probation, so I don't know where they stand now.
Where did they stand?
I did not feel as there was a need for their request.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody want to make, all right, so.
I'll make a motion, we leave it as it
Leave
is.
it as is. Is anybody without objection? I would agree with it, but, okay, without objection, we leave it. So now we go to, Millersville Library was not, that was just a change, a name change, let's see, consolidated dispatch. I would like to add one.
Where are we?
We're on consolidated dispatch.
So, I would like to speak to that, and maybe I shouldn't, but I'm going to. My son worked with them for a year. And he's 23 now, so he went in when he was 22. I never spoke to it because I felt like I didn't want it to be perceived as a conflict of interest, but now that he doesn't work there. The work they do, and they're the front line. And I've had a kid, that same kid was choking on a Lego when he was 4 years old. And I had a fire truck and an ambulance and a policeman, 3 response vehicles come into my house within 5 minutes, and that the people, and also that same kid ran away, and I couldn't find him, but he was at the neighbors eating a Twinkie on their steps in the garage. But they have been on the phone with me, and they are professional, and I've dealt with them personally before this kid worked there. So he went to work there, and he had a guy commit suicide, blow his brains out on the phone. He said, you have no idea what it's like to be on the phone with a little kid who's screaming because his daddy's beating up his mama. And he didn't even address the fact that he's also on the phone with police. And I don't want to bring emotion into budget. I really don't, because we're here to deal with numbers. But if I'm calling 911, I want them to pick up the phone, because I'm afraid. I'm scared. I'm worried. And I don't believe that 911 is more important than fire or volunteers or the sheriff or any of that. But they're the first line. They're the first line. And I would, if we can figure out how to give them the 3 they want, I would like to see them have the 3 they want. So I've said it. Because I don't say I've lived it, but I've listened to him talk about it.
What's the amount, what would the amount be?
What's the per?
About 200 and about 40,000.
And I want y'all to know it's hard for me to ask.
I know.
Because I'm a skinflint and I'm cheap and I keep my thermostat on 80 degrees in the summer. Okay? So I'm just letting you know.
Don't invite me to your terrarium.
Also, keep in mind that this is a cost share with all the cities. We only pay 32% of their budget.
So how much would that be for all for 3 for us? About $80,000, $81,000.
This is a small ask that all the cities have agreed
Katie, for
Second.
so it's 80,000 for 3 of them.
For 3 of them? Okay. No,
No, we've already approved the trainer.
They're all.
So we've already approved 4.
Yes, and from what
I'm good with it, but I just want to say.
what I understood when they came and spoke in May, that with these extra trainers, it keeps the trainers from having to be taking calls while they're training. And if we're listening to this,
Yeah, I'm in favor.
you want me to shut up, Matt? I'm
I
sorry,
think he called
Commissioner Show.
Did you have a question, Mr. Sherrick?
So,
Do we need to vote on this? Are there any objections to it?
We're gonna do it, right?
Without objection, I think this.
Unless you say no, David.
Well, I got a question. So is that the 33%, Mr. Long?
These are the 100% because we get reimbursed the revenue on 68.
Okay, so then we'll have somewhere else to bump up the revenue.
You'll do it automatically.
Oh, it was, okay.
It's linked to the expenses.
All right. Okay.
For now, at least.
Yep. So, well, EMS, so we talked about the step, but we didn't talk about their ask for new personnel. Well, the total amount, that was a lot. It was like $460,000, I think, for their personnel, for their additional personnel that they were asking. What was it?
What are they looking for?
They were looking for 4 additional.
Yeah, we removed 5, and they are requesting 4 of those 5 back in, and including overtime and benefits.
It was about $460,000.
You asked for,
Yeah, that's what I remember.
last month you asked for.
There was 5 paramedics got cut out of the budget, correct?
Correct, well, according to this email, yes. We removed 5 along with, we removed 5 new paramedic, we removed 1 new AEMT position.
Yep.
We reduced overtime for those 5 and the 1. There.
And so how many
So
did
they're
we
closest
add?
to 4 of those 5 back.
Did we only add 7?
That's what I can't remember how many they asked for initially.
Oh, I see. So we,
7, 8, 9. Did we add 9? How many did
We
we
didn't
start?
add 9.
How many did we add?
There was 1 paramedic and 2 AEMTs.
Yeah, we added 2 or 3. Yeah.
And 2 what?
I'm looking
And
here.
AEMTs, advanced EMTs.
I can't remember these scenarios that we added.
So, I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're at the same scenario that we were before. If, we've got a couple options. There's, at this point, I think about 120. You could go to the miscellaneous, and I think there's probably 120,000 net there, since we put in the 80 for those 3. So, and you could give them 1 out of that, and drain the miscellaneous, which that miscellaneous is currently earmarked toward steps, or we could move pennies. Those are our options.
I did ask in the May, and I believe I asked Chief Posh, would he rather have the step or the staff? And I believe your answer was?
The step pay plan to retain what we have right now is the most important thing.
Okay. So,
I was about to ask you a question.
any other?
I remember
Leave it
that.
as is?
What's the step cost?
Well, we haven't gotten to it yet. We have put, at this point, about I think it's about $120,000 into miscellaneous. We expect probably another $500-some thousand, and that would be more than sufficient, I think, to give everything that would be asked for, but we will need to wait until, we get further into the year to get the revenue estimates back. Yeah, let's see.
we expect that 400,000 because of revenue projections.
Because of revenue projections.
Okay,
Right, we expect more than that.
and this is what we're showing, this is what you gotta be super careful. It's showing we're picking up $1 million, but you gotta remember something, here, go over to, here, based on that grant schedule. During 2026, we got $4 million, some odd $1 million of, money coming back from grants. So if you take that 4.7 out of there, minus that off, it'd be about 3-something negative about where we're at last year. Because we moved those revenues in the area where we're coming in and out, so. You have a little wiggle room, but not a whole lot. You could probably pull another 250 to 5 somewhere, but that'd be.
Well, I mean, I think the idea was that we wanted to give time to set this, figure out a county-wide base policy.
But I mean, even based on your current revenue, not changing on the extra coming in, you're probably looking at 250 to 5, you can still put in that.
what's the amount for the step here?
It was, around 400,000, it was 190, it was, no, fully wrapped, it was like 210.
220.
For, EMS.
So 220 EMS and the sheriff.
It was like 280, I think.
280, you're right.
Okay.
220, 280, so right at 500,000.
Okay, so 220 for EMS and 280 for sheriff.
Correct.
And that's 500. And then I think I just heard Mr. Long say we have how much?
Maybe probably about 250 to 5.
Okay, good. I'll make a motion to add step for EMS and sheriff. 220 for the EMS, 280 for the sheriff.
And it would come out of?
That money you just said that we're gonna have. Again, we're not done. We'll vote on this.
Here's what I'll do. Is that gonna get a second?
I would like to see everything else play out.
I'm gonna,
I tried.
here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna second it, but I'm gonna amend it.
Alright.
I'm gonna amend it to 1/2. My amendment is for 250 that we'll earmark toward.
So 110 and 140.
110 and 140.
For them to get half
For
of
them to get
that,
half of their current
for
step
both,
that
for
they've
both
asked for.
departments.
For both departments.
So you gotta stick it
We're,
under the department.
we're not gonna go back to miscellaneous now, we're not gonna do
No,
that.
we're still gonna do that. We're still gonna do it. They're gonna get theirs, they're gonna, I mean, look, they're gonna get theirs, they will get theirs ahead of time they asked, and then we'll still do we'll still do the rest.
I'm fine with that. I'll change my motion.
You wanna wait?
I'll change my motion.
Yeah.
What do you wanna change the motion to wait?
What you just said. The 110 and 140.
But the rest of them won't have any money.
Oh, yeah, it has to. What's that?
But if we don't have any money, the rest of them.
We'll have.
But if I don't like what you're doing with volunteers, can I change my vote for what?
Yeah, I mean, we can wait till we're all the way through.
Yeah, we can wait. Right now, okay, we can come back.
All right, look, we got an idea. We've got an idea. I'm probably okay with it. I'm okay with it, but let's.
I'm the only one who cares about sheriff.
Remember, I was conservative too.
But
He can say that, let's not be on the fence.
Yeah. Y'all want me to make it down that way?
All right, so.
Just throw a hose in the lake, I guess.
Yeah. All right, let's do,
I got a water trough.
so probation.
That was one thing that's gonna help you, talking to Mr. Silver, I think.
Oh, yeah.
The estimate on the revenue was 180.
Yeah,
The expense was 25.
Put that into that miscellaneous bucket.
Well, let's go ahead and,
Can you guarantee conviction?
let's take the first 150.
You don't answer that.
We don't get the money unless you're convicted.
This is exactly the problem.
Look, 'cause this is all based on, I mean, you have to be convicted before you pay the fine, ask me how I know.
Whenever something decides to come out, it's like, they don't have that. Say it, like I said, something to give something out. 15 people watching, but there's other laws that make that 1,500. All right, so let's do volunteer fire departments then.
Let's not make money get this number.
Oh, okay, for that,
Because we
I'm
think,
sorry.
what are you adding, Ms. Brown?
180 to revenue, 25 to expenses for,
Oh,
Okay, so that's 160.
wait, we gotta
Can we
change
use that,
that.
you, right? Like, use that in the general fund?
No.
We're talking about the 165, and, oh, his number.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what are we doing?
180
But it is
minus
after
25 is 150.
that class is.
Yeah.
Hey, Brad, that's 155, not 160.
I don't see why we went back to put it all in a thing and see.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, I wanted to be clear that it was after conviction.
That's how this other one.
Hey, Mike, that's just 55.
It's just
180 minus, yeah, minus.
Hey, put it in the miscellaneous bucket.
155.
155.
Miscellaneous.
How much do we have in miscellaneous right
Well,
now?
you got 155, and if you want to, we can go ahead and put the 110 and the 140.
Yeah.
So put all three of those in there for now.
What's the 110 and the 150?
And then we
That's not the sheriff and the ones.
Well, no, we haven't, he withdrew that because we're not doing
But we
anything.
use about 80 of that.
So,
That's like Sheriff Craddock when he did.
yeah, so,
Changes in salaries and that.
so we saved 190. And then we took 80 of that for consolidated dispatch. So we have 110 plus 150. So we got 265 in miscellaneous right now.
And
Okay.
that doesn't even consider the.
That's not easy. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Well, and he was just saying that, we'll come back to that, because there's something we forgot here. I'm not disagreeing with you, but we forgot election commission. So here's what I want to do. I say we leave election commission the way we had it, and then I would like to make an additional change. And here's a thought.
We're just starting.
What was their ask for for their election commission? It was like
$384,896
for $394,000 for convenience voting centers. I would like to. Is there any way to put $394,000? So that's one time. And I was coming here and I was actually going to argue for convenience voting, but instead I would like to find $394,000 maybe out of capital or somewhere for one time, and set that aside for our law department so that we can be prepared for a lawsuit. And I'm serious about this. I'm serious about it.
I'm saying capital can't do it.
Well, I want to just give you my intent and then figure out how to do it. So, and maybe y'all vote me down because I'm a little hot. But what I'd like to do is leave the budget as is. And this last year, because I'm tired of this. Last year, we twice have paid. Here's what happens. We set a budget. Somebody comes up and they say, "Oh well, we've got to pay these folks." They pay with total disregard of our budget, and then we pay it because we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And we are never going to not pay personnel. I've done this for 3 years, and every year this has happened to me. So this is maybe my last year on the commission. I don't know, but depends on if somebody wants to put me out of my misery. But this time, if we do this again, I'm going to put into budget. I'm going to move to legislative, and I'm going to issue a resolution that the next time we do this, we proactively file a lawsuit against the election commission. And yes, this is cutting our nose off to spite our face because yes, we are suing ourselves. Yes, we are wasting money. But the only alternative to this is to have a department who can come here and say that thou shalt, we will determine what you will give us, and if you don't give it to us, we're going to spend it anyway, and then I'm going to come here and I'm going to chide you about it. So let's just take this to court the next time they want to do it. I don't know how we can. We've got the money in capital. It's a one-time thing. I don't want to move pennies, but I got to figure out. I don't want to deal with this ever again, and I'm willing to call it bluff.
Why don't you? And this is my thought.
Does everybody agree with it? I agree with it.
I can go for change.
No, I just want to hear what you're about to say.
Capital can be only used for capital-like items. You've got a strong fund balance, which is for one time, like the general fund or revenue shortfalls. What you may want to do is your last item after you feel like your budget's balanced, put a line item in just for that in the general fund, even if it decreases your fund balance, because it will be one time. That's the thought. You've got to go to your fund balance. And I can give you the history. You've been planning for recession for years. So you've got a strong fund balance. You've got a $41 million fund balance.
Can you tell us how much last year that we spent total on election commission for the election office?
If I was upstairs, I could, well, you did 24, 23.
No, I mean in 2020.
The one just ended
this last year.
I can go print the report for you. The problem we're gonna have is we still got accrued liabilities and payrolls being paid for this paycheck today. It's gotta be put in.
We got a ballpark?
We need to.
That showed me earlier. That's what we're estimating.
1.377.
That's our best
Is what's
estimate.
estimated right now.
That's what we have estimated in your budget right now.
But
That was a different election cycle, you have to find the right.
Now, this is actual over here, Mark.
That was the presidential.
These two are your actual.
You got a pointer this whole time, you've been standing up with that yardstick.
People talk to me that it's on back of your eyes.
Taking their eyeballs,
I think that'd be nice.
That is what we're estimating it to be at the end of where we're sitting right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then what do they submit to us?
I don't know that.
I can tell you.
Well, the budget was 1,324 and the expenditures 1,377. So about 50,000, about 53,000.
But we gave them
So it was
92.
two.
What we're estimating.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was her 92 was what her guess was.
Is 92 in that?
That was her guess. Well, that's what we think.
The 1,377 includes that.
What we think on. She could have some bills out there we don't know about.
Can we roll back? I think it would
53,000 above budget.
help answer Mark, and I have a question too. If I could see her 23 and her 24 numbers, what if her like 21, 22?
Wait,
But we did all the
53,000 is all she, I mean, not all she overspent, but I thought.
What that sheet says.
She was saying she was gonna overspend 92,000. We don't have all the bills in. I wouldn't know the Peter, based on what we're seeing, we think she's gonna overspend somewhere around 50. Well, that's what we have up there, is what we approved.
Well, we approved 92.
Approved 92, but she said it should be.
She requested
Because
to.
I agree, I mean, the coming back and the constant bickering it gets old. But always keep in mind that a municipality can call for a special election at any time.
They pay for it.
I understand that, but I mean, we still gotta outlay it at the beginning. I mean, it's still gonna come out of here, and then we could be 20. So.
But I can understand that.
I do, look, folks, I think the chairman is right on target with this. You know, we could sit here for hours and talk about dollars and cents, but it's not really, that's not the issue right now. The issue is what I consider a runaway department, a philosophy, a direction that's been taken, that's got to be corrected or called a halt. Or why are you here as a budget? Right. We're sitting here dealing with something that they're telling us to go fly a kite. I think whether it's the money that he suggested or the money you suggested set aside, we've got to be resolved to just settle this once and for all. If we go to court, so what? If we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. I don't see losing this when they're as well funded as they are. But I think the chairman is right on target, and we have got to do something to resolve this. It's not a matter of dollars and cents.
Mr. Chairman, I want to go back to what Commissioner Lambert was alluding to when he was getting attacked. And it had to do with, having a person, all they do is put stickers on your chest. I mean, do we have any control? I mean, doesn't our budget control?
That's Mr. Hyde's point, which
It should.
It should.
It should, but it's not.
And we're not, and I want to be clear here, we're not saying that these election workers aren't working hard. We're not saying that we're not even saying that what is asked may not have been what is reasonable. What we are saying is that we philosophically are drawing a line in the sand that we will not be dictated to. And if that means that we have to put some skin in the game in order to do that, we're willing to do it. And I was a little hot on there, but that's really what I'm trying to get. And if we lose, we lose. Then hey, what that means is that the judge is telling us that this committee has no control over the election commission, and every time that there's a tax increase, I'm going to say, hey, well, we can't control our budget. So, Mr.
Yeah, I just think there's no frugality at all in that department. I think that's why we're here. We have to contain their budget so that she does become as frugal as she can with her department.
I might make a comment too, that the simple request that one of our commissioners made here at the table has become a major issue, just to get a little bit of information
your, oh, go ahead, Mr. Lynch.
I put a competing motion on the floor. I'd like to make, I don't know if I should amend it or make a new one, that we give a 3% increase to the budget last year to cover COLA and be done.
Second. Well, but that's,
You had a presidential.
it's a,
Yeah.
it's not a like-for-like year, that's the problem.
You're right.
And we did last.
Well, is there, but you, there's a motion and a second, you wanna talk on that?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Last time we did this exercise, and as you recall, you were standing over there and we gave them a 30% increase. We gave them a 30% increase. No,
Over like years.
Over like years. We did this exercise, I don't think you were here. But would you recall?
Yeah, I recall.
30%. And that's baked into our number we're sitting on right now that we're giving them.
I mean, just pulled it up, there's a $700,000 difference.
It's a lot.
I am not an election expert. It is hard for me to understand how one presidential election would be $700,000. It may be.
I mean, but in terms of percentage,
But
right?
I mean, it's very hard.
Mr. Becker?
I think to this amendment, we left the COLA in there. We removed the increases in salaries above the COLA.
Yeah.
So it's already baked. I think what your amendment was is actually already there.
I'm saying the 1377 that we.
No, what
You'll
you're
put
saying is.
the COLA percentage.
The COLA
Yeah,
percentage
it's
already
in
baked
that
in.
number.
Oh, okay.
It's already baked in.
So it's-
We went line by line, we just removed certain things.
The 3% COLA is already there in our number.
If we, David, if we left their budget the same, or set a number and they come back, then we have to do the same song and dance we just did Monday night, correct?
But this time, we will see if they wanna come back and do it.
No, it's not even that, I think, I'm not completely opposed to that, because at least that has some sort of oversight piece to it, where you've got to have some accountability of, hey, you've got to have some bills in here of how many people, in the packet of why you're asking for this 90,000 or 100,000 or whatever, insert money there. Or typically you don't, right? If it's within their budget line items, like they can,
So then the line items they can, if it's between non-salary line items and we think it's legit, for personal notice, move the money. Salary comes back to this committee, overall increases, by statute comes to the county commission. The problem we run into is things come down like election workers, it could even maybe fall back under Fair Labor Standards, definitely due to election workers. I get a bill, if I withhold those bills, we got another issue, if it's an employee, it goes under Fair Labor Standards, so I could potentially violate a federal and state law to avoid violating the budget law. So it puts us in an unattainable position. Unless I pay them and then you guys go back and, as I say, send down the legislative measure.
That's, Mr. Sidler.
I just want to be clear on the mechanics of this whole lawsuit thing. This isn't us saying you've made an ask, we're going to sue you. What has to happen statutorily is they make the ask, you say no, then they sue you. So, I understand, I just want everybody to understand where the trigger points are here, because I don't want you, as a budget committee, a year down the road, thinking you're setting up your.
But here's the problem with that, in order for that to happen, we have to not pay somebody.
Well, it's a budget ask, whether it's the employee part of it, we can always.
But that's what they'll do, that's how they've always put us in this.
They're not talking about the ask, they're talking about when she violates her budget.
When she violates
When she
her budget.
overruns her total budget, you're talking about litigation for violating the state budget law.
Yes.
You could possibly, but she's gotta make an ask though.
But she just like, she just, which is what she just did this last commission, and we voted for it because we didn't want to have election workers not get paid. And we will never want to get election,
and that's the county being conservative in their approach and making sure their employees get paid. But at some point in time, it takes a no from you to an ask from them.
But
so when you're saying when they send down election worker bills, I need to refuse to pay them, the county to file suit to make her pay them?
No, what would happen is, because if you pay the money, that's where everything's gonna get gray. What she's gotta do is come down here and say, I've overrun my budget, I need more money, and then we say no.
But if we say no, we're not going to pay those personnel.
No, then it becomes a managerial issue with her as the director or whatever her position title is.
What Eric's saying is she comes in, she sends me these bills through collection works, I pay them, she overruns her whole budget, and that's what you see before we overrun the budget.
Okay.
I would suggest if we not give
Is that correct?
strategy here.
Good on camera.
But he thinks he makes the.
It's just, I didn't know.
Or something, we're giving her fodder for, but the long and short of it is, I don't care if we sue somebody or they sue us. We just stand our ground on what we believe is right, and that's it. Whichever way it comes.
So we'll go ahead, Mr.
Call my second, and I'll tell you why. The 70% turnout that she talked about in 2024, 2 years prior to that, November 2022, it was 42. That was a midterm.
Yeah.
This
is a midterm.
This election is going to be so much less than the midterm.
Yeah.
This is where we talk about 8% turnout. She will not need to man those precincts.
Do you want to,
like
do you want to continue? You don't have a second now.
$1 million over the road.
All right, so are we leaving this one the way it is?
What to do.
Is the decision, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm completely agree with that. I had one other thing, before we moved on to election, I just want to restate my request that y'all get, that USB. I'd still like to see that data, but I don't want to see it with all that lawyer stuff on her form that I showed you.
The way that was laid out, she said she did not need a request because it was you acting in the function as a commissioner on this committee. She came here, or whoever came in her place. Well, Annette came here and then said this time had to be signed before she'd give it.
So I'm just saying, can we get it or not? Can you ask?
In other words, you have no authority and you can get it.
Exactly, that's it. We have no authority to that information.
I think she said she would give it to you if you fill out the form.
No, what you originally said was we wouldn't have.
And then there was a form with these extra.
All kinds of.
They brought it to me and I told them to change it to Miss Boyd, but she could pick it up.
Yeah, nobody.
Oh, it had all kinds of.
Yeah, then they tried to, I was walking back in the bathroom like, you sign here. I'm like, I'm not signing here.
So we're not allowed that information. For the record, that's all.
Do we want to?
Although I don't
No,
vote, I can make a motion, I understand, so I'm gonna make a motion that we leave the budget as is. And, what, man?
Without objection? Okay, there it is. All right.
Mr. Hyde, would you restate your motion for the minute taker?
I'll try to be nicer about it, but it was that we leave the budget as is.
Okay.
For election.
With the poll that's in already.
Right,
Okay.
whatever happens is.
Now I remember, and come what may. That's what he said. Will you
So
just
last thing here is volunteer fire departments.
I have a question. Did Mr. Mansfield, when he proposed this, did he want us to be the ones to pull the trigger on the county fire tax? Is that what he wanted?
I didn't say the word. I didn't say that word. I'm glad you did.
I did, because I don't know how else he wants us to do this. And I'd like to speak as a municipal resident. I'm already paying for fire tax. I'm already paying the city for fire. So when you do this here without doing a county fire tax, you're doubling up on me. And there is issues with that.
So I tend to agree with you, but you could also argue that, I think we're police. And so I get it. I probably lean your direction, but I would at least acknowledge that there's a counter argument to it.
Yeah, and also volunteer fire departments still come inside city limits.
I'm okay with the county fire tax, it doesn't affect me.
Well, are you want to make a motion to put a fire tax
I
onto
just wanted
the?
to know, somebody asked when Mr. Mansfield got the number, and I'm just asking.
Why don't we, at the request of the fire departments, put a county fire tax on the citizens of the county?
That's got a bunch of hoops that we got to go through, and when it's all said and done, we will have created a county fire department.
when we do the.
We wanna potentially put a, you're gonna did you just call it the Mansfield Fire Tax?
Oh, no, I said the Mansfield 1.17.
What about this?
No, I didn't call it that.
We have an election coming up in May, why don't we put it on the ballot?
What's the specific, I might say
I don't know, we could come up with it.
I'm sorry, I've got a director calling.
Was that a motion?
Ignore me.
Okay, so wait, we got to get hers and then I'll get yours.
I have a motion that we put it on the next election.
But what is it?
We have to form the question, but we asked the citizens,
I'll
I'll
help you form it right now.
I believe this needs to hit a couple of committees.
It will, but hold on, we'll start it or I can just take it to legislative as the chairman of this committee, that if it's the will of this body, that we formulate a question only to the rural counties, to the rural residents, right, because they'd be the ones paying it, that do you support a fire tax in order to pay for professional fire service in the county? Do you want me to bring it?
Would that be voted on by all citizens?
No, just those in the county.
That is not a requirement. I do want to say that legally, but.
Yeah, and you may want to research this just a little bit.
I would propose that you bring it up at legislature.
I'll bring it up. Here's the thing.
On this.
Can you begin, can you put that packet together, and will you please add that to legislative? It is added to legislative, and we have a packet on it, and we will begin considering.
And I mentioned this last time that we talked about this. Wilson County uses the piece of their sales tax, their county sales tax, and the county needs to pay for fire. That was another.
I mean, let's just start with this a simple thing, and we'll put it on the legislature.
Can you repeat what we're going to ask legislative to do?
To research a question for fire tax for the residents outside of incorporated areas of Sumner County.
And will that be on the May ballot?
We got to find out. I would like to have that, but we'll see. I think Mr. Lambert had a amendment, because we don't need.
Allocate $750,000.
Did you say election?
Okay, so we have a motion to allocate $750,000 from where?
That's not, I'm putting a motion out there, then we can discuss that.
Well, we've got to.
Is that, it's already at 5.
One of those numbers up there.
So it's already at 5, you want to add 250.
I want to take it to where it was last year plus 100.
So you want to add $350,000.
Plus 250.
It's at, I believe it's at 500.
It's at 500.
You can't go down, I mean, that's.
Well, so what are you trying to make?
That was a one-time thing.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Do you want to make it one-time?
What was the year before that?
Yeah, what was the year before that?
Capital, we put capital into it. Okay, so what can we do? Good. Do you want to make that amendment? Do you want to make that motion?
Can we fund their turn on capital purchases?
If you want to put you could, to do similar to what we did last year, you could put a capital purchase, you could put a certain amount toward capital purchases. Now, you can't dictate because they're not, it's a donation, right? Like you just say, hey, you have X amount toward capital purchases.
The problem with that is maybe not every department needs a capital purchase, they need their insurance paid. I think you call it one paid, I think that requires some more discussion.
I think you called it one time last year versus capital. There was a
Appropriation.
one-time appropriation for $200,000 last year.
That's what
And it was advertised and everything, and now it's becoming, that's where they're saying it's decreased.
And again, I think we were just talking about that, that's the big trouble with a one-time anything. And then all of a sudden becomes expected.
And it is, I mean, it has now.
Yeah.
It has. But the problem with the county, and I'm not saying I wouldn't even support it, I'm just saying like this is a stopgap. I mean, since the cat's out of the bag here, we're gonna walk this path with seeing if the citizens want to support a fire tax.
Is that the subscription
I mean,
model?
honestly,
Is that
I
the
like
subscription model?
No, it's a fire tax. I like the subscription model better. But we're gonna
Who would administrate a subscription subscription model.
They'd have to, I mean, they'd have to do it almost as a private entity.
You know, the long and short of it is, we've been sitting here today, all day, talking about how hard it is to hire a 911 dispatcher. And we're being asked to take on volunteer fire departments. As a resident of the city, I don't want to be selfish about this, because I can see the need for fire departments, and that's usually the establishment of volunteer fire department. I can remember times that we gave each department $15,000 or $20,000 or something of that sort, and it's becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, and we have dug a hole for ourselves. So we've either got to get in or get out, one or the other. I mean, talk about it all you want to, but the long and short of it is, we created this problem. They didn't create the problem, we created the problem. And if the fire tax is not accepted, I don't see any way out of this other than the fact that we raise taxes on many people in this county for this service. And I'm already paying taxes for fire service. I'm not being selfish about it, but we have a brother elite fire department in Hendersonville, I think, probably one of the best, and we're paying dearly for it. I'm willing to pay for it, but I can't furnish it for the entire county. I keep hearing, well, in 4 years, we're going to have a tax increase. If we keep this up, we're going to have it a lot sooner than 4 years.
So, is there any, I mean, you had a motion, what was your, do you want to restate a motion here or make it?
No, I mean, I think that's where we're at. There's a philosophical difference of funding versus not funding. And I don't begrudge Terry or Commissioner Boyd or Commissioner Hyde from, I mean, that's who you represent, I represent county. And so I'm going to fight for it. That's who's going to answer
Well, so this is why I agree with Ms. Boyd that, and did I skip anybody who had a hand up?
I did. I was just going to piggyback on what Mr. Hyde said, that the back of the peninsula is his district, the front of the peninsula is my district. We're completely in the city. And when we raise taxes at the county, especially if it's triggered by something that a county fire tax would support, then we're paying double for fire service. And I don't begrudge that, because my church and my graveyard are in the county. And if something catches on fire at my church, I want it fixed. But I think it's just a difficult, I like the idea of legislative taking it up and looking to put it on the ballot and letting the people in the county decide. Because,
well, so,
yeah.
And so here's,
No, and that's fine. I just wanted to that point, the people in my commission district were telling me 2 years ago they can't afford a stake in their own town because they're all on fixed income.
You know, that's what I was just fixing to say. The district that we represent, sometimes people think that everybody that lives in Hendersonville is super wealthy or something. Well, I'm here to tell you I'm not super wealthy. And I have people in my district, mom works, dad works, children work, and they have a hard time making ends meet. So I have to look out for them too, and it's not being selfish toward the county.
Well, so I was going to get him on cue, and then I'll get you.
I just wanted to say,
Go ahead.
Mr. Lambert, you're across the street from me, and that is the office.
So, I guess what I'm saying is, I think some people take this personally. I don't. At the end of the day, my constituents are more important than yours, only because they're the ones that elected me, just like you would say the same thing to me, and that's okay.
No, you represent Gallatin City also.
So, here's the thing. So we got two things going on. At the end of the day, we have this disagreement, whatever, and it's a reasonable and rational disagreement, but, and I appreciate that we can have a reasonable and rational disagreement. I think that when this happens, I think this county, and I've talked to previous budget chairman, and I've talked to, one who's been asking a lot lately, but he said something on the floor that said, we're in the fire business, similar kind of what you said, we're just in it badly. Or, to put it your way, we either need to get in it or we need to get out of it. And before we decide, I think what I would like to do, and I think what we've decided to do here, is ask the people for guidance, put that out there, and we'll figure out the right way to do that, and then they'll give that guidance. And if they say they don't want that, then what they're telling us is that they want the status quo as is. Okay. But in the meantime, we're going to get that question out the door, but in the meantime, I guess we need to decide what we're going to do this year. And do we keep it as is? Do we add it anymore? What do we do? Is there a motion? I know you were about to make one.
I'll set 750 back to the 650 that we did last year.
So it would be an increase of 150,000. Is that what you're saying? Would that come from? And would you structure it as a one-time appropriation similar to last year? I will second it if it's easier to spend. I will second it as a one-time. Yes. If you'll make it a one-time, I'll second it.
Big question. You've got a totally different budget this year compared to last year. Last year you had a broke by department and then an extra amount. This year you just got an extra amount, so you're not comparing.
Or did you want to do this?
You want to break it back into the 24s and then put the, because he said the same as last year, and then put the 200 and then leave them out to the radio.
Yeah, so do break it back.
Because I believe that was the request, was to break it out so they can get it quicker.
Yeah, so what we could do is we could break it out so that we could do a little bit of both to make it easier.
Yeah.
Break it out from 24 and then add in.
Whatever it takes to make them last year.
Yeah, whatever it takes to make them last year. I'm good. Dylan, are you good with that? I'm sorry. So the idea, this is just structure. To make it similar to last year, we would break it out by each department so that it's the same as, so that it's 24,000, and then we would add the difference in a one-time to make it up to be the same that we gave them last year.
Those are just be 24.
The feedback I've gotten with that is, while that's easy for us, it's terrible for them.
What do you?
What we decided as a group was we would half the money. 500,000, we couldn't do it at all half. But we figured if we would get to 8,000, which is kind of our lowest dollar, we would take 400,000 per station, keep that status quo, and the other 400,000 would be per department. That way, it fares it out a little bit better for the ones who have more stations, the ones that have less. Because like Galveston, Cottontown, Shackle Island only have one station, they get screwed every year.
So if you have 650, how do you want us to put it up?
I have to run the numbers to see, but theoretically it'd be 50-50. That half, 325 would go to.
Okay, so 325 divided by 30 per department.
I'd have to run the numbers because we can't have anybody take a loss.
We can do that. We can do that.
I've got a formula. I got a spreadsheet myself, and I type it in 10 seconds.
Yeah, so it's $25,000.
325 divided by 8.
It's 25. So instead of 24, 25.
And then the remainder we could build on that. We just put 200 there in the same last year.
No.
Well, what you put the token leave that to zero, I think.
Yeah.
It's a little more last year because of these, but you're still 59 too.
That's, Dylan, are you good with this for you?
Yes, sir.
So it basically bumps them up 1,000 more than last year.
Well, what goes about them up?
No, it's
8,000 or 59,000.
Well, 59,000 total. I mean,
59,735 across.
Yeah, like I said, I think the feedback I got was what he said.
I'm good.
Like, Kyle's got 3. So
You structure it this way. I'm good with this. All right. So, or is anybody else?
I'm good with it.
Hold on. Go ahead. We'll get Ms. Boyd, then we'll get you, Ms. Klein.
So I understand that we spoke a little bit ago, and you said that it doesn't include all the numbers, but I'm still going through the Form 990 here, and I'm getting a little bit more confused. So now I'm looking at Shackle Island, and in 2024, their farm reports a revenue of $210,000. And I see on this, if I'm reading it right, I'm looking at expenses of $38,000. I'm just wondering, is this capturing all of the subscriptions or donations?
It's gonna capture all the income that we have, but it's also gonna include if anybody has done any savings, what's in their bank account just sitting there, then.
How much money, because if I look at this is the first one here, if I look at Shackle Island, and I say in 2024, their revenue was $210,000, and we gave them, I don't know, $65,000, there's a lot more money coming in, and I'm just wondering what that is.
I can't speak for Shackle Island, I don't handle their books.
Okay.
But I can tell you that it does.
I'm just wondering, is there more money that we don't see here?
Not for most guys, it's donations, it's, if there's a grant, like you had seen here, if you get $200,000 or $100,000 grant, it's $25,000. It shows it as revenue, even though you're not really.
It's a grant, it is money.
It is, but I mean, it's not like dollars are in our wallet.
And then, as we said a minute ago, White House is showing $431,000 on their.
We get $270,000 from Robertson County alone.
And then Oak Grove is showing, I think Oak Grove is showing $623,000 on their $23,990, and that must be because we bought them that tanker truck.
Possibly.
And that's why they got that.
Right.
But that's still not $623,000.
So do we,
There's a lot more money in here.
well, no, so what, are we good with this? I just wanna like,
I think part of what he's saying is that those numbers include, like I get a thing in the mail every year
Right, your money.
that says, hey, would you like to donate?
And that's what I'm trying to see is how much money is out there. These 990s are suggesting there's quite a bit of a donation foundation in here, as I look through there.
well, I mean,
So I'm just looking, I'm not trying to,
well,
I'm
we're
just trying to
just-
understand.
Understood. And I'm gonna say one more thing, just because of the math, I did my formula on it real quick, and the half and half won't work on this particular situation. I'm looking at my numbers, everybody still takes a loss, it's not, it's a couple thousand loss. So if nothing else, if we could just do the standard, if you have 500,000 was the number, just take 500,000, make it per station.
That's what we did.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's what we did.
No, there's maybe 25 per station, and then there's.
Can you finish your comment there?
Yes, sir, I was just saying, if we could do the 500,000 as per station, as was originally designed, and the 150 that's left, do that per department. We'll just go back to our status quo, if it's 650 was the number.
I don't follow your.
I'm sorry, well, it was 650 total, however it worked out.
Yeah.
If the original 500,000 that we had originally was gonna receive per station, that makes it like 35,000 and some change in, per station. Then the 150 left, split that by 9.
No, he wants to split it up. He wants to split that by department. Good, but
What will the budget be?
If that would just go to, all operational.
But can't we just give it to him as lump and let them figure that out?
Well, if you do, you have to go back before the budget committee.
Well, that's fine.
It really does, but it takes longer than there's stuff we can't do.
Yeah, I know,
And you're gonna have to get started the same way we all know.
It'll come from, it's come from capital. It's just coming from a capital into a one-time transfer.
When we do that, we don't care if it goes.
I personally like the split that we had, where you get a phase amount per thing and you get one pot, and that way they can get started.
Yeah.
Keeps us out of the weeds.
And that's what,
Well, we've
we've
traditionally
done
done
here.
yeah.
I'd rather have
They
it all.
want to do it different.
So this
They want to do it
was the
different,
proper.
they want it faster, but like.
Yeah.
But this is the night to get started,
Get started, like, does anybody, I'm good with this, does anybody want to change it?
We don't have the departments in our budget.
I understand.
You mean for all the departments?
No, that means something.
No, I'm sorry, I forget how you
How
have
much
yours.
White House, a
We are
department,
correct, yes, White House would be a department with 3
Highland
sections.
would be a
Highland would
department.
be one department with 3 sections. I see you don't have it done that way,
We don't.
but,
We just look at it by station.
understood. We have to do the 150 to be fine.
At the end of the day, how does this affect our whole budget?
Fine, because it's coming out of, this is one-time payment, it's coming.
Well, it's one time, but it comes from your general fund the same way, but right now, I'm saying you got that 250, so you're somewhere in that.
No, but we're gonna, that's why I'm taking this to the.
Well, I just want to say again, and Brad and I are going to disagree on this forever. But when it was finally explained to me about the classifications, what is it classification? ISO ratings. I upped my $300 a year donation to 5 because I understood the value of it. I don't think they're doing a good marketing job. He disagrees.
No, well, here's the thing. Time out. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a great opportunity to do a lot of marketing for fire tax.
We have a vote on it.
I mean, you know, you put that out there, that, you know, knock it, you know, get out there.
Well, the people don't vote for a fire tax, they might be telling us they don't want us to be supported.
Well, and we will take that information as it is, I mean, we don't have that now.
I think the fire tax will be good.
I'll be paying a lot less a year for
All right.
fire contribution.
On that.
If you went to the whole county, you would almost certainly lose that vote. You would lose that vote. Nobody in the municipalities will.
All the cities vote for it because they don't want to pay for our fire. City don't get to vote.
Yeah, but then.
We don't get to vote on the fire tax,
Fire
but
tax, they don't pay.
it'll only be on the county.
So, the way we're currently showing this, and this, we're losing complete visibility of this being a one-time thing. Like, when we come back to this, I'm say, hey, we gave them 55,000.
Yep.
That's right, I don't like that.
You know what I'm saying? If you go back to the 25 and put it into one.
I thought that's what we were gonna do.
That's what you had.
That's what we wanted to do, was do 25 and then.
All we did was
That's what Dylan and I wanted to do.
Yeah, I wanna make sure, Ms. Brown, I know you were doing, I get it. So, but you wanting to maybe, let's set it, let's go back to the 24,000.
First,
And then
a lump sum.
And then the lump sum of the difference.
That's fine.
So 24,000.
Started, and yes, they have to come back, but
Yeah.
they're not gonna lose that, nothing's gonna break. And
If you do it like that, you're gonna tap into the,
Yes.
so.
Sorry, I think that's why you're.
Oh, okay.
Is she copied that on the
Okay. So then there, can you go down a couple cells right there? So you need to get that to 690. So you got, 340, 338. Something about right. No, that was gonna be. What's the 24,000?
650 total.
650 total. It's,
So it'd be 650 minus from and go up there.
So we're investing in.
a total of 650, and then there's some communication stuff that's outside of it.
I just want to.
And that's more zero.
Well, that's still not right.
Good idea.
Oh, yeah, there. Hey, that's the 338.
Dylan, is that what you were? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that, well,
I'm good with this.
the numbers out there.
Dylan, that's.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just looked at it again, I know we did this like 5, 10 hours ago. But really, White House insurance is 91,000 just because it's just more expensive than White House.
Yeah.
That was it, right?
That was it.
No,
They have more equipment.
More equipment.
More personnel.
Go ahead, Mr. President.
Mr. Long, last year, whatever, last year, that 338 is split up 200 and 138. Is there a need to do that again, or just leave it on one line?
Well, the 200 was the one time, the 138 has been a recurring activity. If you're going to show up with the one time, you may want to do the 200 and 138.
What's the 138?
It was an amount where they gave the 24 each and a 138. Originally, 138 was a total of 150 because it was made up.
Where did 138 come from?
It was originally 150 because it was that plus whatever legal work came out of that money.
Okay.
But then they quit. Then they just gave. Then they were just giving 138, and the county started covering the increase in the communication.
Okay. Okay. I would prefer to leave it like it's going on now. And, I mean, I'm only one voice, one vote. But there's a difference here. The 138 last year in column AC, roads 2014, right there, that is basically was seen as a recurring cost where the 200,000 was a one-time. And so.
138.
It was one time they were given 150 inclusive of the cost of the radio system.
Oh,
They came back later and they had to have the increase.
Basically, the this needs to be 138 and 200, right? I mean.
Well, that's basically what my
Yeah,
conversation is.
that we should do it that way.
Is the 138 truly one time, or is it truly recurring?
It was gonna, I mean, if we're gonna give it a break on those radios, it's gonna be recurring.
But it says that parameter of what? It's a big protection.
I would, that's about probably 30, I would refer to that part.
So, I'm good with that. So change the one, hey, Ben,
Change the one time to a two time 200.
so the 200, 138, split it out.
Yeah, that's just, we're basically making it exactly the same as last year.
Yeah.
I think we might need to take it.
Let's call it temporary instead of one time.
Yeah, that's a good idea, temporary.
Oh.
Temporary.
So subtract 138, or whatever. And there's the 690. We're back to that.
Temporary.
All right, we're so close.
Temporary could be for a few years.
Nah, we're all right. Anything else?
We could put second one time, that's fine.
No, I like temporary.
Random.
Any other changes here?
Okay, so that goes back up to last year.
Let it also be on the name of the Terry doesn't care about old people. Care about the sheriff, so you don't give anybody anything about the
I do care about it.
So,
I hope the fire tax passes.
all right, anything else? Go ahead, Mr. White.
The only thing I would say is that our volunteer fire departments have reciprocal agreements. They prep each other.
Yeah.
Correct. And I don't know how that washes out at the end of the day, but the city people do benefit from having.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
County
boys, you can spend
Almost 700,000.
Any other questions?
So, where do we stand right now?
We're breaking even, and we have what, $240,000 in the.
Well, then I think we need to go back and consider we're gonna do the half step.
So I was gonna second it, but I talked to Mr. Harrison here. It would be, man, I feel.
Can you take that money and give it to the volunteer?
No.
How much, so a full step, we're talking now, we're going back to the steps. So if my notes are right, the full step was 220 and 280
For two departments.
for EMS.
Yeah, it was $500,000.
We cut all the steps.
For EMS and sheriff.
We're moving them to reassess, we may have more
But he's
revenue.
saying add them back in.
That's what Jerry's wanting to go
That's the
back.
conversation. Is, right now, there's no steps in there. And to add a full step for EMS and sheriff, my understanding right is right at 500,000.
That's right.
A half step would be 250. How much money, where are we at, Mr. Long, on being balanced?
Years, somewhere right next to, probably still be okay to give up 255, still about the same.
So 250. So we could, according to what he just said, give up 250 to 5. So we could give a half a step to a full step for EMS and sheriff. And so I'm going to make a motion to give a full step, the 500,000, 220 to EMS and 280 to sheriff.
What about the other 40% ones?
Yeah.
Which one do you want?
Not love the other 40%. What about the other?
They only did last.
I mean, they didn't come in, like, it's my understanding they had the opportunity to come in and ask.
They did.
And they chose
But
not
they
to.
didn't know exactly.
Yeah,
What do you
they would
think
have
they
been
didn't
here if
know?
they'd
We
known.
gave them guidance on they gave them guidance, here's what happened, we gave them guidance on COLA. The sheriff's department and the EMS come back with step increases because they're more ingrained, I mean, they have just these bigger organizations.
Sure,
that have
how they
like
run.
that they have the, they know about, hey, I'm gonna apply a step here, that's kind of ingrained in their psyche. Whereas Ms. Templeton's, she doesn't think.
She's over there working?
She just didn't think of that, and so it's ingrained there.
They try to.
Yeah, I've got two libraries that were begging for, one specifically begging for money to retain employees.
But did they each have the opportunity to come back? That's my question.
They did.
Okay.
Let me, can I ask just one, because I'm at, because I get what you're trying to do, you're trying to just solve this problem. I liked your idea. Is it possible, what's the percent
can you back into a percentage that those steps were as a function of their total budget? You're about to see where I'm going with this. What is the percentage, if you take,
Like, of the share of 280 is one.
you can do that, and you can give that same percentage and spread it to everybody, and then boom, it can be done. And then you still do.
We still don't have enough money to do that.
Salaries, not total budget.
Percent of total budget.
The total budget,
Percent of salary.
no, total budget,
Salary.
pencils and paper and toilet paper. No, this pause, it doesn't have to leave.
I hear what you're saying.
Well, but I can't.
I agree with Commissioner Boyd, on salaries, not on total.
Well, okay, yeah, that's fine, on salary.
No, it's fair, 'cause
They're
Yeah.
about 10% of the budget.
No, because I don't want to pay step increases on toilet paper.
Okay,
Yeah,
why would we look at it this way, if they're 60%, let's just guess of the employee base together, then if you take 500,000 divided by 0.6, that should cover everybody.
Yes, I see.
And then you kind of divvy it back.
So there's so those two are 60%?
That's a good guess, we don't know exactly.
So to get our rent, Mr. Lawrence.
So if we just consider them 60%, that could be more or less.
So if you have, they get 300, they get 300,000 between them, and 200,000 goes to the other.
So if you do 300,000 and you divide it by 0.6, you're gonna give those two 300,000, be about 500,000, yeah. You wanna do it that way, or do
Again,
500,000?
why can't we wait and look at it and project,
well,
we might get some more money.
Yes.
And we will, you know, you and I both
You
know,
still-
we're gonna come up with more money.
I'd rather give them the money in the pocket now and then a little bit more.
Well,
Yes, I'm with you.
okay, but I wanna do it this way. We
Yeah,
do it,
I'm fair with that.
so we set aside, let's be a little, instead of 500, let's give ourselves a little bit of.
Well, yeah, I wanna make sure I understand. So combined, EMS and sheriff combined make up 60% of the salary.
We'll just guess, I can call upstairs and get payroll details closer real quick.
Why don't we just do it this way?
We'll take a break and I'll get the exact number.
Or we can do it that way, or we can just give directives to allocate it, as a percentage of the,
We wanna hear the
as a
numbers
percentage
today.
of total budget.
So if I
I'm sorry, as
understand
a
right,
percentage of salary.
so if I understand you right, you take $500,000 and we'll split it, the ratio, the percentage of each department.
Correct, and so if those two are, if sheriff is 40 and Mr. Foster's is 20, 500,000, so 100 would go to, 200 would go to Mr. Craddock, 100 would go to Mr. Foss, and the other 200 would be spread out for the other departments.
Your department was.
Per their salary, it would be divvied up per their salary percentage.
Their number of full-time employees.
Correct.
Hey, are these,
Not that, David.
Oh, wow.
Ms. Ron, that's
She just calculated
I have a
it,
question.
60% of the full-time.
It's not by teammate though.
It's not full-time.
It's all.
You have to
be
do,
by salary.
you have to do, it need to be by salary, because some are paid more or less.
And I know those back to, we waited and looked at it.
Yes, you're right.
Go back to that again.
But he could probably back into this and get it done pretty quick.
I like the way. We can talk salary right now quickly too.
I'm on the wait team. Want to call question?
Are these?
I'm making a motion.
I'll second it.
Wait, I have a question before we do this. Are these paid out are these taxed as bonuses, these step raises, or are they part of the regular income?
Part of the regular schedule.
So that's.
Okay, I'm sorry, never had a government job until I worked here. So,
Now, the longevity usually you're done.
yeah, well, nickel an hour.
But you got a good point, longevity pay does, because it's a one-time.
It is
But
taxed 40%.
you're gonna do a ton of work, and you're gonna come up to something within a margin of 5% of what he's gonna come up with.
Yeah, but it's on top
That's
of
what's
your
gonna
other taxes.
But
We call it.
right now, we're gonna do this
Wait,
regular
it's
pay
25
stuff, and
years.
then we're gonna come back in, and they're gonna wanna add on top.
Yeah, we just always deduct it for them.
Because this is
Because we were
separated out, this COLA's over here, here's your,
And we
here's,
just
this
for
is your
joining
bucket
more than
for
our
step.
own.
And you can do it, it's your bucket for step on a salary, on a
And that's
percent of
another
overall
word,
salary
that's
base.
step, you know, how much is a step, we're just like saying a step.
Making-
We could have had $3 million instead of $3
You
million.
still, by the way, you can still build out this policy
Those two are 56% of the salary.
of salary.
Of dollar salary. So
Dollar salary, that's what we want.
Of the dollars. Count
So,
one,
0.56 times 500,000,
That with them,
divided by it.
or, yeah,
with
no, 0.56.
No. We're capping it at 500,000.
Who all gets a step? Everybody or just part-time?
Everybody.
Part-time
Well, as of right now, we're just giving them buckets.
Oh, well, so it's not up to us, okay.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just want to
But
make
no,
sure.
that would affect, you would want to know this because you're concerned with your libraries, and they are mostly part-time employees, so they'll get no benefit at all out of this if we don't go with part-time.
Only our full-time will.
No, salary back down there.
We need to be, it needs to be part-time also. Part-time wages need to go up. Whether it's, you know, part-time lady number one or part-time gentleman number one, and they leave, we're
All the employees should have it because.
Yeah, that's what we're, go ahead.
Because it is.
From my memory, we did give some employees, I can't recall what department they were in, more than just COLA.
No, last year.
Yeah, last year we did enough.
This year we did.
Well, we did a little bit of market adjustment, but it was only.
Actually, we did.
There was some.
CMS.
There was some, yeah, there's definitely some.
So we need to pull them back.
But we can't do that. We can't do that. We have to
But you
republish.
see, we did that, though. We did.
So the mispronunciations to get a full set of
We really need to.
sheriff and.
Okay, what is?
We haven't had the motion yet.
Well, yeah, there's a motion.
Yeah, maybe, I didn't hear.
I just reseconded it because we have this calculation. We're still on it. Okay. Go ahead.
When we have to republish, my question is, or my thought is, right now, 3% is baked into COLA.
Correct.
And I don't know what the number is, but if we're adding, how much money is 3%?
How many dollars?
If you change that, it's gonna affect all of them, you're gonna have to redo here. Here's a thought.
Hold on a second, Rebecca. 1.7 is 3%,
Not count benefits.
not counting benefits.
Right.
Okay.
I think.
But if we have to publish it all and do all that stuff, then they can come in for other reasons.
Well, wait. If we do this, if we do what Mr. Becker and I seconded, are we gonna have to republish again?
Here's what you could do. You could take, Sheriff AMS came in and asked for hearing, so you guys can get. So you could take, say, if you're, just to say a number, 110,000 sheriff and total. We could go ahead and add that to the line items there. We could add that into EMS, then we could come under the other line and add everybody else.
Yeah, now I can't.
It won't affect them.
Because, okay, I wanna do what you wanna do, but the problem is we have to republish by doing it that way.
What they want to do, affect every department?
You guys, because, yeah.
You have to republish.
We could do the EMS and
Yeah,
sheriff.
but I don't
because,
wanna do it if it's not, so what I wanna do, here's what we can do, Mr. Becker.
Okay.
I say we put this into the miscellaneous, and then we get this published, and then we can, that workshop is going to do what they're gonna do, and they're gonna have a very detailed schedule, but there is nothing that stops bringing this up the very next, month after we publish, to just go ahead and.
Do we have a timing on the ad hoc committee when they're gonna report back?
It's up to y'all.
I would like to put a timing to it, because if we don't put a timing to it, it's gonna get.
Will you be able to put something like this together by 1 September?
I'll be tied up in July and August.
1 October? How quickly can we get?
July, October.
1 October? All right. So we would have this for the October budget committee.
I think, and then for the personnel, I think we also need to work on personnel policies for October. Mr. Isabel, do.
This is a good opportunity for you to wrap this whole committee into a personnel committee.
I withdraw my motion.
Yeah, all right. So.
I get stuff to Mr. Isabel to work on the personnel policy.
Okay, so go ahead. So I was just gonna say, I would like this, as a director of this committee, to the ad hoc committee that we put together, to have a, recommendation for schedules, not 1 January, which we said, but instead no later than 1 October. So that we can rapidly assign the miscellaneous.
A part of that would depend on the cooperation of these departments, because they're gonna have to provide feedback. But
if they don't give it to us, then just publish what you got.
We'll get cooperation.
All right.
Anything else? Because you withdrew it. Anything else? So what we're doing here is this 200 and,
$500,000 on there?
we just leave it in miscellaneous.
Yeah,
You want $500,000 on there?
500 in miscellaneous.
In miscellaneous. All right.
And that incorporates the other miscellaneous we took out earlier, right? Okay.
So is that balanced now? We're good?
Go, you know,
We should.
We got capital too.
That's four.
Before we do that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, let's finish this up. Yeah, you're right.
How far are we here?
Right now, I think you're fine on that, but you got other items to look at.
What else we
What do we need to do?
Okay, you need to, huh?
What did you say?
You want to make a motion?
Okay, you need to go through the continuing appropriation resolution, because we need to add it into the estimates and stuff, and anything in there. We can do that in the house. You need to, we need some school carryovers, we need to do the DGA contract needs to be adjusted. And the big one, you need to look at your long-term planning.
All right, let's do long-term.
And the opioid needs one small adjustment.
Let's go through, long-term planning, let's knock that out.
You may want to do these others still.
Yeah, that's fine, we can do small.
What's DGA? Direct grant access. So the first one, have you got the total form for the DGA?
It's right here.
Okay. Go ahead and pass them back it out. This one has a zero impact on your budget, it's a flow-through grant, but I'm requesting, we've got the amount from the state now to go ahead and adjust the grant to match the amount. That's all we're asking to do, it'll affect your bottom line, not zero, and it'll prevent an adjustment in the month of July. For August.
I guess I could have done that.
I don't have any problem with that.
Everybody pop this just revenue.
Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead, next thing.
Okay, so, I just got my pack. You can have it. I don't, anybody else? I'll do it. I'm sorry, I got the material, one moment.
And these are gonna be a direct revenue and expense program
You are one.
versus sitting there going through everything with you, since it's a flow through, we're just asking to agree.
Motion approved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And the next one, and I think Ms. Allison has it, is the continuing appropriation resolution. For some of the carriers and stuff you approved Monday, we're just asking to adjust the budget to agree with it.
Motion approved.
Any, well, let me ask, is there any change?
What you guys already, it's basically one we put in for, we're bidding it right now, we gotta put in, for instance, like the children.
Oh,
The carryover for the sheriff, Toby's little project is, all the stuff you guys see, this money for.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right.
You don't have to, there ain't significant or particularly
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. I know.
The other one is,
Paul, Mayor's got a question.
I see that list.
yeah, sorry.
Okay, put an estimated amount for the children.
Can we, the Christmas fund out of my budget, we can carry over those monies? It's only like 10, 15,000. Okay.
Yeah, remember that exact amount?
Yes, okay, so those are stuff we can do later.
Yeah, we're trying to get all the big ones right now.
All right.
We'll do those one carriers.
I don't know why he runs that through my budget, but it's all done.
What color?
We can run it. Now, John goes around and begs for money. Well, what is it for? Never raised it.
But then what does it pay for?
All right, Mr. Chairman.
All right, next thing.
We have a query back here, and I'd like to go to.
The school has a small amount of carryover on some bonds, and time is of the essence of spending, it's like $30,000.
A little less than 40.
Little less than 40, but we need to go and get it out the door. Can we go into your address?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Is there any, what else is in the packet there? Make sure we got it.
The sheriff's, grant.
So the sheriff has a flow program, we want to add it.
Second, motion, second. Aye. All right.
And there was,
There's one more.
yeah, what,
Maryland had it.
right here. It is.
Yeah, we can wait.
Yeah, and then, had a PA.
That's,
No, that was.
that's.
Oh, okay, sorry about
And then
that.
there's one more for the opioid, there's a carryover amount.
There was 100,000 in the FY 25 estimate expenditures that needed to be in FY.
We need to carry that over.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And that brings us down to the long-term planning sheet.
Okay.
He said we did, we took care of it.
Yeah, it's just a rollover for $100,000.
Oh, I have a question about opioids. I think that this committee said that we would work on the bylaws after we did budget, except the opioid committee, just to inform this committee, has written up their own bylaws that Dustin can present to us. And I just wanted to say that we all said we were gonna do it later, so just so you know. Right.
Okay.
Information.
Long-term planning?
We all want to hold off on that, get that out. Yep, we just try to get that taken and go over there. They look fairly good, but I think we need to make one or two little changes.
All right.
And I'll show you the first one. Some of them were changed today. So that's your general fund, and this is the important part, and they're in your packet too. Okay, we're showing, relatively flat, if you put a nice flat. This is because we're estimating moving no pennies or decreasing any of our codes. So it's still a positive balance, but I don't think realistically we're gonna go down like that. I think two things we need to go up into these revenues, and the same moving a couple pennies here from the debt service. Inflation is coming in, just like it did over a couple of years. This is 26, that's 27. Probably maybe
move three. Move three, because that we'll plan for next year to move three as a basis. Because I was planning on moving three to do it for 5 years. Okay. So let's move three.
Make a note and I'll move it. If everybody's okay, I'll move three, what's the equivalent of this?
But they can put it on next year, right?
Yeah, this is, yeah.
This is your estimated plan.
Yeah.
What you want to look like. I don't think you
We're
come in.
planning to move pennies, is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
So
We need to anyway.
what this shows is the general fund out in beyond years here.
Yeah, this is
And
your
in 2028, it goes too low.
27, 28 are going down. If you look, this is what we're estimating 26. If we follow this contains linear patterns and essence plus estimated revenues, we're showing you're coming in just a small dip in here. But then
Why are you saying that?
well, because we're not moving any revenues over, we're changing our trends, and we've had enough of trends in here. So you can do one or two things. We can sit here and adjust down expenditure, what you think the trends may change, or that's not a very big change, just leave it alone and come over here and move it.
So, let's go back and have this discussion that you and I had with Mr. Hyde last year at this time about, last year at this point, I said Hendersonville is voting to take a half a penny sales tax. And Mr. Hyde talked us out of it. And then in the meantime, since then, Gallatin has now voted for it. I'd like to bring in more revenue to us. Can we at least put it on the ballot? I don't know that we'll win.
I say,
Does everybody know where that money is? We're keeping our money?
It'll all go to the schools, but that's something.
I don't want to do it yet. I mean, I'm happy to do it, but
But we have elections next year, and then we'll have to wait 2 more years.
that's about when we'll need it.
Well, who's gonna need your sales tax is your schools, and they'll get that. There's millions of dollars when you go to your schools.
Yeah, but that means we should keep the MRE
Right.
where it's at.
I mean, I'm not of the opinion, here's the thing. Yes, that tax was already coming, and we could go and collect it.
Well, we can't until we get it on the
Right,
ballot.
well, we would have to collect it at the county, and so I'm of
Well,
the
they have to
opinion,
give it.
let's not, well, yes, but we still have to collect it from county, businesses, right? We have to.
No,
Yes,
It
we would.
does, no,
No,
it's
it's
gonna
gonna
go.
do it.
Yes, you do, because,
Yes.
well, I understand what you're saying, okay.
Yes.
When you come by, do the referendum, it'll be countywide. So that means, yes, you'll get the money Hendersonville, Gallatin's currently.
Oh, yeah, I see, we'll have to
But
raise the county.
on the unincorporated area, you're gonna be raising taxes.
Yes, you will be.
And any of the cities that don't have, you're gonna
It's
be.
not a change to the city.
What if it, for the county people, it's like, fire tax or?
No, you can't do it either or, for a question on a referendum. It has to be
Yeah, we
one
can market
question.
it, but, yeah.
I'm
I'm just looking for money.
I mean, look, I get it,
That's
and
not
I'm
our
of the
money.
opinion, I'm of the opinion that you don't pull things like that until you need it. We don't need it yet, we got 4 years of runway. We got 3, maybe 4. Well, I mean,
It's our
whatever,
money.
it's the people's money. Mr.
really
Teacher,
Well, let me say,
has told us on several occasions
it is the
that
school's
this is
money,
people's
just
money.
half a penny, just half of a penny belongs to the school.
The cities could just agree to give it to schools.
They could. You know
They
what?
can buy three.
That would be lovely. Y'all think we should?
But I don't think they're gonna do that.
No, I mean, well, do you wanna make a motion?
To ask them to give the schools their money, by law?
However you wanna do it.
We'll think about it.
All right, anything else we need to do on this one, David?
All I wanted to do was put it on the back.
I think we need to move the 3 cents, it's gonna make the show somewhere about 31 million, if that's fine. I think it's good enough for this long-term presentation, we can go in here. And
I just say move that 3 pennies, we're good.
Okay, go to 1 12, looking at it, down there. If you show, we're showing it zero and out, probably, that was because we were, thinking about $400,000, you know, but realistically, we don't know the trend, but I think this is a good enough amount. 122, passes through, 151, going down. You showing, if we continue on the current trend, leading into capital, you'll get down to about 10 or 12. That's where we're gonna be anyway. You go down 3.
Well,
hopefully, things will come out of the capital.
They'll come out of capital.
I'm sorry.
You know what we should do?
Okay, highway, that's when we do have a problem, but I just suggested that the trend.
No
But you're still showing negative.
Except he just matched those 3 pennies.
We need to assume what asphalt, and I think at 171, and then we can go ahead. It is one of these,
So, I mean,
this is one you've got a long-term issue with.
That's gonna hit right about when that hits right about when.
That's why I assumed you didn't have the $5 million anymore.
So we're gonna need to move a penny, that's right at a penny that we're gonna need to move.
So we probably need to assume that 3 cents out of capital goes to the general, and
And 1 cent.
1 to 1 and a
In
quarter
2028.
goes to highway to make them.
I mean.
1 to 1 and a quarter, what it needs to make.
That's about all that's about right.
Everybody fine with that? Okay.
Well,
So that makes, I mean, we're pretty
I don't
close.
know.
That means 2029, 2030 is when it starts to get tight.
So are we announcing a tax increase
Yes.
for 29?
No,
It'll come
but you're gonna be,
I know we're not, but we are.
but I think you start to get tight. I mean, I think you start to get tight around 2029.
I prefer the word forecast.
I mean, am I wrong? I mean, I'm just trying to be honest and transparent. Am I wrong, David? 2029? It starts to get.
Right. The thing is, your trend of
Yes,
expenditure.
because we don't have a crystal ball.
Because inflation is outpacing revenue.
Now look, you could go, we're talking about recurring over recurring here. We're talking about burn. You could go a few years beyond, you could go at least 2 years beyond that by deficit spending, right? I mean, which is what people have done previously. You could go quite a bit of time. Well, not as count, but you could go quite a bit of time until you, at some point, then you have to bump way up. What I'm saying is, we are looking at a deficit spending scenario probably around 2029, 2030. That's when the next, tax.
What do you do when you go into a, deficit situation?
What do you say?
But I have one point I'd like to throw back in here again, is the single unit tax on those rental units, that 1.6 will carry us a long way. If we win on that issue.
I don't think we should win on that issue.
I think we should win, and I don't have any rentals, and maybe you do.
Well, I do, but.
But, you know.
We know how you could win.
That could help us a long way.
I don't think we should win on that.
Well, I think you could win also if you had state law change. You live in your county, you'd already be paying. You lose, and you go.
So, I mean.
But that 1.6 will carry.
But Terry, Ms. Boyd, also, that's about the time when this is around the time when I'd say, okay, maybe we look at a sales tax. Kind of, true up with referendum.
Right now,
Be a referendum.
They've got our money, I'm not asking for it.
Right now, in 28, we're talking about reallocation, not new money.
I'm not saying I'm a proponent of a tax increase. But what I am saying is, if you were going to present to the populace potential tax increase, 7-inch paved roads is a lot easier sale than it is other things.
I mean, you're right. At the end of the day, and, I'm happy to explain this to anybody. It doesn't, unless you're really involved in it. I didn't get it until I really kind of got to doing this job. Because the state sets us at a flat dollar revenue neutral rate, you're using dollars from like a point in time. You can't do that forever. You can't do that forever. Like, I'm of the opinion that, like, hey, if we go a decade
maybe 12 years between when the last tax increase happened, or whenever the levy increase, not a percentage increase, whenever the levy increase happened, Andy went through the worst inflationary period of the time. I'm like, look, what more do you want from me? You know what I mean? Like,
This is kind of an all things being equal. You can't,
now, I mean, look,
there's only so much growth, you can project on these numbers.
Yeah, I mean, and we're talking reallocation here, because your capital project, when we get to it, has large balances. I'm talking when we reallocate from this over to highway in general. So let's look at capital.
Mr. Klein.
I just want to say that if we would tighten up the belt with our school system, just a little. I mean, we voted in a $6 million increase on MOE. The same night that $17 million was put back in a reserve account. That makes no sense.
But they're actually, they're borderline deficit spending. We got a letter from the comptroller saying that like, this whole thing of what they're moving back and forth, I will admit that it's a bit opaque to me still. But what I can tell you is you can't read that. Both things can't be true. They can't be building this huge reserve while simultaneously the comptroller telling them they're borderline deficit spending.
Remember, there's a lag.
Yeah.
The comptroller's telling you.
They're not.
I understand that, but our chairman said he could have built 2 school systems for what we paid for Liberty. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about we've got a flat enrollment. It's only increased 1,500 kids in over 10 years, and we continue to add management positions at the school, and we tore down a bunch of bleachers that could have been repaired for much less than the brand new bleachers that they're putting in and still are not in. We continue to just let them do things, and we are the purse holders. We are not being responsible with what the school is doing. And if we start now and we keep them on a tight leash, which is our responsibility as the taxpayers' advocates, I think we could prolong or post. You're never going to stop tax increases because of inflation. You're absolutely right. It's got to go up like everything else does. Now, if we can do a few things like we're trying to do on the planning commission, bring more industry into the county, that will offset it. But we have to do all things right, just like every one of us has to do in our households. We have to watch the pennies and make sure we're prudent with all of our expenditures. And so I think we're giving the schools way too long a leash. We have for a long time, and if we just continue that trend, absolutely, we're going to have property tax increases sooner than we have.
So, sounds wrong. Sounds like we have a school board candidate for 2020.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Next year, so.
That's right.
I was just gonna say, do you have a motion, specific motion for?
Any shortfalls that we have to make up in this budget, I'd say we take it out of the $6 million MOE that we just gave them.
Well, we don't have any shortfalls now.
Okay. Okay. Because we just spent 6 hours, squeezing everything out on the sheriff's department. And I don't want to start that over again, but I'm just saying for the future, and if I'm on this budget committee next year, I will be looking a lot harder at that, because I think we've got to make it happen. We just can't keep spending the people's money.
Just as a point of reference here, what's the 6% as the 6 million as a percent of the school's budget?
I have to look by.
About like 3%, isn't it? 2%. So my point here is on a percent basis, we actually gave them less than we gave.
Yeah, it's more than that, because the budget is $140 million.
No, their budget is more than.
No, I mean their entire budget.
No,
about state and federal.
Just the county portion alone was about
Yeah.
And 6 million is about
It's
4.5%.
and even then,
4%, 4.2%.
and so even then we gave, I mean, then it's in line with, because the 3% was just COLA. You know, they're also the biggest employer, right? I mean, so I mean, my point is on a percentage basis, we gave them about what's in line with everybody else.
But we have a lot of positions that I'm not convinced.
I mean, look, and you're right, like, but we can't line, like, we can't line item that, right? Like, when I'm looking at percentages and buckets.
Yeah, just like we can't line item EMS or the sheriff's department or the,
well, I can't even tell the election commission what they
Now,
can line item.
you can line item these departments here, but you can't tell them what.
All right, Ms. Boyd, sorry, Ms. Boyd. Ms. Boyd?
No, I want one item first and then be your input. So I wanna discuss another piece of revenue that is on the table that we could have.
Okay.
And so I was just talking to the mayor about it, and can we take a break? Because we have 2 commissioners on break already.
All right, 5-minute break. 5-minute break.
We just need to make sure the capital.
Do we have, what do we have to do, what do we need to finish?
Okay, we're gonna move money for highway, we need to look at capital.
Can we
check
turn
the
off,
balance of that.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that the.
Mr. Long, this is something you discussed with me several months ago about if we change the assessment cycle from 5 years, if we changed it down, we could stand to gain money from the equalization payments that we pay out. Can you brief us on that and exactly how much money we're talking about?
Well, we don't have the exact amount, and the problem is every reappraisal, they apply an equalization ratio to your personal property and your public utilities. It's based on an old lawsuit, and the way it works out, it has no bearing on reality, but what it does is it brings down your assessment a considerable amount each time. I mean, it may even be more that it needs to be revisited on those equalization ratios, but, and I was talking to Mr. Isbell back all over, he was the assessor. We lose a lot of money on the equalization ratio because of the 5-year reappraisal cycle. It would make the most sense to do a continuing 1-year rolling reappraisal cycle.
So what, I don't understand, so I've heard this theory before, and I guess I don't understand how 1%, that compounds. That ratio is gonna compound, so that if you eat it all every 5 years, it actually ought to be less impactful if you do it once every 5 years.
You come in the first year, 100%.
Yes.
You skip the next 2 years and you come in, they base it on the average value of your property. So if it's 69%, they suddenly take the difference off their 31% off your value.
Right.
But if you keep it at market
Yeah,
every year.
no, I get that,
Because they're being purchased every year. These are personal properties. They got depreciation on them. They say they're put in at market values. They're not like your house.
So your house in theory stays level for 5 years. Okay? Businesses, personal property, you have to file every year. Okay, so they say they don't get the benefit of the spread from sales. Okay, so in a 5-year reappraisal, the second year and the 4th year, they do what they call a sales ratio. The state does it, they take for county, whatever the sales versus where the values are for residential. Say there's a 20% spread, then they'll take that 20% for the second year and the 3rd year, and they will apply that to all public utilities and all personal property. So it could be $1 to $2 million.
Yeah.
And then you got the 4th year.
Okay.
So
And the 4th year, they'll do it again, and it's compounded. Like the last reappraisal cycle, if I remember correctly, it was like 60%.
Yeah.
Because we have so much, so they were getting a 60% deduction.
Big money.
For their taxes.
If you do one every year, there's never an equalization ratio. They file every year. They can't ever file
I'm
it
not
100%.
asking us to consider every year, but if we could get, even if we were down to 3, because we need to incrementally for those.
So is there a motion, what do you want to do?
I want to discuss it and tell you how much money we got on the table if we decrease our assessment years from 5. And I mean, 1 year is ideal, but I'm not asking that.
What's the money that, what are we leaving on the table? Do you have a number?
Well, Mayor said.
You'd save a lot of money, because you would now they'll That'll still be one of the sales ratios, but you'll capture it from the other sales ratio.
So what are we
Now,
talking?
I don't know. It depends on what, I mean, it can be million.
Yeah.
1 to 2 million.
1 to 2 million.
Now, let me qualify all of this with saying that the assessor has to generate the plan. We can't mandate the assessor to do that. And then that plan has to be accepted by the State Board of Equalization. And resources have to be allocated to execute that plan. So there is a cost, but I think the benefits outweigh the cost.
The money. To pay for more 911 operators.
Mr. Becker?
Well, I was gonna touch on that. I don't know how many years ago it was, but Mr. Isbell came wanting to, with a plan to do it every 2 years. And, with that, there was, to his point, there's a cost associated with doing it. I don't recall a big discussion about the ratios and doing all this stuff, and it actually would end up generating more revenue, but regardless, I was gonna mention that the cost piece and where we are right now, I don't know how we would even bake it into this.
Yeah, I mean, so is this a thing that we can do this year, or is this like something we should?
Oh, we can't do it.
All right.
No,
I can show you this.
I think
so what we can do, we have to, if we don't,
in preparation for
if
next
we
year.
don't start and trigger it to go forward, I mean, even if we started right now, it would be a year or two to get this all done.
Yeah, yes.
But I'm asking if we could ask for the assessor to look at it and come back, and we've got to kick it off or there we go, and in 2 years we might be able to have more 911. In 2 years we'll need more money.
Let me show you an estimate. We can do it real quick. I have this number and this number right here.
I'm trying to make a couple good.
Just add that to you. Yeah, okay, plus that divided by 100. Plus that divided by 100. Times 1 point, let's just round our tax rate, 1.42, okay. Times, let's say it's a 20% ratio, right, times 0.2. This is how much money you could potentially be talking about.
Annual?
It would be every year after the ratio. So first year, second year, no, the first year, second year, no, ratio, yes, and then that 5th year, it's usually way over 20%, so it's more. So yeah, it's really all about.
That's why I wanted to break
Millions
it
of
up.
dollars, we're not talking about.
We won't fall off in 28. Do we keep this?
We forecast a tax increase further out.
Well, what that is 3 pennies. What that is
5 I'm just asking that we keep
Our directors policy, we're getting kind of far outside of the call, and we may have an issue.
Let's go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's go back and look at your capital projects now. Go on down. Based on the current request going into the future, we're looking at these kind of balances. Going over. Thank you. There you go. So we're showing right now, based on the request we received, even after I moved 5 million years, right here it'd be 5 out, we'd be 50, minus, 5 times 15, that's 50. You're still gonna be 5, but you probably wanna look at your actual request on this sheet. This is your actual request. What we've got here is it shows your departments, and it'll show, go down through here if they request nothing or what they requested by 55 year, what everybody has, so here's what you've got. That's what election has. So you may want to look through these because that's going to be elected on.
Are we on capital?
Yes, these are your capital long-term, what everybody's asked for after 2000.
Is this the paper?
Yes, your paper's still diverse.
Somewhere around row 30.
Where's paper what?
Yeah, right there. These are the requests everybody's made for, the ones that got in the long-term request for 2027 through 2031.
So there's, like the 572,000, so they had a request for convenience vote centers for over $500,000 in next year's budget.
Yeah.
No, it was on their long-term.
So, but they tell us, I thought they said this is a one-time thing, but they keep.
Yeah, they clearly said it was a one-time thing.
Well, that may be if they don't get it this year.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I don't think that.
They're not getting this year, has to go next year. I don't think they're trying, but the question is, do you want to leave it in?
Who knows?
Well,
They double dip.
they can leave it in there, that don't mean it's gonna happen. Well, I guess that's.
You guys are planning for the future, so if you're not
No, I get that.
I'll leave it in there,
Yeah,
I'll be saving up today, it's gonna happen whether we like it or not.
I'm just trying to figure out, when they submit a budget, they submitted it now and later.
Okay, they submitted a budget for this year, okay? It's their actual budget request. These aren't statutorily part of the budget, they're just a planning sheet in the back. Everybody, I asked them to send a long-term planning sheet that shows an additional operational you asked for and additional capital. Because it's so hard to follow that other sheet, I made this spreadsheet where you guys can see all the capital in there. In terms of
Okay. It's great that we have this information. I got confused by it sort of being included in both places.
I don't know what Miss Ashley's plan was, but if I'm guessing, it's probably a pretty good guess. She was putting it one year or the other, so she had to, but kind of like she did for the election workers. She put the election workers in case you didn't give her the convenience vote because she needed one, or she said she needed one of the others. I'm guessing this is the same thing, but I can't guarantee it. We'll just read some options what they're asking, but the committee if they're gonna leave it here.
Does this have all the, does this have the sheriffs and everything?
Everybody, they made a request that they said.
Can I ask, can we stop there? I'm, on planning and engineering, I'm still confused on where we're at on the flood planning. I see that there's plans to spend more money on the way out, but when they came and presented last month, they talked about a county-wide plan, a spot plan, and flood mitigation, and I don't know what all that is, and I don't know what this is. Can somebody help me?
This is what they're requesting long-term as far as flood studies and to do voluntary buying, that's the flooding.
So, did we put in the budget money for the flood plan? No?
I think it.
Where is it at?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Around 25 and.
But I think they think there's.
My budget?
We could ask Commissioner.
I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna place it all together, can you do it for 25? Okay.
It's near the. And I don't know if we're.
I'm pretty sure David is correct, because that's my district. So
Yeah, I think
I think it's the same 100,000 that is just
Spread out.
it's not 500,000 or whatever.
And then
It's the same 100,000, we just didn't know which year to do it.
Oh, okay, got it. All right, now
I don't.
So this is for like buyouts, it's for,
Yeah, it's what,
it's for water mitigation.
It's what Josh came.
It's also to put in the drainage.
Buyouts, it's he spoke about it, it's like, it's a multi-year plan, it's like several $100,000, and he's just spread
Part
out.
of it's gonna be to map
Yeah.
that area, to FEMA, to show floodways. And part of it's to buy out some property,
Yeah,
we use
yeah.
some of the funding to clean property.
How much are we doing this year? What did we, because we never talked about it, it just went in. But is there
If we
something?
change something this year, we're gonna have to like go.
Oh, I see what you're saying, there's no changing now.
If we want to change, we can change.
No, these are long-term.
No, I think
No.
that she was asking about this.
I'm asking about, I don't understand if we went with the flood stuff, we never really talked about it, Josh just presented, and we never ever talked about it.
26 here.
No, we never ever talked about it.
So Matt, where are we standing?
So, yeah, here's the
Not yet.
here's the question. Do we want to, here's what we can do. We can either accept this or we can remove these.
What's the
Yes,
bottom?
you can do whatever you want.
There's a forward planning.
Part of the budget document.
Go ahead.
What is the value of getting this done today? Because they're gonna be presenting documents and you're not, we budget for long-term planning.
We need to
Goes
vote.
in the back.
We can publish our list.
Okay, I just wanna make sure we're not, so I wanna get done what we have to get done today.
I think that you do.
Is there any, we're almost there.
Well, we got the 4.4 we talked about.
David, was there anything we need to do, on?
Let's put it, let's make sure we're all on the same page, okay? Your main budget doc you're done with right now, that's what we need.
Minus the 4.4 million we have in the capital, correct?
But you have, okay, well, when you get that handled, then it's your point where you can come in and say, direct me to publish. When you do, I say direct me to publish and correct any minor,
So let's skip this clerical part. Thank you. Let's move past this.
We'll leave in the budget with all.
Let's just go to capital.
But you can address this next meeting.
The sheriff's license wasn't ever appropriated.
We can put that in. Very small
we can, we'll go on appropriation.
Okay, well, let's go into that. And then let's go to capital, let's zero out capital. Because we need to change capital now, also based on a couple changes that we, yeah, that's
Any
right.
change you make will be on.
Yeah, so let's look. We should have done capital before we did long-term investments. We had the 4.4, and I think if we want to, we just need to, I mean, I'm good either way if we don't want to really change the 4.4. As long as.
What was it for again?
He wanted to basically earmark that 4.4 for the build out for the, sheriff's office. And we, you know, it's been back and forth, and what we decided to do is allocate $100,000 toward, architect.
And all of that's in capital?
Oh, now we're on capital projects, okay.
And that's what I think Yeah, so there's your answer, Terry.
Oh, is that in capital?
Capital.
Yeah. So what, so I just didn't know, so he presented, and one was a map of the county, which I really like that idea, I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Not talking to you, not talking to you. Or I don't, that's what I'm asking.
See, FEMA, like in Cottontown, FEMA has only gone as far as Highway 25. They have not mapped exactly up north of Highway 25. So I think that's what Josh was talking about, us mapping, because we have no idea when FEMA's gonna do it. And that's critical to the flooding that happens all along, Station Camp Creek.
How much?
Well, we'll work with FEMA to map it. FEMA do the mapping, but we will help them in that process with funding. Sorry.
I'm trying to find that on my page here.
Do you want to change anything with it? I mean.
Well, I'm just wondering what it is with.
In this year's budget for 200, and it's in next year's budget for 200.
Is that for the mapping? Are we doing something?
I
We
think
spot something?
I think we're doing different areas.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't want to do.
It will be mapping different areas. We can't.
I'm good with mapping, but is it also going to do mitigation?
And then it's also gonna be some other.
We're gonna be acquiring properties too, aren't we? Acquiring easements.
Part of it's gonna be that, yes. And then other.
I mean, it's gonna be stuff that people will largely probably want to get rid of.
And what's the numbers on that? Because there's like different pieces. I just want to.
I don't know.
I don't either.
Well, sometimes we gotta.
I mean, I don't even know if it's $10 or $3 million. That's all I've.
200,000.
$200,000, I'm gonna go with it.
We don't have time, again, we don't have time to request things, we have to get to it.
No, is it only 200,000?
For the flood hazard mitigation, then he has a comprehensive plan.
He's working on.
We gotta either go or we're not going, sorry.
It's already in there.
We have, this is what we're gonna publish. We've gotta publish this.
Yeah.
So what's the bottom line here on capital?
Well, let's go down. I mean, if it's only 200, I didn't know if it was.
Wait, what's the 1.5 million?
Can we go up? Yeah.
1.5 is,
Building roof.
What is
this is
that?
the roof,
This building?
the roof here, yes. Yes. This roof is they literally have buckets.
I'm not saying it doesn't need it, I'm saying that it's shocking how much that is.
Well, they're shocking how a lot of
We need to also make sure, remember, we're gonna adjust this with the appropriation resolution for somebody. The chiller, we think it's about $700,000.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, Mr. Becker.
My recollection, we've already voted on this one, and we sent it out, and they came back with the. So the 4.4 is really all they need to talk about right now.
I'd like to look and see what's in there.
Or you think do, yeah, I mean.
When did we talk? The last meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, we put this forward, so the only thing, Mr. Becker is correct. Here's the 4 here's the question, so we can get in binary. Do we want to add 4.4 million to appropriate or earmark for the sheriff's build out?
full carry.
Oh,
and ask a question that may or may not apply. But my question is, how much, for me to answer the 4.4, I need to know, are we already over on capital? Do we have?
You're not over. Oh, let's clean up the balance. So let's clean up the balance.
We're not over.
Yeah, we got.
You are, that's going down, you've got about
22 million.
22 million, 700,000 coming out from the children.
So we got, what, 700,000?
We have like $21 million left. That's the only thing that's coming out of
In
capital.
capital.
That's what's left.
That's not already, here, it's only new.
But you want to know what all is already.
Not all of them, I just didn't understand the flooding since it was on the water, I didn't know how much it was.
So do you want to do this, do you want to make a motion for 4.4 million?
I'll make a motion.
Motion for that, motion, we have motion and second, any discussion, okay, go ahead, Mr.
Okay, we talking about the sheriff's area in the jail?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just compare this. The drug court is gonna be, right now, it's figured to be $81 a square foot. That's for offices and all kinds of nice stuff. The sheriff is talking about $200 a square foot. I cannot believe that it could possibly cost that much. I would say $2 million tops.
So two things, just think about it. We've got money in for architecture already, right? We'll put it in, why don't we go ahead, there's two things, so it's the architect and then send it back to the gen office anyway. So it may be the best thing to go to architect, bring back the bid, and then in July or August, you just take it out to 20.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of,
Yes, we're just guessing.
So
really what we need to do is leave it alone.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, we have a withdrawal motion, any other discussion on this one? All right,
So, I just have another question.
We need to vote on everything.
I was about to say, we have this question, I'm about to make a motion to publish it as.
We're gonna put it in, with all the changes today.
Yes, go ahead.
So I just want to talk about the EMS station in White House.
Okay.
So we had all these people today wanting new employees, we're gonna have to staff that at how many people? 12, that we're gonna know that are gonna come, 12 new employees, and we got all these others.
Two years out.
This should be
The notes we had.
Yeah, it won't be a hit on this budget.
2 years out.
And then, do y'all know that Robertson County put another ambulance and a full crew there, because I think they did, as I was talking to Mr. Potts, but I don't know. Have we found that out? Because they don't need to, they're Fort County, we're gonna cover it for them.
Well,
They probably need to know.
I don't know.
Well, this new station is not really focused on that area on the Robertson County line. This is going from that, where it's located towards the county, 76 in that area.
I'm just,
And I've
I
got
just
a
wanna say
map.
we're gonna have more.
No, like, so you're correct, and Mr. Boss mentioned this, like, we talked about this, David, it's a 2-year window. So the whole idea here, and this is why, he was asking basically for all the personnel to do this, this year and next, and
We don't need them yet.
we're slicing these up over several years, but I'm assuming that we're going to do 3 pennies per year. And 3 pennies got us, 4 pennies got us all this, we should be able to burn this in. That's the
I
idea.
like penny though.
Does this include the courtroom? The $2 million for the
The
courtroom?
$2 million on our TV.
Yes, I think it does, actually. Yes, it does. And that courtroom,
No, it's full out.
what is the status of that?
Okay, here's, go back up.
Well, you had a big,
Oh, I did
you know, a thing, and you called it a thing, for things, and said it was a this and a that,
True, I was telling the truth.
you
It's
know?
pulled out right now, man. You want to put it back?
No, we did put it.
You pulled it out the dark.
So I was.
Oh, that is all we did, was we voted to send the architect, we did not vote for the full funding of the entire amount.
Let's treat this the same way that we're treating.
But for the record, you don't have any clue why I vote on something, so don't ever think that you do.
Well, this is what it.
Done the architecture, we want to go ahead and architect it, and then bring it back with the bid.
So,
But do
yeah, I
we
think they
have-
already have an architect on.
Yeah,
Well, that's my point. So let's just treat it the same way we're treating.
So we'll go ahead and bid it, and then bring it back to
That's
bid.
exactly right.
and let them know we intend to do it.
We
but
have
we
so
don't
much.
walk
So
them
we're gonna actually bid the project.
Okay, we've got a PO right now out to the
So
architect.
why did you vote against
So he's
it?
doing the bid on it, so we get the bid.
Let's get that have, but this has nothing, one has nothing to do with it.
Well, let's do it.
I mean, you,
Let's get some clarification, because we know exactly where we're at.
Let's reel this back in.
Let me tell you exactly where we're at right now. We've got the architect. We put it on hold because it was pulled out right now. If you guys intended to fund it after we get the bid, then we're gonna get the architect to go ahead and drop the bid, and then we'll bring you back actual dollars. If your intent is to go ahead and fund it, when it comes back.
Yeah, that's,
What if we don't know who?
Same thing, we can bid it, all we do.
we make that decision when we get the,
We'll go ahead and bid it, and we'll grant you the bid.
So, it sounds to me like this is, we have things where we want them.
Tell me what it is.
I'm gonna make them up, go ahead, Mr.
I'm gonna spend more money, I brought this up last time. The other courtroom for the next general session,
What now?
is the architect, the plans we're buying for that courtroom, I mean, we got two empty shells over there.
Let me.
Can we use them? Because we're like 3 or 4 years out, we're gonna do the next one, can we use them?
Let me tell you right now where we're at.
I wanna get double our money.
The original architect that did the plans did not wanna finish up, so we went out and retained an architect that would take their plans and felt comfortable when they discounted their architectural fee. So we are using a plan for this courtroom. As far as the other courtroom, I don't know, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there. We don't know what an architect will do, or what we exactly have, so I can't tell you about our third courtroom, but I can tell you on the second, or whatever you want to call it, we are using existing plans, and they did discount our fees for that. That's why, one of the reasons we usually were willing to do that.
So the courtrooms all different sizes?
They are.
Are the empty shells different sizes? Okay.
The shells?
So, I think we are at a point where I'm gonna make a motion to approve as amended, this budget.
And ask Mr. Long to publish.
And request publish.
And give me
Motion and a second.
And authorization to make.
And authorization to make any minor changes to agree with what you've done.
Okay, I'll state it again.
Correct.
I'll state it again, I'm making a motion to approve and publish as amended, and with, leeway to make minor and,
Clerical adjustment.
non-impactful clerical adjustments. Second, motion and second, all in favor? Aye. All right.
Any opposed?
Motion carries unanimously. Too late. All right, motion to adjourn.